Good morning and welcome to Mason City, Iowa. Canal Genius here with Not Your Average Joe. We are streaming boys state qualifying golf this morning. I'm not sure this has ever been done. First time we've ever done it. We're excited to be here on tell us about what do we see coming here, Joe? I'm not even sure how to explain it.
Yeah, it'd be nice to call it a beautiful morning, but instead we have what I'm going to call challenging conditions here to start at Highland Park Golf Club here in Mason City, Iowa. Overcast, 46 degrees, 20-mile-an-hour wind out of the east-southeast, and a line of storms that appears to be about 45 minutes out. So the conditions won't be ideal. The course is in beautiful condition, so and everybody has to play on the same course, on the same conditions, right? So
that's right.
They'll make it a great day here. It's certainly going to warm up as we go, but expected to be in the 50s today. The wind is going to blow, and we're going to dodge rain showers here this morning for sure, and then supposed to clear off here and give us a pretty good window to get this thing wrapped up this afternoon.
We got two cameras set for you today. We got one that's going to capture the action. We got one that's fairly set, I'll say, to see what's going on here at hole 8 and the tee box to hole number 2. But with that, we are a little bit ahead of schedule, and we're not sure with the weather if they're going to throw things back or not, but we want to make sure that we are ready for you here. So glad to be here, glad to have you here. We're going to move to a commercial break here. Thank you to St. CV sponsors for keeping this stream free to watch. We'll be back here in just a little bit.
This broadcast is brought to you in part by St. Ansgar Chiropractic.
Sometimes I worry.
Sometimes I'm scared.
Sometimes I'm overwhelmed.
Sometimes I cry.
And that's okay. Because sometimes is not all the time.
It will be okay. You got this.
You got this.
You got this.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew
Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe, buying crop insurance was hard. There's a better way to buy crop insurance. You got to get to know Joe.
The worst place to watch a game is under the bleachers, said a wise fellow named Seymour Butts. With local schools going cashless entry only, you don't want to end up on the outside looking in because you weren't able to buy a ticket. When you add an FSB debit card to your mobile wallet, you'll have an easy, secure way to buy your ticket online or at the gate. So take it from Seymour and stop by FSB today.
The definition of sportsmanship is the quality of showing fairness.
Respect and generosity towards the opposing team and officials.
The things you say and do are a direct reflection of your school and community.
Please stay positive and enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Saints TV's Be a Saint program is a community-driven initiative dedicated to spreading love and support to neighbours in need in St. Ansgar. By addressing a variety of needs, from financial aid to emotional support, it creates opportunities for individuals and organisations to make a meaningful difference. Every contribution, big or small, helps transform lives and fosters a culture of kindness and generosity. Together, we can create a brighter, more compassionate community. Visit givebutter.com/beasaint for more information. Click the link in this video's description or simply text Be a Saint to the number 5, 3555. Thank you for being a saint.
I remember personally when I was young watching the guys that were playing sports, basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it was, when they were in high school, and just thinking, how great they were, and just wanting to be like them when I was older. So yeah, we are definitely always role models for those younger kids, those middle schoolers.
Since 1983, Johnson Oil has been delivering more than fuel. We've been delivering a peace of mind. We know every customer has unique needs, and we're here to meet them with the level of care and attention you won't find anywhere else. We're proud to support the communities we serve and to support lasting relationships built on trust, reliability, and service you can depend on. Johnson Oil, your trusted local provider committed to you in North Iowa.
Focus Insurance Team, safeguarding our neighbors in northern Iowa and southern Minnesota from risk.
This broadcast is made possible thanks to the generous contributions of the advertisers you see here, as well as the Foundation for the Enhancement of Mitchell County and the Saints Legacy Fund.
Every single job that we do, either one or both of the owners are on the roof overseeing and often installing the products, which is something that we really pride ourselves on and make sure that we're going above and beyond.
Thank you, Patterson Seed in St. Ansgar, for your generous contributions to Saints TV. For more information on how Patterson Seed can help you get higher yields, contact Mike Patterson at mike@pattersonseed.com.
The Mitchell County Substance Abuse Coalition creates awareness of the impact of substance abuse and encourages change through collaborative prevention efforts. MCSAC meets on the fourth Tuesday of each month at 4 p.m. at the Mitchell County Courthouse in Osage. We are looking for new members to join the coalition to work together to build healthy communities within Mitchell County.
Getting vaccinated not only protects one person from getting sick, but it also helps to prevent spreading the disease to others. Call Mitchell County Public Health at 641-832-3500 for all of your vaccination needs.
Did you know the EJ has an app available to download in your app store for free? We can't wait to hear how you like it. Search Enterprise Journal and look for our logo, you know the one, or scan the QR code below. It's so easy, even a child could do it.
The Canine Cabin Kenneling and Pet Services proudly supports our Saints athletes. Thank you Box K Beef and Freeman Welding for your generous contributions to keep this stream free to watch.
It's been a wonderful experience having our kids come to We Saints.
Each child is taken care of like they're our own kids.
I'm really excited about the future for We Saints.
We're excited to get a grant for this expansion, and we'll be able to take 50 more children once our expansion is complete.
Our community has been incredibly supportive, whether it be from donations or people just banding together to help out with small projects.
The staff are friendly, the atmosphere is great, and there's a great daily structure.
Stacyville Kids Care is very important to the community because it helps bring in young families in the community, which in turn helps our small businesses and our community overall.
We are striving for greatness and pushing all the boundaries to be great.
We try to give every child what they need developmentally, emotionally, socially.
My favorite thing about bringing her to Kids Care has been the vocabulary that she brings home.
I see this daycare not just daycare, I see it as like a little family.
My son comes home every day from daycare and he's learned something new, and his behaviors have improved since coming to Stacyville Kids Care.
We're working on, simple skills to get them ready for preschool and kindergarten, like the ABCs, coloring, counting, typical things that you hope to see by the time that they're in preschool. The staff here at Stacyville Kids Care is very, very nurturing. I've taken little bits and pieces from each of my experiences and tried to bring them all together to create a program that works for our kids.
She changed the building, repainted, and she made it a lot more clean. She brought new families in and got everyone excited about the upcoming new Stacyville Kids Care.
The Bright Wheel app has been amazing. You get to kind of keep in touch with what your kids are doing throughout the day. We are really just focused on creating a safe, happy, and healthy environment for all the kids of Stacyville and the surrounding communities. I could get pictures throughout the day of things that she's doing and videos, and it's just really awesome to be able to see exactly what they're doing.
It's a really fun environment. There's good people working here, and you can see all the happy kids all the time.
This broadcast is brought to you in part by St. Ansgar Chiropractic.
Sometimes I worry.
Sometimes I'm scared. Sometimes I'm overwhelmed.
Sometimes I cry.
And that's okay, because sometimes is not all the time.
It will be okay. You got this.
You got this.
You got this.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe, buying crop insurance was hard. There's a better way to buy crop insurance. You got to get to know Joe.
worst place to watch a game is under the bleachers, said a wise fellow named Seymour Butts. With local schools going cashless entry only, you don't want to end up on the outside looking in because you weren't able to buy a ticket. When you add an FSB debit card to your mobile wallet, you'll have an easy, secure way to buy your ticket online or at the gate. So take it from Seymour and stop by FSB today.
The definition of sportsmanship is the quality of showing fairness.
Respect and generosity towards the opposing team and officials.
The things you say and do are a direct reflection of your school and community.
Please stay positive and enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game. Enjoy the game.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you know, you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Saints TV's Be a Saint program is a community-driven initiative dedicated to spreading love and support to neighbours in need in St Ansgar. By addressing a variety of needs, from financial aid to emotional support, it creates opportunities for individuals and organisations to make a meaningful difference. Every contribution, big or small, helps transform lives and fosters a culture of kindness and generosity. Together, we can create a brighter, more compassionate community. Visit givebutter.com/beasaint for more information, click the link in this video's description, or simply text Be a Saint to the number 53555. Thank you for being a saint.
I remember personally when I was young watching the guys that were playing sports, basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it was, when they were in high school, and just thinking, I mean, how great they were, and just wanting to be like them when I was older. So yeah, we are definitely always role models for those younger kids, those middle schoolers.
Since 1983, Johnson Oil has been delivering more than fuel. We've been delivering a peace of mind. We know every customer has unique needs, and we're here to meet them with the level of care and attention you won't find anywhere else. We're proud to support the communities we serve and to support lasting relationships built on trust, reliability, and service you can depend on. Johnson Oil, your trusted local provider committed to you in North Iowa.
Focus Insurance Team, safeguarding our neighbors in northern Iowa and southern Minnesota from risk.
It's Saints TV's goal to bring the game to those who are unable to cheer from the stands. Watching the stream is free. Creating it is not. Please consider donating to our cause through our donation partner, Give Butter. 100% of your donation goes directly to the St. Ansgar school system, where it is used for the education of our students, the equipment used to create these streams, and the athletic department so that our students can keep competing in the sports that are near to their hearts. Thank you for supporting St. Ansgar, and thank you for giving Butter.
This broadcast is made possible thanks to the generous contributions of the advertisers you see here, as well as the Foundation for the Enhancement of Mitchell County and the Saints Legacy Fund.
Every single job that we do, either one or both of the owners are on the roof overseeing and often installing the products, which is something that we really pride ourselves on and make sure that we're going above and beyond.
Thank you, Patterson Seed in St. Ansgar, for your generous contributions to Saints TV. For more information on how Patterson Seed can help you get higher yields, contact Mike Patterson at mike@pattersonseed.com.
The Mitchell County Substance Abuse Coalition.
Thanks to Bergmeyer Dentistry for their sponsorship of Saints TV. We are back, not your average Joe. Candle Genius, and none other than the ad man himself. We just came up with a nickname on the fly, and by we, I mean me.
Oh, you!
Because he needs one. Maybe he's already got one. We are at Highland Park Golf Course here in Mason City. The golfers are finding their way to their first tee box. Here we go.
We do what we can to keep the shot steady for you here today. We got two cameras. So one is a stationary setup, one is a mobile setup, and I'll give you a little glimpse here. The mobile setup as these guys approach. We're getting ready for the first group to tee off here at hole number 2.
We started to see golfers leave the clubhouse at about the same time the rain started. A small shower moving in. It doesn't look terrible, and it doesn't appear like it's going to last much longer than a half hour or so, maybe. So golfers are going to be wet to start here, no doubt about that.
So the first group here we're going to see tee off, Joe, is group. I don't think they call them group number 3. They call them group 2.
Yeah,
right?
Group 2 on T2. Yep. That would be the group of St. Ansgar's Hudson Sparrow, Landon Sogard of South Hamilton, Braden Todd, South Winneshiek, and Nolan Streckengast of West Fork. We call this the baseball group. 3 of those 4 excellent baseball players. And I shouldn't say maybe it's 4 or 4. I don't know Mr. Sogard. We don't play South Hamilton, so the other teams we play pretty regularly.
You know, we will get used to South Hamilton this fall.
That's right. They are on the football schedule here for the Saints.
I would assume that's a first. I don't remember a time ever hearing South Hamilton and St. Ansgar playing in a regular season contest.
Right. Yep. If it's not a first, it's a first in a long time.
Yeah.
I agree. A little discussion going on here with the organizers about who's going where, and looks like we got a phone out, so.
This rain is beginning. I think we're expecting a little bit at the very least, or maybe a lot. But some rain, some wind today. We've got our tent out here to protect the gear.
It rained this morning here in Mason City, so everything's nice and soft for the golfers today. The greens will be slow to start for sure, and then we add another few tenths of rain here in the next half hour, probably even slower. It is chilly, brutal conditions here to play golf in this morning in Mason City. 50 degrees now, 21 mile an hour east-southeast wind, and rain showers.
I'll take a moment here to bring this camera in here, guys. So while I do that, let's test this guy out.
interesting event. We have something like 80 golfers here today, round numbers, spread out into groups, shotgun start, so they'll all start at the same time with the exception of 2 groups. So 1 and 10, I believe, both have a B group. So the A group will play, and then the B group will go through. Lots of great golfers here. If you just look at these average scores coming into today, there's some very, very low numbers. And then what's interesting, and I think we saw this in our sectional in St. Ansgar as well, the medalists at a lot of the sectionals coming in, maybe not the favorite at that sectional. So some low scores by some number 4s and 5s even at the sectional meet. So we'll see if that stays true today. It is now raining. Like, there's no more sprinkle. It's raining.
I am glad we're under a tent right now.
Equipment getting wet, so we're going to have to move some things here. So bear with us as we change our camera angles as we try
Also, we got the stationary angle. Jordan, we'll show you this too, a little behind the Saints here. Our main cam is right here, and that's going to show the mobile cam. The other one here, we're going to try and hold. This is hole number 8 here if you're watching from home. This is the approach to number 8 green. Obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously anything. It looks like they're up there. They're under the shelter of the carts. I don't know if
I think that white speck you see on the green is a bottom side of a leaf, not a ball. I don't believe they've taken a shot yet. So we had an extra golfer here on hole 2. That was the confusion. We figured out who was supposed to go somewhere else, and that gentleman has been moved.
Do we want to offer? I mean, we can't talk to the kids technically. We got some coaches here. Maybe we can offer the coaches to let these kids stand under the tent, keep their clubs appear to be dry for the most part.
Yeah. We have rain covers on all the bags today. Gonna need those for about the next half hour or so, it looks like. Or maybe I'll say it this way, at least the next half hour.
You kids want to hang out under here? You stay dry a little bit? You bet.
So we'll have to do our best not to talk to these guys since we can't talk to them. And you know, on Saints TV,
sure.
we really want to do that.
We do want to talk to these guys. We just got to let them hang out under here. Looks like we're going to go ahead and tee
we're
off
going to
here
go
in the
ahead
rain.
and go. Go ahead and we are underway.
One of my golf boys didn't bring a ball, so I gave him my big one. Now I'm stuck with my small one.
Coach, who we have on the tee box here? That's Southwind Braden Todd. Thank you.
Is that camera on the right camera, guy?
Yep. It is. Braden Todd's first shot of the day here on hole number 2. Starts that ball left, stays left, but safe. Hole 2 here, 336-yard par 4. Is that your golfer, Coach? That's next one. Thank you. So that would be the South Hamilton golfer that just teed off. South Hamilton's Landon Sogard with that last shot. This is Nolan Schreckengoss. West Fork. Nice shot for Nolan. Left side there, if I saw it bounce right in the rain. Next up, St. Ansgar's Hudson Sparrow. Tee box number 2. Again, this is a par 4, 335 yards on the card.
A little bit of a dogleg left, if I remember right.
So being left is where you want to be right here. Again, we're at Highland Park Golf Course here in Mason City, Boys District. The opportunity to go play at State Golf Meet next week. Hudson Sparrow, his first shot of the day, has the AI smoke in hand. Off the toe there, perhaps. I didn't see it, but it's left.
It's left, and it's hard to see with that rain. It's
It
hard to
sure
pick up
is.
that ball.
Switch camera. The left one.
Oh, gotcha. You got it back there.
That cord's going to be a hazard.
That cord's going to be a hazard. All right.
Not the shot Sparrow. Wanted to start this one off.
Just turn that club face over a little early or something. It came off that. We have the golf ball is the good news. It is in the alfalfa is the bad news. So,
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to punch out.
you know, his dad told me this morning that the key to his round today is going to be these kinds of shots. The rescue shot, right? The how do we correct a mistake, or if I have to go play in the deep stuff, how do I get out of there? He gets an opportunity early.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are here. If he would have just taken a provisional.
I think that since that's still technically in play, I mean, he could have probably taken a provisional on the case that he might not be able to find it.
And I
didn't see it come out at all. It did come out. It stayed very low.
Yeah, he was in the dirt with that one quite a bit.
And that is
not the start the Sparrow
and when
wants
that
here
grass
today.
is super wet too, it's probably harder to come through than if it was just nice and dry.
Good job of Hudson of getting set back up again, flush it, start again. Get out of there. Going to have a third shot from that. Or a second shot, I guess, from the deep stuff. Good job. The coach from West Fork's going to help him out and go find that ball for him and let him walk around the outside in the short stuff. Well done. Good sportsmanship from the West Fork coach to help us out there.
Yeah, so I saw the first shot come off. I wasn't able to track him here with the camera. Did you guys see how the second and third drives look?
Everybody was left. I believe it was a South Hamilton kid who actually used an iron. He was the only one with an iron off the tee box, and his was kind of right down the middle. Everybody else was left. Kind of depending how far up it is, whether they'll be in good shape. On the dog leg, if you can make it past that corner, you're probably looking all right if you're on the left-hand side. Otherwise, you want to be middle or to the right so you have a better look coming in at the green.
We have our first set of golfers coming up number one here to our right as well. So we may bring you some action there once they get up on the green. Perhaps it'd be a good time to.
That's a good time.
We'll switch to one and we'll follow green number one here quite a bit today. We also have the green on hole 8 behind us, and you're looking live off the tee on hole number 2. Hudson Sparrow. Tee shot ended up in the tall stuff.
So he found his ball.
Using a cart?
We did?
Yeah.
I heard something. I didn't hear anything
Yeah.
banging, but we got one off the cart.
So what's the ruling on that if it runs up against the cart?
Good question. We should probably find that out before we find out the hard way.
It seems like there's a coach with every group here.
It does. It looks like that's
the way
the
they're
case.
taking these kids around in carts. That Hudson Sparrow still working here to get out of this. I wonder if
Hudson's got that club upside down and is going to take a hack from the left side here, trying to punch this thing out.
I wonder what his hazard is there.
He's got. So that's that's just he was taking a practice shot there, perhaps to see if that's what he wanted to do. There, he got that one, punched it out of there.
Not start Hudson wanted, however, no place to go now but up.
Yep, and you've got 18 holes, right? There's
do.
the good news today is survive this one, keep that number as low as you can, and start over on hole 3 for him. Our first set of golfers here coming up. Hole number 1, as we'll lose the golfers on 2 over the hill here. I do not. There's a couple of approach shots on 8 behind us, just short of the green. Hole 1, we believe this is Group 1A here in front of us. There are 2 groups on hole 1, 2 groups on hole 10 today to start.
I'm going to sneak past you here, Joe. Grab maybe a safe distance as these guys approach. I'm staying under the tent here to keep the gear dry, so you may see some equipment here as we're doing this.
Group 1A, Central Elkader's Griffin Hammerstein, Dunkerton's Mason Michaels, last year's medalist here at Highland Park at the district meet, Nolan Reeser, North Butler, and Zach Buckham of West Hancock. We watched Zach play last week at Acorn Park at the St. Ansgar Sectional. Played great golf, lost in a playoff.
Yeah, it's just to the right of the tree.
There it is. yeah. Just another hazard on the course, I guess, right?
So this is the 1A group. Now we're watching now. The rain has let up a bit. 20-mile-an-hour wind out of the east. It'll be a challenging day of golf, especially this first hour here. Everybody kind of in survival mode, I would imagine, to start this round. Blue skies to the west, so come on, baby. Because I'm ready for it. I'm not even playing golf and I'm cold.
So you're hoping the wind picks up so it moves it through faster.
Oh, no problem. No problem. No problem.
So Group 1A, don't see anything on the green. Everybody's chipping here to start. Griffin Hammerstein, Central Elkader's freshman, comes in with an average adjusted 9, right at 41. 79 won this event on this course last year. So gives you some idea maybe of what it takes. This is a par 72, I believe, is par here.
Didn't quite catch the fringe there like you wanted to.
Yeah,
and it's a downward sloping green if you're on the backside.
Was trying to land that, like you said, probably just on the top there on the fringe. And
slow it down just a little bit.
Looks like next up, Central Elkader right in front of us here. Really nice shot for Hammerstein. Central Elkader.
Just a delicate chip there. That was nice off the club.
There goes my research. The wind shifted just enough to blow all. So we saved it all. It's the good news. Bad news is it's all disorganized now. Mason Michaels of Dunkerton, Nolan Reeser, North Butler, Zach Buckham is West Hancock. Another nice chip, approach shot there. Is that Nolan there of North Butler? Just on the fringe there, perhaps? I believe it is. The Dunkerton golfer has the stocking cap on as we try to help you identify who's who here. This is...
Switch. I think I thought I was on that.
This is Zach Bukema in the red sweatshirt with the black stocking cap. West Hancock golfer, and he finished second at the St. Ansgar Sectional Acorn Park last week. We watched him hit some tremendous shots last week. Putter in hand. Rolls past the hole. I think that shot was a little quicker coming down that hill than he expected it to be. Hammerstead Central, El Cater, addresses his first putt of the day. Just
didn't quite break as much as he thought it was going to.
Just left. He'll tap in here. He's gonna go ahead and mark it. Smart move, right? Don't rush anything at this point. Early in the day, it's cold. Set it back up. Bukema getting his ball set up for his second putt here.
He's got about an 8-footer coming back.
Hole number 1 here, Highland Park, Mason City District. Newman is the host here. Newman Catholic is the host here in Mason City. The rain continues. Strong east-southeast wind. Tough conditions to start this morning. Bukema. Believe that ball stayed left as well. Did it look like? It's hard to tell from our perspective here, but hopefully you can see it on the camera better than we can live because we're trying to stay dry with the equipment here. This is Dunkerton, Mason Michaels. Makes a short putt, and he'll head to hole 2. Last year's champion here at Highland Park, the medalist, I guess. Nolan Reeser here. Got it. Those of you that play golf know how easy that 3-foot putt is and just how hard that 3-foot putt is at the same time. So good job of Nolan to go bang that one in.
With the cold wind and the rain to it adds a whole nother element for these golfers, especially starting off on the first hole in a downpour of rain, and it kind of sets the tone for the whole round.
Griffin Hammerstead finishes out, and Group 1A is headed to tee box number 2. Good start for this group. The rain has let up a bit. The sky continues to get brighter off to the west, so if they can survive here 15 or 20 more minutes, stay as dry as they can, I think things will brighten up for them.
Checking in on hole 8 here, guys.
Hole number 8. Looks like they're just finishing up back here.
Right. No problem.
Right here.
On hole 8.
If you need to stay dry, you can come back and have a guy spot you.
Hole 8, Gus Walk, Sam Kink, Kyle Kippy and Wyatt Bonema. West Fork, South Winneshiek, South Hamilton, and St. Ansgar there, just finishing up on hole 8. Should we go catch some tee shots here for this 1A group? I don't see 1B. They are just hitting their approach shots here into 1, so we'll take a quick look here onto the number 2 tee box. We'll go back to 8 here while he sets up. There's a little behind the scenes for you. That's what cameraman, the conditions he's battling today. Trying to stay dry, trying to keep the equipment running. And there's his shot for you. Live look at the tee box here. Group 1A on hole number 2, dogleg left, 330. 6-yard par 4, hole number 2. So it's interesting. They all keep everybody's score, right? Kind of a marker for everybody else in the group. Keep your own score. And then each player signs the other player's card at the end of the round. Kind of signing off on it. We all have the same, we all agree with everybody's score. It's a good way to do it. Keeps everybody.
Right now, coaches are kind of going over maybe some strategy for the hole, how they want to play it here. Wind at their back a little bit. It's shifted a couple different times.
It has. So let's talk about coaches here a couple of times. I finally printed off the rules. We had this question. I'm like, I got to know exactly. So there are 2 authorized coaches allowed. They have to designate them before the start of the round. And they can coach basically anywhere except for the green. So this is Hammerston, Central Elkader. Gonna cut that corner to the left.
Got through the trees.
That's going to end up being a good shot, I think, by the time he gets up and finds that one.
Probably not exactly what he wanted to do, but I think it's going to work out for him. It got past that first set of trees. He might have a pretty good look into the green.
Next on the tee box, from Dunkerton, Mason Michaels. Michaels takes the exact same route, and he's going to get through the trees as well on the left side there. Can hold kind of dog leg left here. He'll be in okay shape as long as he has a shot through those trees. Nolan Reeser, North Butler. On the tee box, on 2 here, Highland Park, Mason City. Do you see it, Jordan? I lost it off the club
That
face.
went left again. I believe it got through the trees. That was a little higher. It wasn't a low stinger like the first 2, but I did not see it completely down through those trees.
West Hancock's Bucuma. Driver in hand here on tee box number 2. Bucuma, a whale of a football player and a pretty good golfer, it turns out. We knew what he could do in football. I had not seen him golf till this year. Fairway wood in hand. Correction. I don't believe that was a driver. Straight.
Really
nice
good
shot. Really nice shot. He's in the fairway. Dead ahead. Nice shot. from Zach Buckham at West Hancock. Let's go back to hole number 1 here. I have it switched over to, so this is a live look at 8. So this is the 8 green behind us here. We'll try to catch that when we can, but we're probably going to primarily focus on hole number 1 and the tee box on 2. So let's go back here to the Candle Genius cam. We are watching Group 1B approach hole number 1, green number 1, I should say. Baxter's Vancy, Belle Plains Hoey, Bernard of Turkey Valley, and Muth from West Hancock. So Muth in the red sweatshirt. Which red sweatshirt? I'll let you guess. I know there's 2. The raindrops appear to have stopped. I think it's just the water blowing off the trees now. Conditions have improved. Nice roll there. Really well done. So again, we have Vancy, Staten Vancy, Baxter here, Cooper, Huey, Belle Plain, Nick Bernhard, Turkey Valley, and Briggs Muth from West Hancock. Briggs, we watched him play at Acorn Park last week. He is in the red sweatshirt on the green here. That's him. We will help you out identifying anybody and everybody that we can. It's going to be challenging today with all the sweatshirts. We don't have the normal. Usually you can find a logo on the polo, and okay, we know that's the Belle Plaine logo. Today with all the sweatshirts and the rain jackets and unfavorable weather conditions, it's going to get a little harder to identify.
It's also going to get harder later in the day as we can't keep track on an 18-hole course who we've seen, who we haven't.
Right.
It's going to get a little crazy later.
So we'll always try to identify the group so you know who's in the group. And then obviously, hopefully at home we can get you a good enough camera angle that you can see your golfer. Green number 1 here, Highland Park. This is Group 1A, or 1B, excuse me, coming through here. Their first hole of the day. For those of you just joining us, very challenging conditions. 50 degrees. It poured for about the first 25 minutes of this event. The rain has just let up. Strong east, southeast winds. It's just, quite frankly, it's brutal out here right now. It is not ideal scoring conditions to play golf. Other than the course is soft and the greens are probably somewhat slow. So once they get the reeds down, I think the greens will play very nicely today. Course is in good shape. Soft around the greens.
Blue skies starting to come out, but that wind and the cold temperatures are going to stay around all day long. It will not be a fun day of golf.
Muth from West Hancock. Just left it a little short. Needed a little more pace on that one. But a good roll from there. birds are back to singing, so that must mean the rain's officially over, right? But on the way, again, I think that softer, slower green actually has hurt the last two attempts there. They just needed to hit a little harder than they thought they did. Both of them end up a little short, and it leaked right at the end there, coming down that hill. But we saw Bukema in the first group roll it past 8 feet. So I think we've seen a little bit of both of trying to find the right pace here on the greens to start after it's rained a couple of times here in Mason City to start. Rained before the round started and then rained right as we kicked off here.
You're going to see some golfers make some adjustments, but then as the day goes on and the wind blows and the greens dry up a little bit more, it'll change on them right when they figure it out.
Yep.
They'll have to adjust again.
Exactly right. Putt to finish up there, and we'll get Muth of West Hancock. Briggs Muth. Got it. Group 1B headed to the tee box on 2 here. Highland Park in Mason City. $18-hole course here at Highland Park. I've played it, but it's been a while. It's sort of it's almost 2 golf courses really put together. It plays like that. There's 9 holes that were built in like the 1924, 1925 here, the original 9 that remind me a lot for our St. Ansgar fans of Acorn Park. Tight, a lot of trees, a lot of old established trees. You have to hit it straight here on the front 9. The back 9, almost links style, added later that, and a lot more open on the back 9 here at Highland Park. Really nice course, fun course to play. Part is 72 here. It's like 6,300 yards total. So not a super long course, not a short course, right? Something probably right in that average. The trees on the front 9 are what is challenging here. I think this place opened in 1925 officially with sand greens. I read that last night. Had sand greens to start here until 1929. So they played for 4 years on sand and thought, you know what? Let's just grow grass because that sounds like more fun. All right, while these golfers are close, let's see if we can identify. So the gray sweatshirt is the Belle Plaine golfer here. So, I'm sorry, I should have switched cameras. That's my bad, Eric. Well, you got to go for the ride as he switched. Move the camera for you. But in the gray sweatshirt is the Belle Plaine golfer. We know the red sweatshirt here is Briggs Muth of West Hancock. So we are on hole number 2 here, the tee box on 2. Dogleg left, 336 yards. Par 4.
The first 2 groups that have teed off here basically all have wanted to go left. Try to cut through those trees.
Yeah, they're trying to make this hole shorter, it appears, by going left. And if you can get past those ash trees on the left, I think you got a shot. Same approach. They're not quite as far left as that last group.
Definitely just cutting right across the corner there. That's a really nice tee shot.
That's a great shot. Staden, Vancy, Baxter, Cooper Hoey, Belle Plaine, Nick Bernhard, Turkey Valley, and Briggs Muth of West Hancock in this group here. This is Muth, West Hancock. With the driver.
Nice drive, ran it up the right-hand side of the fairway. Should have a pretty good look in.
All right, we had a spectator help us out here. So the Turkey Valley golfer is in the blue sweatshirt here. So that's your Turkey Valley golfer, Nick Bernhard, which by process of deduction makes this Staden Vancy from Baxter. He's left off the tee. He's gonna need a little draw here. I think he's gonna be all right. He's left of those trees, but as long as he's got a window through there, he won't hate that shot once he gets there.
Yeah, we should have probably came out and played this course.
We probably,
to have a good feel of what everything is.
Absolutely. I bet it's been 15 years since I played here. It's That's Cooper Belplain. Nice shot.
Right down the middle.
Well done. He's on the fairway there. We'll have a good look for his second shot. I'm going to switch cameras here. We're going to go back, give you that live look at the Candle Genius switching his camera. So he's the man on the move. He's going to get his steps in today. So he's going to go ahead and take us back to one here. Back on the green on one. You see a school name on this gray sweatshirt right in front of us here?
Hit the flag.
Hit the flag, did he?
Yeah.
Well done. So this should be the group that started on 18. Aiden Frank of BCLUW, Ethan Franz of Nashua Plainfield, Hunter Jansen, Northwood Kensett, and Hudson Popham of Starmont. We should be able to identify Jansen here.
Jansen's in the blue.
Oh, there
with
he
the
is.
shorts.
Gotcha. Those Northwood kids are tough, wearing shorts today.
He said golf's meant to be played with shorts on.
That's right. What a fun start here. The sun's going to try to come out. So we've had all the weather today. Boy, a little sun would go a long way to improving everybody's attitudes in golf games, probably. Well, that's a great roll from there. He's a little long, but going to go back. Down the hill, have makeable putt from there. Jansen in the blue, Northwood Kensett. Aiden Frank of BCLUW. Franzen, the Husky of Nashua Plainfield, and Starmont's Hudson Popham. They are on hole 1 here. This is group 18. So they started on 18 and back here to 1.
Jansen with a long putt and drops it in that left side of the cup. It just falls in right at the end.
Nice putt.
Check out 8.
Thank you. Yeah, let's go back to 8. We'll switch the camera over here. Get you to... There you go. Switch it back. See, once he gets set here, we'll go back to 8 here. Right behind us, these guys make their tee box, or wait, tee box 2. This is green, the green on hole number 8. I'm guessing, and again, it is just a guess, but that would be our third group back there on hole 8. So they would have started on T4 likely. So our group 18 here is short a golfer, which isn't going to help us figure out who's who. We do know Franzen is in the gray hoodie with the hood up.
And it's not helping us between BCLUW and Starmont. I
Starmont.
see a little yellow, and they both have yellow in their logo.
Yep, they do. Let's see
if we can see his jacket.
Yep. This will be Franzen to tee off first. That group just ahead is still on the green or on the fairway up there. So
Yeah, with that, guys, we don't have a whole lot going on here coming into number 1. Number 8, there's just a little bit of a vacancy here as we wait for these guys to be able to tee off on tee box number 2. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Thank you to our sponsors, our Saints TV sponsors, for keeping this stream free to watch.
This broadcast is brought to you in part by St. Ansgar Chiropractic.
Sometimes I worry.
Sometimes I'm scared. Sometimes I'm overwhelmed.
Sometimes I cry.
And that's okay, because sometimes is not all the time.
Back here live, tee box, hole number 2, Highland Park, Mason City. Jansen with the iron off the tee. He's right. Doesn't like that one. Nothing wrong with that. He's just up against the cart path on the right side.
Again, we'll have a pretty good look into the green on a dog leg left.
I think it hurt his hands more than anything else. I think that's one of those. Jordan, you ever hit a baseball on a cold day off the end of the bat or off the hands?
Get a little bit of a stinger.
Yeah. Your arms are numb all the way to your shoulders. I think that's what that was.
Golf's meant to be played on warm days.
Yeah.
Today is not. Jansen and his his dudes. I noticed that he was golfing in those and at Eggcorn as well. Looks like it went right.
Well struck, but sliced there, yeah. Come on. BC, okay, thank you. We got a logo there on the jacket. That's BCLUW's Aiden Frank, who just teed off. This is Aiden Franzen. Ethan Franzen, Nashua Plainfield. I think there's an Aiden Franzen, too. I don't think I just made that up. I think that's in the memory bank somewhere, but this is Ethan.
I know I've heard that name before.
Familiar foes, Nashua Plainfield Huskies and your Saints. It seems like in every sport we play them, usually multiple times. Fellow top of Iowa East members. He finds the same alfalfa that Hudson Sparrow found with his first shot. Does Franzen.
Hudson was about halfway up through it. Franzen's here on the first third. That's going to be tough to get all the way up and over that first cut.
Provisional here coming for Frank, BCLUW. He thinks he lost that first one too far right, so he went ahead and hit a provisional.
And made sure he was left on this one.
And was left on that one for sure. There's your Group 18 headed down hole number 2. Hole 1, looks like they're about halfway here on hole 1. That would be Group 17 coming our way.
Hole 3, yep.
The Candle Genius is going to get us over to hole 3. Give us a little look over there.
That's the Hudson Sparrow group.
The Hudson Sparrow group. Sparrow, Sogard, Todd, and Schreckengast. We're calling that the baseball group. We've got to give everybody, little nicknames so we can remember it. The sun is officially on its way here. Conditions have improved. At least the sun makes it feel better, and it quit raining. Rough start here. We see a nice 20-footer fall from afar. It was just one of those things, we're far enough away we can't really see the cup, but when the ball disappeared and he did the old Tiger Woods storm at it, you knew that was a nice putt. This is the very first group we saw tee off here on 2. They have made their way to the green on 3. A little bonus coverage here as we wait for the group coming up hole number 1. No one on 8 at the moment. The group that just teed off on 2 is searching for Franzen's ball in the deep, deep, deep rough, the extra rough.
Another good putt over there on 3.
They have the old flat sticks working on the green on 3. Let's see if Hudson Sparrow can keep that rolling. Sparrow's short putt falls as well. And group 2. They update here on to number 2 tee box. The ball has been located. So this is Franzen's second shot here as he's going to try to get out of it. We saw Sparrow need 2 strokes to get out of that. It's feet tall, literally.
Knee high, and it's thick and wet.
Nice job by Franzen. Did he get it all? He did not get it all the way out, though.
I mean,
He's
he
going to
made
get
really
one
good
more.
contact, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Like I said, the tall weeds just kill any club head speed that you have. This is one of those tee boxes you come up on and say, all right, as long as I don't hit it in that, I'm going to be just fine. And then, mentally, that means I'm going to hit it in there.
Well, I'm sure it doesn't help, too. Your clubs are wet when they started off. It's raining on these guys. You can see that.
Yeah.
It's great. The sun is finally coming out right now, but that's tough. How much are you allowed to move anything around the ball as far as?
You can move sticks and leaves as long as you don't move the ball, but you can't improve the lie of the ball. So you can't go in there and stomp all the grass down around that ball to improve your swing.
That's not more, because even as you hit that ball, the grass, like you said, this grass is feet tall.
Yeah.
What's that ball going to do when it's coming off your club as it's hitting that grass on the way out? I know how I play the game, but they don't allow that kind of play here.
No. When you're playing in competition, it's a little different than how I play the game as well, Mr. Sparrow. I agree. Here's Franzen's third here at hole number 2. We've seen this a couple of times today. You get in that tall stuff, and it's really hard to get out. See how shot 3 looks.
Off the club to the right.
He's going to end up very right and potentially out of bounds over there to the right. He's going to have work to do to find that one. And that's, again, you can't get that club face closed coming through that.
That grass catches it a little bit, holds that club face open.
And he sprays right. The group on 1 is headed our way. This would be group number 17. Brock Redrath for your Saints in this group. Brody Harris, South Hamilton, South Winnesheeks, Carver Wenthold, and West Forks, Levi Stout. In Group 17, we'll bring you that action we can. No one on 8 at this point, so there must be a little delay coming off of 7. We haven't had a group on 8 for nearly 10 minutes, it seems.
7's a tricky hole here at Highland.
So
it kind of hits way back in that back corner, and it's a deep ravine up to the green. That's a tough
that
spot.
may be causing the delays.
It may be
what
causing
you're
the
saying?
delays, yeah. But if you're looking for balls, I don't even know. But we don't have coverage down there.
We know it's a challenging.
We
hole.
know it's a challenge. So with that, guys, let's take a quick commercial break. We said that we would earlier, and they came right back at us with teeing off on number 2. But we'll go back to commercial. We'll be back here in just a minute or 2, so don't go anywhere.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe, buying crop insurance was hard. There's a better way to buy crop insurance. You got to get to know Joe.
The
worst place to watch a game is under the bleachers, said a wise fellow named Seymour Butts. With local schools going cashless entry only, you don't want to end up on the outside looking in because you weren't able to buy a ticket. When you add an FSB debit card to your mobile wallet, you'll have an easy, secure way to buy your ticket online or at the gate. So take it from Seymour and stop by FSB today.
The definition of sportsmanship is the quality of showing fairness.
Respect and generosity towards the opposing team and officials. The things you say and do are a direct reflection of your school and community.
Please stay positive and enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game. Enjoy the game.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you know, you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Saints TV's Be a Saint program is a community-driven initiative dedicated to spreading love and support to neighbours in need in St Ansgar. By addressing a variety of needs, from financial aid to emotional support, it creates opportunities for individuals and organisations to make a meaningful difference. Every contribution, big or small, helps transform lives and fosters a culture of kindness and generosity. Together, we can create a brighter, more compassionate community. Visit givebutter.com/beasaint for more information, click the link in this video's description, or simply text Be a Saint to the number 53555. Thank you for being a saint.
I remember personally when I was young watching the guys that were playing sports, basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it was, when they were in high school, and just thinking, I mean, how great they were, and just wanting to be like them when I was older. So yeah, we are definitely always role models for those younger kids, those middle schoolers.
Since 1983, Johnson Oil has been delivering more than fuel. We've been delivering a peace of mind. We know every customer has unique needs, and we're here to meet them with the level of care and attention you won't find anywhere else. We're proud to support the communities we serve and to support lasting relationships built on trust, reliability.
We're back here, Mason City, Highland Park. Starmont golfer there, really well done. Nice up from there. He'll have a putt coming back up that hill. So I'm going to guess that is Hudson Popham from Starmont. I know it's a Starmont golfer. He was not in Group 18. This is Group 17, so they must have just moved him around. So I believe that is, my best guess is that's Hudson Popham of Starmont. Levi Stout, West Fork, Brock Rederath for St. Ansgar, Brody Harris, and Carver Wenthold are the other listed golfers in this group. Do we see Brock? There he is. So we know Brock's in this group.
That's the Saint, always a Saint in the sweatshirt. That's our guy.
Nice chip there. From that right side, just off. A little extra bounce in the step after making that nice approach shot. Well, we've seen some good golf already here. Around the green at one. So we ended up with 5 golfers in this group. due to, yeah, and there's 3 in the last. So we believe this is the missing golfer from 18 is in this group. Popham of Starmont. We know that's a Starmont golfer in the gray. We know that's Brock Rederath in the red.
And we saw that one golfer move out of the first group on our tee box.
Right.
So they went in the 5-some and sent him up. And now we've got a 5-some coming up here.
Yep.
Little confusion.
So, yep, little confusion at the start. And I guess everybody plays the same holes ultimately by the end of the day. So
right. This group just might move a little slower than the rest.
That's right. Would South Hamilton be that maroon color? Is that?
One would assume.
It's our best guess at this point. And once they get here to the tee box on 2, we can usually verify, but I believe that will be the South Hamilton's Brody Harris. So this is the Starmont golfer here in the gray.
You know, for how much wind we've had in the last 4 or 5 days, this course looks really nice. You can tell the grounds crew did a really good job getting everything ready to go. You barely see any sticks or twigs on the ground. They've done a really nice job.
We talked to a groundskeeper as we were setting up. He said he started a little before 6 this morning getting the course ready for this today. Popham's putt stays left, and he'll have a little work to do. 3-footer coming back. Brock Rederath, St. Ansgar, lines up his putt here on hole number 1.
Good roll.
We're doing our best to get you names when we can. We're going to speculate this is the South Hamilton golfer Brody Harris. Pace has been hard for these guys to read to start today. I think that rain has slowed things up considerably. We've seen a bunch of putts do that kind of tail off either left or right at the end. That just needed a little more pace. Easy for me to say from back here. We talked about that last week. When you get the opportunity to read 40 putts on the same green, it looks a lot easier when by the time you get the last golfer, they're like, well, he's going to leave that short, or he's going to roll that past 9 feet because that's what we've seen all day. Rederath, his second putt. He got it, and Popham and Starmont will finish up here on hole number 1. Three teams will qualify for the state golf meet here out of here, as well as 2 individuals not on those 3 teams. Tough lip out there. Took 79 to win here last year. Reserve North Butler won this event with a 79. 2 guys finished with 80 in second place. South Winneshiek had 3 golfers in the top 5 here last year. All 3 guys return from that effort last year. South Hamilton golfer finishes out, and they'll head to the tee box on 2. Well, as they head to 2 here, we're going to try to get you some identify here. We know one of these is Levi Stout of West Fork. And the other's Carver Wenthold South Hamilton. We unplugged it so that we couldn't accidentally, because it was like all glitching around, so we're just going to leave it on.
He's just kind of perfect.
So it was, all of a sudden we were on camera a couple times. We think something different. Oh, I see a Southwind bag. That'll help us. All right, there we go. So gray.
It's nice when their bags are identified.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. The gray hoodie, gray stocking cap is the Southwind golfer Carver Wenthold. We're gonna move camera back here to 2, tee box on 2.
Coach Shannon Bell's walking up with his St. Ansgar golfer.
He looks like he's dressed to go fishing today. Smart man has the.
Had my own truck. I'm staying for the practice round after Macy.
For Macy, sure, yeah. First up on the tee box will be Wenthold of Southwind. Southwind's Wenthold. Driver. Tee box number 2. Starts left. The wind's going to push that back right. Good shot from Wenthold there. Harris, South Hamilton. Loses that one right off the club face. Did you see it land there, Candle Genius? It was right.
I saw him look right, but I did not see where it landed. I have a hard time tracking here with the contrast difference. Right
Yeah, you probably noticed a little bit in our camera shot too. We're going from dark shade here into the bright sun. Levi Stout, West Fork. Nice straight shot. He's in the fairway. Straight ahead. We'll have a good approach shot here on this dogleg left, par 4, hole number 2 at Highland. 335 yards from the blues here. St. Ansgar's Brock Redrath. Ball's left. But right of that row of trees that you want to either get through or stay right of, and he does that. He'll have, yep, he ended up right of those, so he'll have a decent approach shot there. Hudson Popham, Starmont on the box at 2. Well struck. That'll be a good ball. Somewhere in the fairway, we believe, on the left side. Wenthold's going to hit a provisional here. After he lost that first ball right, he's going to hit another one here. In the event he can't locate that first ball, I think he's going to have trouble locating it as far right as it was. So I think that was a good decision there to hit that provisional. Group 17 headed up number 2.
Yeah, the rules here are still something I'm getting used to, Joe.
Yep.
We're getting a chip shot here onto, I think we've got one ball on the number 1 green, chip shot coming in. By the way, Joe, the sun is really nice up here next to this green.
It feels a little better in the sun, that is for sure. This would be group number 16, listed as Gladbrook Rhinebeck's Cole Fleschner, Newman's Austin Cornell, Tripoli Will Blasberg, and Wapsie Valley's Reese Hagenau. I say listed because we've had a couple of instances already of some guys in different groups, but we do have 4 golfers here, so we have the right number. So hopefully that we're on the right track here with our numbers. This group started on 16. Here they are on the number 1 green.
Shot coming on the left here.
That's Tripoli. Will Blasberg. Really tough shot there with not a lot of green to work with off of that side. He's putting, but will have his work cut out for him. This is the Newman Catholic golfer here to our right.
Oh, we got a putt over there I missed.
Austin Cornell, Newman Catholic. Lands that on top the hill nicely, and that's going to feed right down to the cup. Leaves himself 12 feet to finish.
So I got a little clarification from some coaches on why there's a couple groups of 5 out here.
Okay.
One of the teams, one of their upper top 1 or 2 golfers was unable to come today. So they showed up today and had to shuffle around, and they moved all their golfers up 1, which kind of screwed up some of the cards in the clubhouse. So we've got 2 groups of 5 and 2 groups of 3.
Got it. So we'll just adjust as we go. We'll do our best to bring you the right names if we can, but if we struggle, that probably isn't going to help us any. Now we know why.
The sheet we have is pre-changes. So
I follow. So Tripoli here with the orange trim on the black hoodie. Newman Catholic addressing his putt there. So that would leave us a couple of options. We got a Gladbrook Rhinebeck and a Wapsie Valley, both wearing all black. And both have white or gray hats on, so, you know. I do see a logo on one of the sweatshirts here, so we'll get you, as they come to T-Box on 2, we'll get you an identification. This is Cornell, Newman Catholic. Tripoli's Blasberg. With the putt. Got it? Short again from there. We've seen that 4 or 5 times already early in this day.
And those are downhill putts, too.
Yeah.
I mean, so it must be playing really slow compared to what they've done their practice rounds at.
I think you're right on. That was, by the way, now that we see the logos, that was the Wapsie Valley golfer, Reese Hagenau. So Reese has the white hat on, which would mean the gray hat, black sweatshirt is Cole Fleschner.
Take a look here at 8, Joe.
Back.
Just a quick look.
Behind us on 8, a quick look here. We'll try to get you a look when we can. That is the Chase Haugen group, if my eyes don't fail me. I'm used to seeing him with shoulder pads and helmet on, but and I can identify him that way, but I believe that's him. The Forgotten Man. Chase Haugen. Yeah, that was Chase Haugen. The tight end in our offense is often the forgotten man. And man, when they forget him, it sure works well, doesn't it?
It looks pretty.
It does look pretty. Like, hey, we had one more guy, and he didn't block this time for the first time all game.
Lull him to sleep. It's almost like a trick play.
It almost is.
The forward pass.
Yep. It's fun. Fun to watch. And, of course, we've watched enough Saints football the years. We know we're like, here comes. Watch the tight end.
Don't give away the secret.
Yeah, no, it's... and it's funny because you've done enough Saints TV stuff broadcast over the years. Generally, the other coaching staff knows it's happening. They just can't get it relayed in time. They're on the sideline, tight end. Oh, too late, coach.
Too late. By the time they're yelling that, it's too late.
Yep. All right.
And you being the stat guy, you probably, well, they've only thrown to this guy one time in the last 3 years.
Exactly
right.
That's the time. That's the time. Yep. Should we go back to 2, or do you want to stay on 8 here, sir?
No, we're good. There's some chatter going on over here on the right of 8, and there was some digging around here in the weeds. I see 3 balls inside. I wasn't sure what's going on. Let's go back to
Back to 2. T-box on 2. Group 16. They are still looking for that ball off on the right side. We talked about that in the last hole. Gwenthal lost his ball right. They were afraid they weren't going to be able to find it, so he hit a provisional. It looks like they're still looking over there for it. So we do have a little bit of a delay. I don't know if they found it. I see the carts are stopped up there, so perhaps they found it. The tee box on 2 has been a challenge for several guys to start here. Newman Catholic's Cornell to tee off here on 2. Dogleg left, so we've seen a lot of golfers start the ball left. Of course, the wind's pushing it right also. Let's see what Cornell chooses to do here. Plays a lot of golf here, I have a feeling. Keeps it low.
I can't quite tell if that got through or not. I saw one hop in the tall stuff, and then I lost it.
That tall grass has been punishing for the couple of guys who have ended up in it today. Cornell hopes his ball just leaked out the other side, and it might have. We'll find out when he goes to address it here.
It's been interesting to see the different strategies on this hole, trying to go around the corner here, keeping it on the right-hand side, or trying to make the hole a little shorter and cutting through these trees.
Cole Fleshner. Now I see the blue of the Gladbrook Rhinebeck blue underneath. That's how we'll remember that one. Nice straight up the right side.
We'll give him a really nice look coming back into the green there.
If you see those 2 dead ash trees straight ahead there in your camera angle, that his ball is right in between those two trees if you didn't see it bounce. Terpola, Will Blasberg. With driver in hand on par 4, hole number 2. We get a nice hop, and he'll be safe. Straight ahead in the fairway.
Yeah, stays around out of those weeds, which, as you said, have been a problem here for a lot of these guys.
Wapsie Valley's Reese Hagenau. Last up here in group number 16.
I found a way to prop my mic so I can actually be in with you guys now. So.
Awesome.
You're an
Not that anybody wants to hear me or anything.
That did get through.
It sure did. That got through the tall stuff, and Reese will be very happy about that when he goes to find that. So we have our other group of 5 here behind us on 8.
Let's go take a look and see how those guys are doing.
That is the Chase Haugen group. So they started on hole 5. So they have played just 5, 6, and 7. They've played just 3 holes. It is 11:15, so an hour and 15 minutes, and they're just completing their 4th hole here. That we knew there was a delay there. Part of that, I suppose, is the 5 golfers. Part of that is the challenge that hole 7 is. Chase Haugen, Luke Martinson of South Hamilton, Carson Streeter, South Winneshiek, West Forks, Jason Demaray, and then a 5th out of the group, I assume, on 4. I don't recognize. Is Alec Egger? So it's this group plus 1 from either side, right?
I think it was
Starmont. So this would be Sawyer Schley, perhaps, in this group also. As they give up here to 1, we'll try to identify better for you. Chase Haugen, the medalist at Acorn Park last week in this group, was playing really good golf at the right time of year. That South Winds Streeter there.
I hope that amount of time it took those golfers to play 2 holes isn't an indicator on how tough this place is playing today. Because it could be a long day if that's how it's going to work.
For sure. It appears we're going to have another significant delay here on hole 1. No, the group that is coming to hole 1 has not teed off yet.
We've talked about this wind, and we're on the front 9 where it's a lot of trees, kind of hidden, and we can feel it, but that back 9 is going to be wide open. The wind's going to be whipping.
Yep.
It's going to play a lot more difficult than the front, I believe.
It looks like the Newman golfer there in this last group, group 16, Austin Cornell, has found his ball, and it doesn't appear to be. Never mind.
It is.
It is.
It's in the
I saw the weeds come flying off the club face there. So it is in the tall stuff. He does have work to do. He's going to make a club change there. Changed his mind. You not just punch it out of there, right? We've seen that it's really hard to get the ball to come out of there straight.
You got it out?
Just barely. That's how tough that tall stuff is. That thing went straight left and about 15 yards.
That's brutal. That is a brutal place to be for these guys.
And really for the rest of this hole, playing from the left side there right along the trees, that's not ideal with that dogleg left.
Yep.
He might know a way to get to the green from that side, but I would think he's going to have to go up forward into the fairway and just run the length of the trees down to that corner.
Yep. I think you're spot on. From there, you about have to punch it out again now to get it past the corner.
Right. And it looks like that's what he's setting up to do.
Mm-hmm.
Probably kind of hitting that candy cane marker out there, which is 150 yards out.
Nice shot. He got it through that tree, I believe. Or between the 2 trees. Didn't have to go through it. I usually go through it. He's smarter. Went around it.
Yeah, the old 80% air adage just never seems to serve me well.
Nope. 20% is easy to find.
I don't see anyone approaching here on number 1. Take a quick look over here. What's happening on hole number 3? Is that the Brock group, or is that too early for that?
That would be Briggs Muth, and that group involving him. I recognize Briggs over there. So that is the 1B group of Briggs Muth, Nick Bernhard, Cooper Huey, and Staden. Was that a golf ball that came
Small
by
tree.
me? Or a small tree?
I believe it was a small tree.
So branches falling down around us. Sorry for the distraction there. I got distracted in the middle of Staden Vancy's last name. Baxter, Belle Plaine, Turkey Valley, West Hancock. They are in green number 3. A little bonus coverage here, so we wait for our next group on 1 and 8.
Light tap, and in it goes. And that wind is picking up, isn't it, Joe?
Yeah, the wind continues to get worse, and the sun dipped behind the clouds again. 24-mile-an-hour wind now, sustained gusts of 35. Challenging day on the golf course, right at 50 degrees. Feels like 39. And honestly, feels like 19.
I think you're right about that. I think you're right. Well, no activity here on number 1. Let's go back to number 8, shall we?
Let's do it.
Can you identify the group? Not your average
Let's
Joe.
play Can We Identify the Group? So it should be the group that started just behind Chase Haugen's group. Yeah, and that's Alec Ager. That's Alec himself. I see him. Newman Catholic's Alec Ager. Anthony Knack of Gladbrook Rhinebeck. Lugan Bolt Terpola. And Briggs, help us out in the chat if you know how to say this last name. Boehm? B-O-E-H-M-E. My English teacher would have told me that is Boehm, but we know how names go. They don't always follow.
Yeah, and to be 100% clear, we're not checking that chat very often. We're about 30 feet away from the
It's a
computer
good point.
right now.
I was
We'll
just
check
going
it
to say
from
help
time
us
to
out.
time.
I'm going to go look to see if we have any suggestions.
Remember, this is hole number 8. We're checking in from the outside here, chipping on the green.
The green at 8. Alec Ager, Logan Bolt, Anthony Knack, Briggs Boehm. That's Bolt of Terpola. Terpola did us a favor, and they all wore the same windbreaker today. We appreciate that.
We do appreciate that. It's not as easy as basketball, baseball, football, a lot of other sports. Even football, you can't see the kids' faces. We just got nice big numbers to look at. Not true on the golf course.
And BCLUW and Wapsie and Starmont all have the exact same colors. So we're doing our best to get you accurate names. Usually we can identify at least one kid in a group. That's helping us here to identify who's who. I believe that is the Gladbrook Rhinebeck golfer, Anthony Knack with a K.
Really nice putt from that distance.
Terpola is Logan Bolt. as these guys finish up, a request for those of you in the chat, keep it pleasant, right? Play nice for us, please, so we don't have to delete your comment or, kick you out or whatever. We don't have to do that. So please, I appreciate you cheering for your golfer. Make sure you keep it positive for everybody, please. Sound like a plan?
I like it, Joe.
54 comments is the good news.
54.
So we have a little banter back and forth, which I can appreciate. Nothing wrong with that.
Banter's
Keep
good.
it positive.
Keep it positive. That's a nice putt right there.
Really nice putt.
I'm going to take a sneak peek here when these guys are finished up here.
Briggs of Wapsie Valley there in the white sweatshirt, yellow stocking cap. Alec Egger, Newman Catholic.
These beautiful greens look a little cluttered thanks to the wind and rain, but
yeah, they were perfect this morning. The wind has started to litter them. Tough little lip out there from Egger. He's going to finish out. Wanted that one to fall. Anthony Gladbrook Rhinebeck here. Got it. This is hole 8. Logan Bolt, Tripola.
nice
Got it.
finish on that. As these guys are clearing off the green, let's take a look here at the tee box of 8 as they're lining up to drive to the green. Starts right there.
On 8, you're hitting into a pretty stiff headwind here.
Yeah, they really are. We've seen some good drives come from that. Some have been real just short of the green.
The group back there on 8. Zach Thomason of Starmont, Helgeson, Northwood, Kensett, Glazer, Nashua, Plainfield, and Eggers, BC, LUW. Beeman, Conrad, Luscombe? What's the L? I always forget. Union is the U.
Finishing up here on 3 again, a little bonus footage. This is your threesome with our Northwood Kensett golfer.
That's the group that ended up 3 where we expected 4, right? So that would be Jansen, Franzen, and Frank. Jansen, Franzen, and Frank, the law firm of Jansen, Franzen, and Frank on 3.
And the Northwood golfer is, who's the Northwood golfer in this group? Jansen. He had a really nice putt, I think, in one, didn't he?
Yes. Yeah, he hit a really long one.
I'm just a camera guy. I'm trying to remember what's going on, and you guys got all the smart stuff. There you go. Okay. Small lull. I see some activity here in the fairway of 1. I'm not sure it's meant to be in the fairway of 1. It looks like a lone golfer out there. Maybe just a member who decided to come golfing today. Who knows?
Snuck on the front 9 quick.
I think he did. I think so. Oh, let me just sneak in here.
Upset with how crowded it is.
It's so crowded. I'm just gonna. No carts available. So not exactly sure what's happening there, but I don't see any other activity here. on a 1. You got a group approaching hole number 3 off to our right. Jordan Rindle, you golf this course often?
Not very often. I golfed it once in high school, and then 2 summers ago I came out here and golfed it with Mr. Alex Bowl, the AD at Newman.
Yep.
So I know a little bit of it, but not too familiar where I can give you the ins and outs.
I can tell you this hole number 3, I don't know why. I have no idea why. I just can't get a decent drive off this hole. And I've only golfed this course a few times, but it's been trail. I should just skip it. I think I'd be a lot happier through the remaining.
Your score would be way better
holes,
too.
15 holes. Yeah, my score would be a lot better. I heard what sounded like a wood behind us, but well, maybe now's a good time to take a little commercial break here. Looks like the nearest action is way over there, teeing off on 9. So while you watch them tee off on 9, let's take a quick commercial break here. And approaching 8, so we'll be back here with some more footage in about a minute. Don't go anywhere.
It's Saints TV's goal to bring the game to those who are unable to cheer from the stands. Watching the stream is free. Creating it is not. Please consider donating to our cause through our donation partner, Give Butter. 100% of your donation goes directly to the St. Ansgar school system, where it is used for the education of our students, the equipment used to create these streams, and the athletic department so that our students can keep competing in the sports that are near to their hearts. Thank you for supporting St. Ansgar, and thank you for giving butter.
This broadcast is made possible thanks to the generous contributions of the advertisers you see here, as well as the Foundation for the Enhancement of Mitchell County and the Saints Legacy Fund.
Every single job that we do, either one or both of the owners are on the roof overseeing and often installing the products, which is something that we really pride ourselves on and make sure that we're going above and beyond.
Thank you, Patterson Seed in St. Ansgar, for your generous contributions to Saints TV. For more information on how Patterson Seed can help you get higher yields, contact Mike Patterson at mike@pattersonseed.com.
Mitchell County Substance Abuse Coalition creates awareness of the impact of substance abuse and encourages change through collaborative prevention efforts. MCSAC meets on the fourth Tuesday of each month at 4 p.m. at the Mitchell County Courthouse in Osage. We are looking for new members to join the coalition to work together to build healthy communities within Mitchell County.
Getting vaccinated not only protects one person from getting sick, but it also helps to prevent spreading the disease to others. Call Mitchell County Public Health at 641-832-3500 for all of your vaccination needs.
Did you know the EJ has an app available to download in your app store for free? We can't wait to hear how you like it. Search Enterprise Journal and look for our logo, you know the one, or scan the QR code below. It's so easy, even a child could do it.
The Canine Cabin Kenneling and Pet Services proudly supports our Saints athletes. Thank you Box K Beef and Freeman Welding for your generous contributions to keep this stream free to watch.
It's been a wonderful experience having our kids come to We Saints.
Each child is taken care of like they're our own kids.
I'm really excited.
Thanks to We Saints Daycare. St. Ansgar State Bank helping them out with that advertisement. Welcome back here. Highland Park Golf Course, Mason City. State qualifier here. The wind continues to howl 30 plus miles an hour. We have Brady Christensen, Northwood Kensett, Jagger Timmerman, Starmont, Cal Levi, Nashua, Plainfield, and Carter McCready, BCLUW. Approaching the green here on hole number 1. This is Christensen. Bump and run.
Flag
he wanted less run there, but
stays on.
Does stay on. The sun's trying to make another appearance. It would be welcome here in Mason City, Iowa. If you're just joining us, it rained for the first half an hour or so of this event this morning. Strong east-southeast winds and right at 50-degree. Real feel significantly under 40 degrees. It feels like a winter day here in Mason City.
I had to scramble to get my fall football coaching bag out with all my warm gear in it. I would have never thought I had to wear that at a golf event.
Right. Oh, hats off to these kids. They putting a good effort forward here on a tough day. We were talking off mic here. These are the days where us adults just say, we're just not going to play golf today. These kids don't have a choice. They're powering through. Looks like Christensen will go first here. Do we only have 3 golfers in this group? Is this one of the groups that...
I think this is one with 3 in it.
Okay,
I'm not seeing any hiding behind a tree.
We'll have to see which one we don't have here today. If we can... well, it would be Starmont, right? That is the...
You got black and gold. So is there a PCLUW ball?
Yeah, there is. Yep. So I think that would be McCready in the black and gold.
Yep.
Got a gold hat on.
Unofficially official?
Unofficially McCready. Educated guess. So that would make... Obviously, we know Christensen in the blue, Northwood Kensett. He has putter in hand. Leaves that just right. And we've seen this. This is Levi here, Nashua, Plainfield. Best guess, anyway. Coming down the hill here, we've seen this putt being left short a lot today, which I think the downhill and the slow is really... We see it again. It's fooled the boys today. that downhill but slow surface with the rain. A couple of rain showers this morning.
They're all pretty hesitant and don't want to blow it past the hole, but the green's playing extremely slow so far. And it'll be interesting as the wind keeps picking up throughout the day and the greens dry out. It's going to speed up a little bit.
Yep. Christensen, Northwood Kensett.
Just left.
It is incredible. I hope you can even hear us. The wind's probably just howling into my mic. Our apologies. It is very windy and getting worse. McCready, BCLUW. Gets that one to find its way in. Now our tent is starting to shake around us here, Candle Genius. We got this thing strapped to the golf carts, so if the golf carts blow away, we've got bigger problems, we decided. Back here on 8, live look here at the green on 8. This is group number 3. Helgeson, Glaser, Eggers, and Thompson. 4 very good golfers in this group.
I don't feel sorry for myself anymore, Joe, for being chilly. Gentleman out there wearing shorts.
Wearing the
short
shorts.
sleeves. Doesn't seem uncomfortable at all.
Nope.
I've got work to do. Shall we head to the tee box on number 2?
Let's go to 2. Candle Genius, I see we have an offer of a Starbucks delivery in our text messages. I'm about to take them up on that.
I don't know where it's coming from, but I'll take it from anywhere. Really?
Yeah. We got that.
That's solid.
Sweet Janet has said she would bring us
man.
some Starbucks. So Janet, if you're out there, I don't know if I have time to text you back, but yes, anything
yes,
at this point, warm liquid.
The giant one.
Christensen. Tee box on 2. Uh-oh.
Right off the face, out of bounds.
So he'll go to the bag, try to reset, and get to golf ball number 2.
That'd be shot 3, right? Is that how the rules work on that?
That's correct. Nashua Plainfield. Cal Levi. If you start a ball right here, you're going to lose it. Yeah. It's just the wind is howling across the flat right there that they're hitting into and pushing balls right.
Yeah, if you have any type of a slice at all, you better start it way left.
Yep. And the whole dog leg's left as well.
Yeah, this hole plays really hard. You got this wind coming straight across on this first part, and then you turn the corner and you're going right into the wind.
This hole's playing much tougher than it is today, yes. I have a feeling.
Ooh. And that's going to find itself in the tall stuff.
So McCready, Carter McCready, BCLUW, will have work to do to find that one and then to try to get it out of there. We've seen that multiple times today.
Christensen hitting 3, aiming left. He'll like that one. Right down the right-hand side of the fairway. It's going to leave him a really good look back into that green.
Yep. He won't like that that's going to be 4, but it's a
great recovery.
A great recovery. And honestly, probably ends up better than the guy in
A lot
the
better,
long
yes.
stuff
Yes.
short.
If you're trying to hit 2 out of the grass, I'd rather be hitting 3 out of the tee box.
For sure. For sure. Well, a lull on 1 here again, it appears, but we do have a group. So I think what's happening on 8 here behind us is that wind is pushing balls into that into those trees out of bounds on the right is what's happening. And so everything's on the right side there. This is the Hudson Sparrow group coming up 8 if we want to try to get a look at that.
And the problem with this one is if it's close to being out and the kid doesn't hit a provisional, they go up there and can't find it. They've got to walk all the way back. And that could be what's slowing a few groups down, because we've seen some take a while on this hole.
For sure. We have 2 balls on the green and Hudson Sparrow going for a walk. Let's hope that means that's his ball on the green.
For a ball. Look at us, like, did you see a ball come through?
And we were not watching this
No,
hole.
we were looking the other way.
We are allowed to help him look, so.
Okay.
I didn't see anything come through.
So, I think we have found it.
Coach almost steps on it.
Ball has been located.
Turns out that's
Hudson Sparrow
unless it's
hole
stuck in a hole in
high.
the ground, that seems like a pretty decent spot.
About hole high.
As it turns out, he's going to like that
I
ball
think
now
he
that he
will.
found it.
As long as he can get it out of there.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
Don't know why he about stepped on it. And didn't see it, but hopefully
I was going to say, from where he was
hitting.
hitting from, he wouldn't be able to see that landing zone. It's sitting up on top of a hill.
Hudson Sparrow from St. Ansgar. Sogard, South Hamilton, Todd, South Winneshiek, Nolan Schreckengast. Of the Western Fork of the Cedar River, we learned is what West Fork stands for. Didn't know there was a West Fork of the Cedar River. Now you do.
Not the shot Sparrow wanted.
The camera curse continues for Hudson Sparrow.
I'm guessing that ball was in some pretty thick grass
think it was.
laying down,
Yeah,
because
the
they
fact that
walked right past
they
it the
did.
first time.
Yep. That's why I'm wondering if that was in like some sort of hole or something that was sitting low and couldn't tough to get a club under. And I say that shot sure felt like that was the case.
Yep.
Bonus coverage here. The green at hole 8.
They're searching. Oh, they're doing a drop over here.
Looks like that's his second drop.
That's Todd from South Winneshiek.
So he must have been playing an unplayable lie, would be my guess.
If you guys recall,
that is not Todd down there. Todd's up here, so that would be Nolan Schreckengast of West Fork is up here, right? That's Todd. That's Sparrow. So that has to be South Hamilton's Landon Sogard down there. The red on his hat threw me off.
Might be red, orange.
see if we can get that shot for you.
Just going to roll off the other side and hit that second cut.
That kind of disappeared into that second cut. That looks thick.
Thick on this side. Hudson learned that on that last shot. This one's sitting up a little better. We can see the top of the ball this time. Last time we couldn't see any of the ball.
I'd be interested, does he play it into that front of the ridge here? Does he try to get it up and over and stop it in time? He goes up and over.
Hit the pin. Does not. It's past. So
no one approaching here on hole number 1 if you're watching for that. So we're going to stay here with hole number 8.
So that was West Fork's golfer that was dropping down there and hit it across. So we misidentified there. Let's correct here. In the light gray sweatshirt with the stocking cap is South Hamilton's Landon Sogard. So chipping here is West Fork's Nolan Schreckengast. The putt, though, coming from Braden Todd. Leaves that short. So Todd is in the gray stocking cap and light red shirt. This chip right there, that's West Fork. Nolan Schreckengast, not happy with that. We talked about how thick that is, and there's more proof. Hudson Sparrow has the bright red sweatshirt and the white hat. And this is South Hamilton with the putt. Nice run from there for Sogard. We're on the green at 8 here. A little bonus coverage as we wait for our next group to come up, hole number 1. Schreckengast from West Fork. Trying to find a way around, not stepping in anybody's line to get his ball marked here. He's going to go ahead and finish out. Schreckengast finishes. Hudson Sparrow with an 18-foot putt here on 8. Braden Todd, South Winneshiek.
I'm going to run up to the clubhouse quick, talk to Bull.
Runs that one just past. South Hamilton Sogard makes the 2.5-footer. Todd's putt falls. And Hudson Sparrow to finish out. Sparrow does just that, and the baseball group will head to the tee box on 9. The wind continues to howl. We have a little downtime here again as the group coming up 1 appears to just be hitting their second shots. The course a little congested here mid-morning. Looks like we've
two-way
got
traffic on the narrow path here. Carts coming through.
more spectators than I imagined there would be, considering the conditions.
I agree. And from up here, do we have a vantage point for T-box number 7? And can we see the hole for number 7?
That is number 7 there behind us, isn't it?
It should be.
And I see the flag over there. I don't know if you can see it on your screen,
Flag, yeah. That is interesting. Well, we see some activity. It's a little ways out yet here, heading toward hole number 1. With that, maybe we can perch ourselves up here and see these guys tee off.
Question in the chat about scores there, Mr. Candle Genius. And no, we do not know scores. And that's part of the
magic.
The magic, yeah, of district golf here in Iowa is these guys don't really know other than their own group. So it's that mental game of you're playing against yourself, right? Really, we don't know them. The kids don't know them. They don't post them up at any point. So until we get all done, we won't know who's where here today.
It's a little bit like if you're watching the stream, right? You get to see this little snippet. It's 18 holes. We get to see a hole, maybe a little bit more than a hole of each player. And it's almost like, let's equate it to what it would be like if this were a basketball game, Joe. If this were a basketball game, you're going to see that slam dunk, and you're going to make an assumption of what the final score is going to be based on that. Or you're going to see that missed layup, and you're going to make an assumption of what the final score is going to be, and it's anybody's guess. Obviously, we get to see one snippet, one moment of the day here. And it's obviously you can't determine how the day is going to go for anybody based on what we see here, but we hope that we get a chance to highlight everybody who's playing today. That's kind of our goal here on Saints TV. Teeing off on number 9 here, same group we just saw on the green. Yes. If you're,
are you hungry or thirsty or both?
Yes. So the answer is yes. Did we talk with Jordan on that? How's he doing?
He ran to the clubhouse. He's coordinating the scheduling of the top of Iowa East Conference junior high track meet, which is being held in St. Ansgar tonight. And there's some discussion about how we're going to do that with the weather at home. So he needed to go do a little official business with the other ADs that are here today to say, what do we want to do tonight? Do we want kids out in the rain and the 40 degrees, or are we going to do something different? So no official answer yet. If you're wondering at home, if you are following along and you might be headed to that top of Iowa junior high golf meet tonight, or junior high track meet tonight at home in St. Ansgar, there's decisions being made now on whether or not that event will occur.
Well, you'll probably hear it here first on Saints TV, since probably the main decision maker is helping us out on the golf course today. I believe we're going to get to see him tee off here on 3, Joe. I'm going to jostle the camera a little bit. I apologize. I'm trying to get a little higher vantage point in case it's advantageous.
The tee on 7, is that correct?
Yep.
And this is widely considered the hardest hole here?
It's a par 3.
But it's a bogey machine.
It's
is
a
my
bogey
understanding,
machine, yeah.
right?
Don't fuck the camera there.
Or a bogey causing machine.
It's deceptively far.
It's one of those, you never have enough club.
I just don't ever hit the green on this one when I'm playing it myself. And I think, oh, that's a pretty good shot. And then it somehow lands like halfway there. It's like, I don't even know how I misread that so badly. But it happens. Well, we're not really able to capture a whole lot here from them teeing off, but we do see them approaching.
Let's go. Should we go back to 1?
Yep, we'll go back to 1. And I love the vantage point here, Joe, on hole number 8 on the green, but I got a feeling
you're not in
balls
danger on
floating at me here pretty soon. So.
you're not in danger on 6 yet, but you will be.
Apologies from Jocelyn.
This is the Vroom group here. Coming up one, Jackson Vroom. St. Anne West Hamilton's Connor Deppe. D-E-P-P-E. Help us out if you know. Winnings of South Winneshiek. And Ramby of West Fork.
Got a ball on the green already. Joe, which group is this?
The Vroom group. So we got Jackson Vroom back there in the white hat, in the
All
bright red. We have, and the other red, I believe, would be South Winneshiek's Matson Winnings, West Fork's Aiden Rembe, and Connor Depp, South Hamilton.
We have 1, maybe 2 balls coming our way.
And this is a group of 5 again, is it not? Do I see 5 golfers?
I'm going to maybe move behind this tree. I don't want to be an obstacle
So
for him.
our
either.
list is not going to be complete here for this group. It looks like this is one of the groups with an extra. Had that today. Had to reshuffle after a golfer was unable to play today, so they had to change some pairings, and there's a little confusion. So we ended up with a couple of groups of 5 and a couple groups of 3.
Apologies for the rough camera here today. I'm doing my best to try and keep it level, which means I'm not using it more as a monopod. But with that wind gusting, it's throwing me and the camera around quite a bit.
That's how much the wind is gusting here at times. It is challenging.
We're on the back side of the green as these golfers approach.
This is Timmerman, Starmont. Nice approach shot there. Almost hits that other ball. Avoids that. Jackson Vroom up next, it appears.
Is there a rule on that if it hits the other ball?
Well, there is.
There is when they're putting, I know.
When they're
but what
putting,
about
and
when
I don't
you're
know
chipping
about,
in?
yeah, it's a great question. I don't know about that either. When it happens when I play golf, we just laugh about it and move on. But I think these guys have to do something different than we do.
I think you're right about that. Jackson.
Usually I claim I was aiming for that ball, just to make it feel like that was the shot I was trying to make. Jackson Vroom. Be right, as they say. Good shot from
Hard
there.
to control the depth. That one gets past.
He's got a 20-footer back downhill that he's going to leave short. We've seen it all day. I don't think anybody's made the hole from there.
Well, you go back to Christensen, his last shot here. He was just a couple feet from that green, but the wind gusted as he hit it.
Yeah.
And you could tell it impacted. I think it cost him a stroke. Just when he hit that ball, it cost him a stroke. And are we all on? We got 1 chip coming in.
Jackson Vroom got the Saints TV memo and wore a shirt with his name and number on the back. We appreciate that guy.
That's just a fine Midwest upbringing. Thank you, Chris, Sheila, for raising this kid properly.
Try to get you confirmation, but I believe that's a West Fork golfer there that we just saw take that shot. It's my best speculation.
On the hat. Let's see if the hat tells us
Yeah.
anything. 49ers. He's here from San Francisco.
He's San Francisco's own. I think also West Fork's Rembe, I think. Again, we'll get you clarification as soon as we can here. What about the logo on the other red sweatshirt? Can you get me that? When after we get past this blue golfer here.
We got a chip here.
Who I think is a South Hamilton golfer. Again, we're speculating. But it's my best guess for you. Nice chip.
That's a beauty.
That is a beautiful, beautiful shot.
Let's get that logo for you. It does say West Fork on that.
On the bright red. Okay,
Yep.
thank you. So that's
Basket.
Rembe then, which means South Winneshiek in the black with the red stocking cap.
I'm going to scoot up here, get a little better
Okay.
shot for you, Joe.
Rembe. Of West Fork, the long putt coming here. Leaves it just right. Started it right, it stayed right. Timmerman of Starmont. Long putt, sort of for that same area. Oh, great putt from there. Just short.
Needed a gust.
He'll tap it in here. Really nice up. Jackson Vroom for the Saints. Tricky downhill into the wind. Gonna break from left to right. And he left it short. Great putt. Again, we've just seen it over and over again. It's just really hard to hit that one firm enough. Had the right line. Just needed a little more pace. Winnings here from South Winneshiek. Little 5-foot tricky putt. Stays out to the right. Number 1 green has been challenging. Granby, West Fork. Finishes here on hole 1. A challenging day here at Highland Park in Mason City. And District Boys Golf, the chance to advance to the state golf tournament next week in Waterloo. This group started on hole 14. So just their 6th hole of the day. And we're about 2 hours into this thing. South Hamilton's Connor makes that putt. Southwind finishes up with Winnings, who finished in the top 5 here last year in this event. They'll head to the tee box on 2.
What's your confirmation?
Deppy. Is his
Deppy?
last name. Deppy.
Deppy.
D-E-P-P-E is Deppy.
Perfect, man.
Yep.
Nice
So
work.
we just want to make sure we're getting last names right.
Leave it to Joe.
So we're going to follow this group to the tee box on 2.
Yeah, it looks like that group that we saw teeing off on 3 is moving to 8. So we'll see some more activity here on number 8 green. Once again, I'm sure, once these guys get done teeing off. We see some more coming at us here on 1.
So I was just doing a little. These guys have only played 6 holes. We're 2 hours, 10 minutes in. It's going to be a very long day in the cold weather.
Yeah.
You know, and I think obviously the cold weather and the tough conditions, I think, affect the pace of play as well.
Yeah.
So it's
They need to remind
at
me.
least you get to stay out here a little longer.
True.
When the
Well,
conditions are this challenging.
I'll tell you what it gets me thinking about is battery life. And for most sporting events, we'll take a break from talking here. while
This is West Fork. Aiden Rembe of West Fork. On tee box number 2, 336-yard, par 4, dogleg left here. The wind pushes the ball right significantly on this hole. Do not want to start a ball to the right side. Beautiful shot there if that gets through. And it does just that. I think he's going to be on the far side of those trees and have a shot at the green in 2.
That might be the best shot of the day, keeping it beneath the canopy of the trees. Playing the wind here with a very slight slice on that.
Well done.
That's a great shot.
By Aiden West Fork. Jackson Vroom for St. Ansgar.
Vroom using a wedge here.
Vroom with a smart shot there. Going to have a great look at it. 150 yards out. Smart play by Jackson Vroom.
I was talking to St. Andrew's future superintendent, Tony Hyatt, who referenced the way to play this course is just hit it straight. Don't try and
Don't
be
get
a
cute.
hero out here. Just hit it straight and you'll be just fine. Got these golfers already on hole number 1. These guys came in here really quick. What group is that, Joe?
This is Starmont here. Timmerman. Connor Deppy, South Hamilton, next up on the tee box. The group behind us is on the green on 1. Gladbrook, Rhinebeck's Mathern, Johnson of Newman, Bruns of Tripola, and Oldfather, Wapsie Valley. On the green on 1, we'll bring you that next after this tee shot here. I guess we have a couple tee shots to go, don't we?
Is that right?
Dappy with a beautiful shot.
That's a great shot.
Up the left side. As long as it stays out of that tree, I think it does. He'll roll up there and have access to the green here on their dogleg left.
These guys are working fast on hole 1.
You want to stay here with Winnings, or do we want to go to the green on 1? Let's stay
he's-
here.
Yeah, he's about to tee off here. Let's get this, and then we'll go see him finishing up here on 1.
Sounds good. Matson Winnings, South Winneshiek. Great ball.
It's a great ball.
He's going to be in a similar situation as Deppy.
All right. They're approaching
That's-
the cup here on 1 already.
So
let's go take a sneak
Mathern,
peek at
Johnson, Bruns, and Oldfather. This group here, back to the green on one. This is Hayden Johnson, Newman Catholic, with the putt coming up. Makes the putt. This group playing quickly. All four finish up with short putts. They'll head to the tee box at 2. Wind check, 37-mile-an-hour gust.
Oh my goodness.
55 degrees.
55. Well, it feels like 15, Joe.
It does. You were correct, sir.
So that group really moving fast.
Yeah.
They're going to have to wait for this group of gentlemen to get out of the way.
But all 5 drives on that hole looked pretty good, so hopefully that will help them. They don't have to do a bunch of searching in this group. Nobody's in the short stuff.
Agreed. And we're glad we have our tent tied down, aren't we, Joe?
Yes, we are.
You see it trying to walk on us.
Let's
get a little behind the scenes and look at that tent.
Trying to blow away, and this is the least windy spot on the entire course is right here underneath this tent.
Because it really is.
To show you, I think that's just more proof of how challenging the conditions are here. We said 79 won this event last year. Does 85 do it this year? I mean,
I don't know.
It might.
You'd have to have a whale of a day. You'd have to understand how that wind is working and make it work in your favor. Let's take a look here at the approach on 8.
And the second 9's going to be more difficult for these guys than the front 9 was. We thought the wind, or with the rain to start, it couldn't get worse, but the wind has doubled here in velocity in the last 45 minutes. I think this course is going to continue to get more difficult.
Yeah, I think you're right. We talked earlier about how number 8, hole number 8, we're looking at right now, the approach to hole number 8, the green, that a lot of these golfers are coming in from that treed side, as you see here, because of how that wind is operating. It's a pretty nice chip. If it stays on the green, it'll be helpful. And it does.
The AD himself, Mr. Jordan Rhino, back in action. We'll see if we can get a live on-air decision here.
Were you wearing that earlier? Is that? Oh, it's 2-piece.
Yeah,
I thought it was one.
This is football coaching.
Oh my goodness!
Like rain gear. They don't mess around with those football coaches. They do it right. They do it right.
You got a lot of respect for
yeah,
those guys.
they get a lot of opportunity. All right, so this is Group 1A headed at us here. Central Locators, Griffin Hammerston, Dunkerton's Mason Michaels, Nolan Reeser, North Butler, West Hancock, Zach Bukema. I don't see Zach. Do you see Zach? I see Zach's coach.
What's going on back? Like, we can zoom in here. There's something happening back here. Are we looking for?
I see a sweatshirt back there in the thick stuff.
Okay.
Perhaps he's waiting for these guys to tee off. I think maybe he may be on 7.
Oh, okay, yeah. I see what you're looking at.
Let's saying his ball might be in the 7 fairway there, and there's somebody on. There's a group on the tee box on 7.
I think that's what you're looking at. We see a dark sweatshirt back here. I hear some teeing off going off here at number 2. Let's take a look at that.
Johnson, Newman Catholic, just teed off. Really nice straight ball. He's in the fairway. This is the Tripole golfer in this group, Tyler Bruns. Bruns, nice shot there as well. I think he'll be happy with that when he gets up there. Again, this is a doglegs left here. This is 2, the tee box on hole number 2 here, Highland Park in Mason City. Wapsie Valley's Aiden Oldfather here. Nice shot.
To the right of that tree right there.
Yep. This group has played with pace. They are not messing around. I like it. I like it. That's the kind of group you want to play behind on a Sunday morning.
You got it.
Austin Mathern, Gladbrook Rhinebeck with the iron in hand here. Nice safe shot. Smart. And effective and well executed.
This is the kind of group, Joe, that typically ends up playing behind me on the Sunday.
Right? And they're wondering why I'm so slow. I hear you, man. Should we go back here to the green on 8?
Let's do it. To the green on 8.
So this is Group 1A. Their 8th hole of the day. Hammerston, Central Elkader, Michaels of Dunkerton, Reeser North Butler, Zach Bukema. So this is Bukema's ball here. That he was playing from the other side. His tee shot was a bit errant, but it looks like he did a nice job of taking it. He'll be on the fringe here. This Bukema, that's the ball you see right in front of us. Reeser in blue for North Butler, Dunkerton, Mason Michaels. He's in black there to your left. And in white, Central Elkader's Griffin Hammerstead. It appears as though Bukema, with the wedge here from the fringe, will be first up. Or is Reeser going to go from the other side? No, Reeser does have putter in hand, so Bukema will go here. Reeser's ball is just marked, so I couldn't see it. Zach Bukema, West Hancock. You're on the green on 8. Bonus coverage here as we wait for our group on 1.
I'm finding that a lot of the communication between the boys on these teams is nonverbal.
A little nodding.
Yeah.
Michaels from Dunkerton. Bukema's going to pull the pin for Michaels. We're going to call this a 19-foot putt. I think it's probably more like 25.
19, huh?
But 19 sounds more precise.
It does sound like you know what you're talking about.
Good up from there, leaves it left and long. Have a 4-footer coming back.
Tough to see the hole from here.
Group 1A here. We've seen them a couple of times. Michaels and Mark and Reeser. And the all blue coming right at us here. And the green on 8. Reeser just, again, pace. We just haven't seen it yet today, where you're leaving a lot of balls short on both greens. Yeah. I think all the rain this morning have slowed these greens down considerably. I'm sure most of these guys played a practice round or two here over the last 3 or 4 days. You can tell they're expecting the greens to be a little faster.
Getting some balls on
that
the
group
number
on-
one green. So we're going to move over there here in just a moment. Let's take a look at this putt, and then we'll head over that
Sounds
direction.
good. This is Zach Bukema.
A little bonus coverage here on Saints TV, hole number 8. Bukema for par and a shared lead. I don't know that either of those things are true, but I've always wanted to say that.
Bukema leaves that one short. That green is playing very slow here this afternoon. Let's go back to the green on 1 where we have BCLUW's Adam Frank, Tyler Zimmer, Nashua Plainfield, Braden Hepner, Northwood Kensett.
Conversation about the rules here. We missed it, not sure exactly what happened.
Frank, BCLUW at the chip. Well, that's definitely not Frank. So we're going to figure out. It looks like we adjusted groups again because this group is missing a Starmont golfer, it appears. So that's Northwood Kensett's Hepner in blue. Now we got it. Tyler Zimmer and BCLUW's Frank. Zimmer, Nashua Plainfield. Leaves that putt short. Nice roll there. That group will finish up on 1, head to the tee box on hole number 2 here at Highland Park in Mason City. Cold, chilly, windy, wet for the first hour or so. The rain has quit, and they're supposed to have a window here. They're saying 5 o'clock before the next series of showers comes. At this pace, we're going to be pushing 5 o'clock.
Going to be. You know, a lot of what we do out here, Joe, is on battery power, and a lot of the batteries that we have have an amazing 6-hour battery. I think that's gonna push us a little bit.
This may be a 7-hour event, sir.
Yep. Our microphones are one of them, so I have some backups. We'll see how that goes, but we'll keep an eye on things. Apologies if we have anything cut out on us. We'll stay with us if it does.
Yeah, we'll be right back. If it happens, we'll try to avoid it, but if it happens, we'll.
That's a great drive. Look at that. That's from hole. That is from the tee box, number 8. No idea who hit that. That thing bounces on the green and then just rolls off.
Would be the
That's a par 4.
1B group. So Hoey, Vancy, Bernard, or Muth would be your options here on this.
It's a short
1B
par
group.
4, right? 8, I believe that's correct. I don't
Yes.
have a scorecard on me.
There's your live look at hole 8.
Red sweatshirt, teeing off. And a wind blowing me as I try and get this camera up in the air. Another drive coming our way.
Looks like that group is ready on the tee box on 2 here behind us.
All right.
Zimmer, Nashua Plainfield. The driver, he's left, but safe. You cannot go right here. Left is safe, or right is out of bounds. And the whole dogleg's left, so you want to be left. North of Kensit's Hepner in blue here, we believe. Just based on the blue alone, right? About has to be.
Yeah, that's the second Northwood Kensett threesome that we've seen, isn't it?
It is.
Most groups are 4. We've seen some 3s and 5s, but I think both Northwood groups that we've seen so far are 3s.
Great shot there. He's going to draw that right around the left, around that big tree that you see straight ahead, and he'll have a nice angle to the green from there. BCLUW's Adam Frank. Another really nice shot, dead center. He's going to leak a little right. The wind pushed it, but he's going to have a great shot at the green from there. And we'll send that group off as the rest of Group 1B continues to tee off here on 8 behind us. We've seen one ball fly the green already here at 8. And then there's a group coming up 1 as well.
Mr. Hendrickson, this is Jordan Rindle. I've had better days, I can tell you that. Both east and west side unit conference
We believe this is Group 1B coming at us here on hole 8. Little bonus coverage as we wait for the golfers to come up 1. 1B is Baxter's Standing Vancy, Belle Plains, Cooper Huey, Turkey Valley's Nick Bernard, and West Hancock's Briggs Muth. Of course, we watched Briggs play last week here live on Saints TV at Acorn Park. Had a nice round. Advanced to today's meet here at Highland Park in Mason City. Cold, windy, wet here. Challenging day on the golf course.
It is all those things, Joe. You got a group approaching
Back to
here on 1.
So I believe this will be another group of 5 coming at us.
That's a great chip. I'm going to say maybe 150 yards out. That baby's right on the green. Great opportunity to putt.
If I'm right about this group, I think this contains a Griffin Haugen from your Saints, a Michael Carlson of South Hamilton, Jackson Goltz, South Winneshiek and West Fork's Braylon Schreckengast, Baby Shrek, as we call him.
Baby Shrek.
Since, you know, he's the younger brother of the other Shrek.
That makes sense. You want to run that camera for a second? I'm getting a call here, Joe.
Good luck, sir. Again, green at number 1 here. Approach shot. I'm going to go up and see if I can confirm that this is the group I suspect it is here. And I think that shot was Griffin Haugen's, that one that we saw roll right there onto the green, the ball on the green.
Well, that's a red.
Doesn't Griffin wear that camo hat to throw us off, right?
Well, it was whoever's wearing that red jacket, or the red top, black bottom, who's walking toward it.
It looks like a Griffin Haugen walk.
You say it does or doesn't? I'm not sure anymore. These kids grow out so
They
fast.
do.
Joe.
They do.
Yeah, it does look like
You bet.
Griffin
I see a
Haugen.
Haugen on the back, so I believe that would be Griffin style.
We got one ball here.
This is Schreckengast right here to our left that the camera's on.
Who is hitting? I see.
If it's a white golf bag that says Southwind on the side, it's a Southwind guy.
That's over
but
here.
it is not. I think
That's over here. Maybe chipping now.
Yes, that is a Southwind bag. So
Okay.
it's Jackson Goltz.
Is this a group of?
Is your
It's
Southwind
maybe group
golfer.
5, doesn't it, Joe?
This is a 5. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So there's a Baumgartner from Starmont, Caden Baumgartner in this group as well. And I believe that's the aforementioned Baumgartner right there that just struck that golf ball, which then leaves South Hamilton's Michael Carlson, who's hitting this shot right here. He's rolling up right by the pin. Really
missed the
nice
shot. Was that on the
shot.
left?
Really nice shot.
We got one here on our left.
Schreckengast, Braylon Schreckengast, West Fork. Very nice up
Wind
for
is
him.
unkind.
Lands it on that fringe and rolls out nicely.
Pink hat on the right, Joe.
That would be the Southwind golfer, Goltz.
Is everybody on?
Everybody's dancing.
I will move up to get you a better shot.
All right. We are at the green on number 1, Griffin Haugen Group. Baumgartner, Schreckengast, Goltz, Carlson, and Haugen. Starmont's Baumgartner. We'll putt first. Great roll from there, leaves it just short.
putt.
We've seen that repeatedly here at 1. Really hard to, with the pace of these greens, to get the ball to the hole here. It's downhill, wind in your face. Doesn't feel like you have to strike it that hard, but it needs more than you think here today. Griffin Haugen of St. Ansgar, after hitting a brilliant approach shot here. Oh, that just rims out for Griffin Haugen. Hill mark reset here. Smart move by Haugen to collect himself after just missing what I'm guessing would have been either a birdie or a par putt. We haven't seen many long putts go in here. That's as close as we've gotten at anything more than 4 feet here on one. Like I said, almost everybody leaving it short. Westfork's Schreckengast. Next up. Schreckengast gets it past the hole, leaves himself 6 feet coming back. Challenging putt coming back up that hill. South Winneshiek, Jackson Golds. Starts it right, and it stays right. We've seen that quite a bit here as well. I think we expect that putt to break left, and it doesn't. Schreckengast uphill here. I think this one will break right. Had it read correctly, just short, taps in, and they'll head to the tee box on 2. Couple guys to finish up here on hole number 1 here at Highland Park. South Winneshiek's Goltz and the pink sweat hair hat here. Finishes out, and Griffin Haugen will have a short putt coming up. Special delivery of the best kind here on Saints TV. Hot coffee has been delivered to the broadcast booth, and by booth I mean golf cart, and man are we excited about it because it is chilly. Starmonts Baumgartner here. Again, we have several groups of 5 due to some repositioning at the last minute due to a golfer who was unable to attend today, so we moved some things around, and we have, I believe it's now at least 3 groups of 5 that we have seen. Though this group will head to the tee box on 2. The group on 8, that group 1B that we were watching on 8, they just finished up there, and we'll head off to hole number 9.
Hey, Joe, we're approaching green number 1 here from, see if I can capture that.
This would be group number 10. So is it 10 or 10B, you think? Which it would be 10A, right? It'd be the first group. 10 group
yep.
should be first, which would be Gutenecht of Gladbrook, Rhinebeck, Anderson of Newman, Terpolas, Lofsgard, and Hesse of Wapsie Valley.
So these guys approach. Let's take a look and see if we can see. You know, this is hole number 1 is a par 5 on this course. I don't know if that. I think that's correct. Griffin Haugen. That was a beautiful chip to get to the green. Like, was that putt for Eagle that just came out?
Perhaps,
we don't
right.
get to know that.
Right, but and he almost made the putt. That was a heartbreaker.
That was a
lip
heartbreaker.
out there right at the end.
It was a heartbreaker for him, I'm sure.
Starmont golfer on the tee box here. It's Baumgartner in this group of 5. South Hamilton, Michael Carlson. Good shot from Carlson. He'll be all right there. Griffin Brum from St. Ansgar up next. Griffin Brum. Did I say Griffin Brum? I think I did. I meant Griffin Haugen. My apologies. I got baseball season on the mind.
The same thing on the golf course.
Griffin Haugen here. Haugen with another beautiful shot. Perfectly played up that left-hand side. This whole dog legs left, so as long as he's clear of that tree line, and I think he is, he'll have a nice shot into the green here on hole number 2. Starmont's Baumgartner. Another nice shot. These, we've seen the shots improve throughout the day. I think some of that is you're getting used to the conditions. You're, kind of in a groove, and he's in that same position, having good opportunity at the green from there.
We're doing the best we can to manage the lighting.
Contrast.
Yes, the contrast is outrageous.
The sun isn't helping us any with it. Comes out, it goes away, comes out, goes away. Jackson Goltz, South Winneshiek. That needs to hang on, and it does. He's on that right side, but that's playable, findable. We've seen a few balls get into the wind to the right, and there's just no coming back. And they're in about out of bounds there to the right side.
Yeah,
Braylon Schreckengast.
Between that left to right wind and the weeds in front of you, you got a couple things to avoid here today.
Schreckengast is going to end up in the same spot. Starmont golfer here going to hit a provisional. Worried that one ended up right.
The Saint.
Breaking news here, live on Saints TV. With that news, we head to the athletic director, Jordan Reindl. Jordan, what's happening with the news in St. Ansgar?
Tonight's junior high conference track meet has been postponed to tomorrow with a 4 o'clock start. Looking at the forecast tomorrow, it doesn't look great, but we do know we live in Iowa, so
yeah,
there's a chance.
There's
a chance.
It rains itself out in the morning, and then by 3 o'clock, we're like, hey, let's go run track meet.
We can hope, and hopefully it's not as cold and windy. The east and west side, so the west side actually does it a little different. They run their junior high track as a 7th and 8th grade division, and not all together.
Okay.
So they have a boys' site and a girls' site on the west side, and both of those have canceled.
Not having in them at all. Gotcha.
Canceled.
Okay. So we're going to try to run it tomorrow in St. Ansgar, top of Iowa East.
That's Garner, Hayfield, Ventura was hosting one of those, and their last day of school is on Wednesday. So tomorrow would have been a stretch with trying to close up everything for school, and the weather wasn't great.
Guys, I think we have the worst lie of the day right here.
We most certainly do. That's a ball perched up on the base of a tree. This is Newman Catholic golfer Jeremiah Castino, Michael Boyd, Gladbrook Rhinebeck, and Wapsie Valley's Tanner Bergman.
That's trouble, guys.
In this group, I believe that would be Castino's ball. You know, we got this special delivery of coffee, and I never even got any, so I need to go. Is mine in the cup holder here?
Yours is in the cup holder. Probably getting cold. But man, it was delicious. Much needed out here. I mean, when you're in stocking cap and winter gloves and you're still cold. Man.
There she is. There's a rare sighting of the saint in her natural habitat right there.
Right there. You don't see that every day.
No, you do not. I'm sure she's going to go check out, see where Hudson's at right now.
She gets to be Saints.
Did she ask where Hudson was?
TV delivery and mom.
I really didn't know.
You know, she might have a kid tracker that probably tells her where that kid is.
Right, you just go to that Life 360 and
you got it.
That'll tell us where he is. But he should be on hole 10, maybe 11,
Somewhere
right?
in there.
In that range.
Somewhere far, far from here.
You know, I was going to say, probably about as far from here as you can get.
These guys are working on this ball over here. I'm gonna go take a sip of that little coffee here while we figure out what's happening.
We'll see if we can't get Newman Catholic coach live on the air here to explain what the ruling is. Looks like he might be on the phone texting pictures to, what do we do with this?
To me, that's an unplayable lie, I would think.
Yep. I mean, Shooter had to hit it off his foot, but I don't think we have to do that here, right?
That's right. Frankenstein's foot.
Yeah, that's right. So we are on the phone here, live.
So we got
hole
the camera.
number
I'm just going
one.
to grab my coffee while the camera is. They're discussing that lie right now.
Alex.
You know, in this, at a state qualifying meet, you want to make sure you get the ruling right.
Correct.
Because if you don't, then you're disqualified because you didn't do something correct.
Yeah, exactly.
So everybody's trying to be on the same page. I think they have an idea of what they should do, but just want to clarify and get confirmation.
Exactly.
And so what's our...
And the pressure of it forever being on the internet probably doesn't help.
Yeah, that's where we come in.
Cameras pointed at it.
I hear them explaining the situation, and I'm thinking, I kind of want to tell them, just log in your computer to Saints TV. You'll see what's going on.
Right.
It is not... I've never had this happen. Like,
you
I don't even know how
cannot
that
use
happens.
video evidence in high school athletics.
Oh, that's right. That's a good way to
help
get
with any ruling.
It's a good way to get thrown out of a game.
True.
With Saints TV here covering everything, maybe that changes in the future.
Maybe.
You guys are changing the landscape of high school athletics.
Well,
One
we're just
video
creating-
broadcast at a time.
We're just given the assets that allow the change to happen. We don't necessarily change it, but this is an interesting situation.
Sounds like
Looks
an unplayable lie.
Yep, the ruling's going to be unplayable lie. We got.
So you grab the longest club in your bag.
Yep, that's just smart. Just good strategy there. And we're going to get a drop here.
And really, I mean, he's going to be sitting just fine with that drop.
Yep. Got a Callaway Maverick driver.
You get two, but it almost looks like the grass is better at one. Yeah.
And you don't have to take both, correct?
Yes. And there you go, he drops it in there.
Again, smart, right? Just let's...
And that you see the other golfers helping out too on the ruling. And that's where golf, I mean, everybody's helping each other out. Even though they're competing against each other, he's there to make sure the rules followed. But also help the other golfer out.
Yeah. Good to see that, right? You can go compete and go want to win and go do everything you can, but also be a good human being.
Exactly. And that's what athletics is, right? That's what it's teaching.
So we're teaching them. Yep. Castino here from Newman Catholic after the drop. Probably wanted to land that on the fringe to take a little speed out of it, but that's a really good shot from
And
there.
I would say if he hits that chip right away this morning, that probably ends up right by the hole. You know,
think
the
you're
greens have
spot
sped
on.
up just a little bit.
Michael Boyd, Gladbrook Rhinebeck in the shorts. Makes the pot. Good job. We are. I think it's their chant. We got it in for you there. Gladbrook Rhinebeck fans out there. Castino with the putt. After having one of the most unusual lies you'll find on a golf course. Not many long putts made here on hole 1 today. Green has been, if that's a hole location thing or just the way the speed of them with the wet conditions. A lot of putts end up short here on 1. So the group of Boyd, Castino, and Bergman head to the tee box on 2. We'll go consult with our cameraman here and see if he wants to stay here on 1.
Or see these guys tee off?
Yeah, it's up to you.
Well, they're out there a
I'm
little
worried
ways.
about your health and safety.
Yeah, this isn't a great spot for me right now. You're right about that.
So
See
we
these
also
guys
do
teeing
have
off on-
action on 8 at 8 behind us as well.
I do. I'll get the camera set up here for 2, and then we'll turn it around and see what's happening on 8.
We're going to go to 8 here. On the green at 8. Brock Redrath group. Brody Harris, Carver Wenthold, and Levi Stout. Brock Redrath in the red. Brody Harris putting now. He'll finish up. Give Wenthold a look at his. Good putt. And Redrath finishes up as well. Back on hole number 2. Wapsie Valley's Tanner Bergman with a nice tee shot. It could be all right up there on the left side. This is Boyd, Gladbrook Rhinebeck. Starts at left and it's slicing away from him. Boy, he's a lefty. I can relate to that shot. Might do the same thing. That ball's safe over there. It's just a matter of what your shot back to the green is from there. It's
And there's a few spots up there where it looks really, really good.
Yeah.
And then there's some almost impossible plays where you have to punch it back into the fairway. So we'll see when he gets up there.
Castino Newman with his tee shot on 2.
The resident expert on this hole, so we'll see how you should play it right here.
Right. Home course here for Castino.
And I heard trees there. But I have seen a lot of Newman guys go with that left-handed side, trying to cut through the trees instead of going up and around.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's not going to. That sounded pretty solid. In terms of
straight down.
The wood contact.
We're used to that at Acorn, aren't we?
Yep. Yeah.
That's more common than birds chirping.
Back to 1. Green at 1. Wapsie Valley's Hesse, Lofsgaard of Tripoli, Anderson and Newman, and Gutenecht of Gladbrook Rhinebeck. Four names on the sheet, 3 golfers in the group, if I'm not mistaken here. So we'll have to figure out. There's probably some change going on here again. This is one of those groups of 3. Created by some last-minute changes here in the lineups. So that's why you're seeing some of that today. No big deal for the kids. Makes the announcer's job harder, though, for sure. All right, so we have a Newman Catholic golfer in this group. So that would be Jace Anderson. This is the Jace Anderson group. Okay, we're doing a little investigative work here as the wind picks up again, I would say into the upper 30s now in terms of velocity, which is fun. So this group here would mark the halfway point on hole number 1. And I shouldn't say that because there's 2 group 10s, so this is well, this is the second group 10. So this would be the halfway point. These guys have played 9 holes now when they complete this hole. We just had the wind blow a golf bag over here. That's on one of those stands, and it still blew it over. Well, between the conditions that the girls played in Friday and then the wind today, it's been a challenging couple of days of golf. A little camera repair work here going on. A little behind the scenes.
What?
Just a little camera repair work going on.
Yeah, I
over
don't.
Here.
Somehow everything just gets loose throughout the day. My screen just fell off. I was actually going to get a shot here. This is not probably what you want to have happen. If there's there's a search party going on here. In that same set of weeds that we saw. Well, that is a bit of a curse for those teeing off on 2.
Anyone who dares find their way into it has regretted it.
What we're doing, is our stream still live? I haven't checked the computer lately.
I'll go look, but I think it is. I've got a few
You got people out there with
friendly
eyeballs?
followers at home that would have alerted me, I think, had we lost them. I know it was a hot topic at baseball practice this morning was, will we be able to watch at school? And I said, well, we'll be broadcasting. Whether or not you'll be able to watch at school is not my decision.
Well, my understanding is, well, what is the last day? Thursday?
Thursday.
Early
on
last week of
Thursday.
school.
Yeah.
Is there school the last week of school?
Well, so I know there's like some book turn-in processes, because I was told my kid is missing a $60 book today, which was, that was welcome news early this morning. But hopefully that book has been located by now, or I'm $60 poorer. But so I know there was some of that going on today, and then our kids do is it May term, I believe is what they call it, right?
Yep.
So there's some community service style activities and some fun style activities here the next couple of days at St. Ansgar.
Yep.
So.
Kind of give back to the community a little bit, get them out, do some stuff around, not just St. Ansgar, but Stacyville. Some go to Mason City and do some stuff with the Humane Society.
Awesome.
So it's really cool to let the kids get out and experience a lot of different things.
So that's what this week looks like at St. Ansgar schools. Some giving back and a little bit of fun. I think I heard something about some Frisbee golf perhaps going on in my house, so that's cool. They go and have some cool experiences, and I know you'll see them around town these next couple coming days, or towns, like you said, around our communities of cleaning up and fixing things and maybe planting some flowers, that kind of stuff.
Preparing to tee off here at tee box number 2.
This is Jace Anderson, Newman Catholic. Ball's slicing a bit right. That is dangerously close to that tree line on the right, but I think stayed out of it.
We've been talking all day about the impact of the wind if you get it up in the air there. If you're slicing it at all, that wind is just going to take it away to that right side.
Oh, okay, so update. That is the Newman golfer Jeremiah Castino from the last group, who apparently was unable to locate his ball.
So we saw them while you guys were talking about school. He was kind of out there, kind of scanning, looking for his ball. We see him come back.
Got it.
I assume that must have been the case, but obviously without being able to communicate with the kids,
yep,
we just have to make some assumptions.
Yep. So that's what that was. That was Castino hitting 3.
So that's where, as we talk about the rules a little bit, where kids will hit a provisional. Just while I'm at this tee box, I'm going to hit another one just in case I can't find that one, right? So then they go look, and if they can find it, then they pick up that second ball that they hit. But if they can't find it, then they're hitting 4 from out there, right? Because their second hit becomes hit number 3.
So that'll cause a little delay here for this group of Anderson, Gutnicht, and Hesse.
And being 3 hours in, you know what? Let's take advantage of this delay. We don't have anybody moving in at first right now. I'm going to change the batteries out. So to do that, we're going to go to commercial. You'll see commercial at home. We'll change the batteries out on these cameras. We'll come back with another 3 hours left in it. We're going to need every bit of it.
We're going to need every minute.
So I'm going to head on over to the computer here. We'll say thank you to our Saints TV sponsors. And we will be back in just a little bit.
What do we have here?
This broadcast is brought to you in part by St. Ansgar Chiropractic.
Sometimes I worry. Sometimes I'm scared.
Sometimes I'm overwhelmed.
Sometimes I cry. And that's okay, because sometimes is not all the time. It will be okay. You got this.
You got this.
You got this.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe, buying crop insurance was hard. There's a better way to buy crop insurance. You got to get to know Joe.
The worst place to watch a game is under the bleachers, said a wise fellow named Seymour Butts. With local schools going cashless entry only, you don't want to end up on the outside looking in because you weren't able to buy a ticket. When you add an FSB debit card to your mobile wallet, you'll have an easy, secure way to buy your ticket online or at the gate. So take it from Seymour and stop by FSB today.
The definition of sportsmanship is the quality of showing fairness.
Respect and generosity towards the opposing team and officials.
The things you say and do are a direct reflection of your school and community. Please stay positive and enjoy the game. And enjoy the game. Enjoy the game.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Saints TV's Be a Saint program is a community-driven initiative dedicated to spreading love and support to neighbours in need in St Ansgar. By addressing a variety of needs, from financial aid to emotional support, it creates opportunities for individuals and organisations to make a meaningful difference. Every contribution, big or small, helps transform lives and fosters a culture of kindness and generosity. Together, we can create a brighter, more compassionate community. Visit givebutter.com/beasaint for more information, click the link in this video's description, or simply text Be a Saint to the number 53555. Thank you for being a saint.
I remember personally when I was young watching the guys that were playing sports, basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it was, when they were in high school and just thinking, how great they were and just wanting to be like them when I was older. So yeah, we are definitely always role models for those younger kids, those middle schoolers.
Since 1983, Johnson Oil has been delivering more than fuel. We've been delivering a peace of mind. We know every customer has unique needs, and we're here to meet them with the level of care and attention you won't find anywhere else. We're proud to support the communities we serve and to support lasting relationships built on trust, reliability, and service you can depend on. Johnson Oil, your trusted local provider committed to you in North Iowa.
Focus Insurance Team, safeguarding our neighbors in northern Iowa and southern Minnesota from risk.
It's Saints TV's goal to bring the game to those who are unable to cheer from the stands. Watching the stream is free. Creating it is not. Please consider donating to our cause through our donation partner, Give Butter. 100% of your donation goes directly to the St. Ansgar school system, where it is used for the education of our students, the equipment used to create these streams, and the athletic department so that our students can keep competing in the sports that are near to their hearts. Thank you for supporting St. Ansgar, and thank you for giving Butter.
This broadcast is made possible thanks to the generous contributions of the advertisers you see here, as well as the Foundation for the Enhancement of Mitchell County and the Saints Legacy Fund.
Every single job that we do, either one or both of the owners are on the roof overseeing and often installing the products, which is something that we really pride ourselves on and make sure that we're going above and beyond.
Thank you, Patterson Seed in St. Ansgar, for your generous contributions to Saints TV. For more information on how Patterson Seed can help you get higher yields, contact Mike Patterson at mike@pattersonseed.com.
We're back. Thanks to our Saints TV sponsors for making all
good.
of
I
this
think we only have one, right?
possible. Yep,
Let's make
you're
sure
on
we
the
got our
right one.
monitors
Things
up.
look good.
Change the batteries out.
But we're back here on the green at 1. Is that Carter Anderson, sir, from Northwood Kensett? Would you? Okay, so this is the group of Carter Anderson from Northwood Kensett, Nashua Plainfield's William Lindeland, and then it has to be Bowtown, BCLUW. Because I believe it's the Starmont golfers, right, that are all moved into the groups of 5. So unofficially, officially, we believe this is the BCLUW golfer. Bowtown. All right, so that is definitely Lindeland then, from Nashua Plainfield. We like the logoed shirts. They sure help us out. Anderson, Northwood Kensett. Nice roll, but guess what?
Just a tad short again. Put a sign down here.
We
Green
should.
plays slower than you think. Help everybody out.
Yeah, I mean, if we help everybody, it's fine.
Should be all right
Just
if
put a big
everybody gets the
sign
same
up. Yeah.
advice.
Which is probably why they can't have communication devices on the course, right? Because then somebody be texting them, "Hey, you're not hitting that far."
Right. And now that we're on an 18-hole course, you only see that hole one time.
Right.
When we were at Eggcorn and they got 18 on a 9-hole course, you might make an adjustment on that green.
Right. We saw it for sure with the ladies on Friday. They made adjustments that second round, and we have not seen a nice
Good
putt
roll.
right there.
Putt.
Lindemann.
Gave us a little fist pump. I like it.
For sure.
And he finds the bottom of the cup. Carter Anderson. I would say he's got about a foot left here.
Mm-hmm. We don't use the E word on golf broadcasts. But now that he made it,
He rolls it in.
easy footer there. He didn't have a lot. We have wildlife on the course behind us here. Hole 8 congested
Turkey
with
season on
turkeys.
the hole behind us.
We got turkey delay on hole 8.
So that's a smart turkey. He looked up and said, "Nobody on the tee box, nobody on the green. I'm going to go ahead and make my way back to my nest here."
It's good timing.
Looks like she's not enjoying the wind or the rain either.
No.
She's like, "I thought we survived winter. Why Why is it like this?
Hey, can you guys trust what teenagers say? Can you trust what they say?
Oh.
Because what was said at the end of that one was birdies all around.
Birdies all around?
Yeah, that was, maybe it was said in jest.
Based
the way
on
they played that.
the 3 approach shots, that would not surprise
And
me.
everybody drained the putt.
Everybody 2-putted, so yeah.
I agree. I agree. I think in this case we do trust what teenagers say.
Good
At least I
hole for this group then. Bowtown, William Lindeland, and Carter Anderson.
They come into one of what I would say is the harder holes on this half of the golf course, just with the way the conditions are playing it. I don't know naturally if that would be one of the hardest, but
with
just
the
way
dog leg left and the right wind, and by right I mean wrong wind, from the left pushing it right.
You know, we've seen
It
all
makes it
day.
hard.
This tee shot is extremely difficult if you can't keep it straight.
Yeah, the best shots we've seen have been low here.
Low stingers, out of the wind.
And whatever you do, do not hit it in that grass in front of you. They're going to bale that here next week and sell it, but it is still very long. Lindeland, Nashville Plainfield, that one's going right. Gonna have to hang on. Over the cart path. Findable, but dangerous there.
I'm not 100% sure how much room is on the right side of the cart
right.
path because it kind of dips down up there, but I've seen people take provisionals with the ball just on the outside of the cart path.
Lindeland's already got backup ball out of his pocket, so he will be hitting a provisional here.
Which is smart, so you don't have to walk all the way back in case you don't find it.
Carter Anderson, Northwood Kensett finds that row of trees on the left. Again, depending on where that ends up. Long as it's just past that first tree, he'll be fine. Have a good look at the green from there. BCLUW's Bowtown. Bowtown, USA.
Did you ever find out what the L stood for in BCLUW?
I'm going to Google it right now.
Our trusty friend Google.
Beeman, Conrad, Union.
Takes the same approach, trying to cut the hole in half.
Liscum.
Would have never
Conrad,
guessed that.
Liscum, Union, Witten. So they were Union Witten and Conrad or Beeman Conrad Liscum. So it was BCL and UW as 2 separate school districts. And they formed in 1992, way back in the 1900s, to make BCLUW. So for a long time they've been combined. Provisional for Nashville Plainfield's Lindeland.
And that looks like it's going even farther right than his first one.
So he'll have 2 balls to look for. Just needs to find one.
Yep. And the way his
the
group,
first one, if you find one, right?
and the way his group talked is they saw that one bounce. So
Got it.
hopefully at least one of those is in.
So that group right there that we just saw teeing off here on 2 started on 9. So they have played 10, starting their 11th. Played 9, starting their 10th.
Well, that's promising. That means that may actually end today at some point.
Correct. There are definitely significant delays going on somewhere on the course. There's no one on this half of the course at this moment. There's no one on 8. There's no one on 1. There's no one on 7.
I think you guys have talked about it a little bit earlier, and in front of the camera, I didn't quite get the explanation. Maybe there's some golfers missing, but we've got some groups of 5. We've seen several groups of 3. So why aren't we all 4s? What's happening?
Yep, so I think it's just a matter of last-minute changes because a golfer was unable to come today. We believe that was a Starmont golfer who perhaps, for whatever reason, isn't here today. So, and they didn't know that till this morning.
Yep, cards were already made up, and then they had to shuffle some people around, and
So
all of Starmont's golfers, they wanted moved up a group.
Yep.
So
Oh,
they
got it.
Made some weird pairings that way.
Yep.
So it wasn't a matter of, oh, that person's not here, so now we're going to run a group of 3. It was, but we want to move everybody.
We want to move everybody into their. The 3 became the 2, and because that's. I guess with this little dead period, should we talk through that of how this thing is seated and positioned?
Let's do it.
Basically your 9-hole average coming in helps set up where do we want to be, right? Who's our number 1, who's our 2, who's our 3, 4, 5, and 6. You can enter 6 golfers in these events. If you advanced as a team, you can enter those 6 golfers. So they put every team's number 1. Here's our best scorer throughout the season to this point. That number 1 goes in the 1 group, and the 1s play with other 1s, right? And the number 5s play with other number 5s, et cetera, as they go. And then they place those around the course. So when we say this is the number 1 group, or 1B group, or 2 group, theoretically, those are the 12 best golfers, at least in scoring average, coming into today for their teams, right? And then what complicates things here with these district events is there are the 2 West Hancock kids are great examples. They advanced here as individuals, right? The Muth and Bucama both are here as individuals. So they are obviously they're 1 and they're 2 for their team, but they were also medalist or reserve medalist back, second place last week. So they have that going for them well in terms of scoring average. So you have to place those kids somewhere as well. So that's how the math works, the color math, as we call it, where it gets very complicated as they start putting people in different spots. So, and that is somewhat easy to do when you have a couple of days to think about it and can put everything all in, and then you get all that done, and day of, whoops, never mind, that's not going to work anymore because of a change. Then you just have to scramble and go to that hole and go play golf. Everybody's playing all 18. Let's just get through it.
Shouldn't matter really what group you're in, but I mean, if you get put in a group and you're competing against the other 3 best golfers, they might elevate your game a little bit too, trying to keep track of them. But when a golfer doesn't show up and they've already had all those cards wrote out and ready to hand out, so when a golfer gets here, or doesn't get here, I should say, it kind of puts them in scramble mode in the clubhouse.
Yep, for sure. We do have our next group headed up number 1 here, so that'll be our next action. We are positioned here. If you're just joining us, we're here at Highland Park Golf Course in Mason City, the home of the Newman Catholic Knights. We are just past the halfway point of this round for most golfers here today. Like I said, there's a few groups that are a hole or 2 behind. That's what's caused a little bit of delay here as we try to fill a little bit of time. We believe this is the Gus Walk group. So St. Ansgar's Walk, Kink of South Hamilton, South Winneshiek's Cale Kippy, and West Fork's Wyatt Bonema. Don't know if it's the wind blowing on my contacts for the last 4 hours or what, but my struggle to pronounce is not my inability to pronounce Bonema. It's I can't read it on my sheet today. You ever have one of those days? Well, I'm having one today.
A lot of comments in the chat, guys, about how hard hole number 7 is. Talked about that a little bit earlier. Can't really see hole number 7 from here, but it is a doozy.
And it's a par 3, right?
But it is par 3 that takes about 5 strokes.
And you have to land it with a little spin, is my understanding, or you're losing it anyway. If you don't. Even if you pick the right club, it's deceiving. It's one of those you can't get too much club, it appears. You think you need less club than you do there.
Looks like it must have been a pretty good chip to get up on the green here from that far out.
Somebody rolled it up here very nicely. This is the Gus Walk group coming at us. We don't have an update on scores. Seen a couple of requests for that, unfortunately.
Yeah, we do.
Or maybe by design. That's the way these golf meets work. Is you're battling the scorecard and yourself, right? And that's you know no more than that until the end.
Until they get to the state tournament, and then they have live scoring at the state tournament.
Jordan, you think that'll trickle down here to sectional and district golf eventually?
100%. Yeah, for sure it will. Just time frame, still an unknown.
Yep.
And if the technology is there, and it's just a matter of time.
Because it's all app-based, right? Another nice shot. That didn't end up in that same spot, did it? That's the tree that we saw the Newman Catholic golfer end up on top of.
I'm sure that's how it got there, though, right? Because
It's right
how
up
did it even get there? I bet that's how it happened. We saw a ball come rolling over green.
All right, and do I count 5 golfers again? Yeah, so this is a group that would have 5. So Thomason is in this group. Jace Thomason from Starmont would also have joined this group.
Okay. Is that so? When we saw it in the tree, they're allowed to take that
2 club length
if
and a
if
drop.
it's unplayable, yep.
It's unplayable. Is there a penalty on that?
No,
there's
no penalty for that.
This shot might be worse because
it's-
they're going to have a hard time.
And it's
getting the
probably
club.
playable because it's not
because
on
it's
the
playable.
tree.
It's, not
It's
on the
just
tree.
up against it.
It's it's within a few inches of the tree. We'll get up there here in a second.
We'll show you in just a moment.
In fact, we're just waiting for
Coach
golfers to walk
Williams
in.
out here with Gus Walk coming up. Hole number 1.
I would assume that's Gus Walk's yellow ball there. I think I've seen a couple St. Ansgar players playing the yellow ball.
So if you were watching earlier, you saw
Which
that
if I was
ball.
them, I'd be playing a matte red.
It might be playable.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
That's kind of my ball color, but and you think a St. Ansgar team would want to have
would want
a red
those,
color,
yeah,
but yellow's their preference apparently.
Gus Walk. With probably his 3rd shot here on this par 5.
I would assume 3rd, wind at his back. Leaves that shorter than he would have liked.
Not happy with that shot is Mr. Walkie Walk. Some of the best graduation food I've had. Gus Walk's graduation yesterday, Chick-fil-A. Delivered to Grafton, Iowa. You can get Chick-fil-A in Grafton, Iowa now, believe it or not. Oh. Good work by the Walk family in providing the Chick-fil-A. That was there was kids going out the door. I think the news spread that there was Chick-fil-A. Gus is a likable kid too. That probably helps.
Yeah, 100%. I bet every
had a
classmate
really nice,
came to his house.
really nice party there in Grafton yesterday. Congratulations to senior Gus Walk.
Now, I know Gus Walk does the Big Brother Big Sister program in the school, and I hear my kids, but all the elementary kids just love when he comes into their PE class and helps out.
I bet they do. I bet they do. Gus Walk there with his. I know it took him one more shot than he wanted to, but that's a good shot there. All right, let's go over here. We're on the left side here. So that ball up against the tree. We got two shots coming in at once
Holy
here.
cow, that was a really nice shot from where that ball was.
The ball up against the tree. Somehow he chipped that thing out of there. Let's go stand
He
over
could
here.
only maybe go back a foot in his backswing before he could come down and chop at it, and that's what happened.
Great job there getting out of that trouble behind the tree.
Do you know who was that had that ball in the tree? Do we know that answer? I believe so. I believe so.
That's Bonema. Yep, I think you are correct. That would be
Bonema,
Wyatt
you say?
Bonema of West Fork, who got himself out of trouble there right up against that tree.
He's the smartest golfer I've seen today. He took that shot while I was watching Gus shoot, so he knew.
Yep.
If he
I
took
don't
that
want
now.
to be.
Very smart.
All right, is that a white bag behind this gentleman right here in the gray? I think it
believe
is.
so.
So that is a South Winneshiek bag. So
White
we're gonna,
with red trim.
Yeah, that's gonna be Cale Kippy.
You know, back to that shot.
Great putt
off
from
the
Kippy.
tree. You know, everybody says anybody can hit it from the fairway. That's easy. The best golfers are great scramblers, and he just proved it there.
That was a really good scramble, no doubt about it. You guys may have to help us here. We have Kink of South Hamilton, Thomason of Starmont, all on this hole. We're kind of guessing, identifying who's who here until we can get an up close shot of some of those logos on their quarter zips. Gus Walk gets his yellow ball downhill. Putt here.
You know, now that I'm standing at this angle on the green, I haven't seen this angle before, but it goes downhill, and then right as it gets to the hole, it kind of comes back to an elevation, and I think that's why people are coming up short. It's playing a little slow, but then they're not anticipating it coming
back. Yeah, it looks all downhill when you stand on above it, but it is not. Walk does the same, leaves it just short. He'll finish out.
Again, it's the benefit of sitting here and watching hundreds of putts in the day.
You got it.
We really haven't seen a lot come from the bottom half of this green. Almost every putt has been from the top side.
From the top. Jace Thomason, Cale Kippy, Sam Kink. The maroon is South Hamilton, so I think I see a little maroon peeking out from underneath this sweatshirt here, so perhaps that's your South Hamilton golfer there. This is West Fork here, we know by the hat. West Fork's Bonema makes his short putt. Easy for me to say short putt. I'm going to go out on a limb and say...
I believe that was a Starmont golfer.
Yep, that was Thomason. I was just going to go there, too. I think you're spot on. So that would leave South Winneshiek's Cale Kippy, easy for me to say, who finishes out there. They'll head to the tee box on 2. Phone is busy with updates about junior high track meets, so the news is getting out. We'll go over to hole number 2. Where that same group we just watched finish up on 1. So our algorithm must be hitting some new viewers today.
What's happening?
Because we're getting some people, what is this? I don't know what this is, but it's awesome. So for those of you out there wondering what you're watching, this is Iowa Boys High School Golf. The district's being held at Highland Park here in Mason City, Iowa. This will be the top 3 teams advance to the state golf tournament next week in Waterloo, plus 2 high-scoring individuals that are not on one of those 3 advancing teams.
3 teams plus 2 individuals.
There you go.
Yep. Rules are different for boys and girls. The girls had their...
Yeah, that kind of threw us off last week. It was like, well, wait a minute. You had to start digging it.
So for those of you who say, well, I just saw girls last week, and that's not how this was run. That's true. That's not how it was run. Actually, for the girls, if you were the home team, you get to add an extra qualifying team. I mean, not state qualifying.
Right.
Yeah, maybe
to
that's
regional
how it works
finals. Yep.
The Gus Walk group heads to hole number 2 to the tee box.
So I've been struggling here from the angle back here, guys, because the sky is so bright. It's just like these guys are more shadows than anything. So I'm not allowed to stand where the camera is just because I can't be quite that close to the kids, but I can
Bonema, West Fork.
Park the camera there, so let's see how this looks.
He'll have a tough shot through that row of trees.
I heard it make contact with the tree, but
I saw it come straight down. I did, yeah, yep. So he's going to be short, but findable, and as long as he can punch it through those trees, he'll be okay.
Really, as long as you're not in the thick stuff, you'll be all right on this hole so far today.
Sam Kink, South Hamilton. Konk, maybe? Koehhnk.
So we've seen a hybrid. Now we have an iron, and it looks like the other guys have drivers standing on the tee box. And that's an iron just straight down the middle of the fairway, well struck.
A smart shot.
Yep. Don't do too much, just nice and easy right down the middle.
Starmont's Jace Thomason on the tee box. Is that a hybrid? Fairway wood?
Really nice shot. Right up next to that candy cane 150 marker. Just past it, actually.
Good shot.
Got to be happy with that shot. Mr. Gus Walk.
So I know several of the St. Ansgar kids have been here a couple of times since they qualified. So let's see how Gus plays this. Looks like he's lined up trying to go left with it. Walk. Well struck. It's leaking right.
But he started it far enough left where I think he's going to be sitting just fine with a pretty good look into the green.
Yep.
Right-hand side of the fairway.
Good shot from Walk. South Winship's Cale Kippy. Starts it left. I did not see it come down, did you?
Yes, I was just past that candy cane marker up there.
Gotcha.
It
So
rolled a little bit to the right, but he'll be right up by Walk's ball. A little cart golf, I think.
He'll be in good shape there as well.
That was a good group off the box.
All right, let's go back to the green at 1. Gladbrook, Rhinebeck, Braden Utter, Newman's, Thomas McGuire, Tripola's, Drew Urbanik, and Wapsie Valley's Ari Benke. This is Gladbrook, Rhinebeck with Utter. That's my fault. That was an utterly fabulous shot in my head. I had it all teed up, so that's my bad, Mr. Utter. That was an utterly fabulous shot by Braden Utter.
You know, sometimes when you miss-hit one and come back, you're in your own head, and it creates a bigger problem.
Right.
He was able to flush
more.
it.
Yep.
That was a great comeback by him.
For sure. For sure. Good job there, young man.
Usually if I do that, I blade it over the green on the second shot.
I'm with you. I am with you. All right, so I know the Newman Catholic golfer has the black and white stocking cap on. So, and we know, of course, the blue is Gladbrook Rhinebeck. So we got Tripola and Wapsie Valley. I don't know, one of them in orange stocking cap, one of them in shorts. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to tell the difference at this point. So those of you at home know which golfer you're looking for, I have a feeling. And we'll try to get it sorted out when they head up to the tee box here. He got enough on it. The first putt we've seen long of the hole in quite some time. But then it didn't break at all like he expected it to. It's that's why golf's hard, right? Ah, here we go. I see a Tripola logo. So the orange hat is from Tripola. That is Urbanik.
Just a little too much break to his right. That wind sure hasn't slowed down at all today, has it?
No, it's gusting near 40 now. 27 miles an hour steady. Real feel in the 30s. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw flurries at this point. If it feels that cold. Of course, we've been staying out here for 4 hours. That doesn't help probably, but so have these guys. So if they got to do it, we can do it. Utter misses the putt, but he taps in. Newman's McGuire here. Misses that putt. He'll have 18 inches coming back. Makes that. Wapsie Valley's Ari Benke. There's not enough Aries in the world. I like that first name. And he makes his putt. A flurry of activity. We went from there was no one on this side of the golf course to there are people swarming this side of the golf course. So which is
good for us.
Yep, that's right. And Tripolo finishes up. That's Drew Brannick. As these golfers approach kind of the 2/3 of the way through their rounds mark, now the fatigue sets in. We talked about this last week. These, they play 9 pretty regularly all season long till we get to postseason, and we amp her up to 18 holes, and this is where mentally and physically the game starts to catch up with you.
Yeah, and the conditions don't help with that, especially when they got rained on for the first 30 minutes, so their clothes still probably haven't dried out. Right. Shoes might be wet. Today is just a grind, and whoever makes it out of here, team and individual, will have earned it.
No doubt about it. I'm very interested to see what the scores are today. What are you just playing hooky today? We have a special guest here on Saints TV going to join us live. Mr. Scott Nelson, Newman Catholic favorite son. I don't know.
Yeah, just here watching some great golf.
Is that you just watching
golf? It's a great day.
It
Come
is.
out to watch the St. Ansgar kids kick some ass.
Here we go. It's going to be a great day of golf here. It is chilly and cold, and that part's not great. But
we've seen some.
No, you just don't want. You got Mr. McGuire in this group, right, from Newman? No, he's out.
So Lucas is in
so okay. That did not look like Thomas McGuire. So Thomas is out. So Lucas is in.
What are we doing here? What are we talking
about? We are on the internet live. And we are. So this is Tripolo here in the orange.
Yeah, he hits the crap out of the ball.
Okay.
Swings for the fences. Good golfer. Saw him scramble, put a couple in the woods, and was still able to say bogey.
Yeah,
Pretty
nice. So Lucas put the weights away for a little bit, and he's gonna play golf. That's awesome. That's
second year golfing. It's been fun.
Yeah.
He just missed the eagle putt there, but he also had back-to-back 4 putts earlier.
Yep, gotcha. It's a hard game. It is a hard
Very
game.
frustrating.
So that was an eagle putt there.
It was an eagle putt.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, you're playing all right. Just have an opportunity for an eagle putt.
Right.
Probably works. Works.
Why aren't you working today?
No, but this is working. My boss is gone, so I can, I always say she went to the cities.
Is your son on your plane?
Where his son is. So
Gotcha.
The Candle Genius's son is playing today. So we had this idea of, hey, let's see what golf looks like. There is our first 50-mile-an-hour gust of the day. It is getting really bad here in terms of wind. Tough conditions. We got them wet to start, and then cold, and then we'll make the wind blow 50 miles an hour.
Nobody in their right mind is playing golf today.
No.
That doesn't have to.
No, exactly right. We've mentioned that a couple times too. It's like, this is the day where adults go, nah.
Nope.
But the kids don't have a choice. They get to go play through it. Oh, well, good luck the rest of the way. Thanks for joining us. See you. All right, back here on the tee box. On 2. Utter Gladbrook Rhinebeck.
If that got over that tree, he'd be sitting all right. I can't tell from here.
I can't tell either. So, live update here in terms of personnel. That is not Thomas McGuire. That is Lucas Nelson, who's playing in the place of Thomas McGuire, who couldn't be here today. So that's what we learned there with our little interview.
Little updates are so nice, aren't they?
Tripola there. And I was talking to Scott, who's following his son in this group, said that kid has hit the ball a ton today. Really driven it well. Urbanic. That was an eagle putt for Nelson back there for the Newman golfer on that last hole. So we learned that.
And he almost drained that one, too.
He sure did. Just missed it.
And by his reaction, I think he thought it was going in, too.
Mm-hmm.
That is a well-struck ball right down the middle.
Man, that's
smooth swing.
That is a pretty shot. Ari Benke. The Wapsie Valley there. This is Nelson, Newman Catholic. That's going to work.
Pushing a little to the right, but I mean, right in the middle of the fairway.
Yep.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yep. And this is Newman's home course essentially. So
it gives you an
know
advantage.
It well, for sure. And they play well here.
We need to just make Acorn an 18-hole course,
right? I think you're right. Just
that's easy to do, right?
Yeah, tear that fence out and just keep going west. Keep going west. Well, we have a group on one, but I'm not sure they're playing number one.
There is still nobody on 8.
There hasn't been a group come up 8. And I don't want to exaggerate, but didn't we eat lunch in between here? I mean, it's been.
So that only means there will be a flurry at some point.
Well, either that or maybe they've all agreed to hey, let's pretend we're going to go do 7 and 8. We'll just kind of hang out here in the woods for a little while.
Right.
Stay out of the wind.
Everybody gets par on 7 and 8.
There might be a food truck back there. We should maybe investigate.
There's a coffee truck, and the Chick-fil-A truck are back there on 9. They've all got us all fooled.
I kind of like the little perch up here on the tee box in number 2. I'm going to take advantage of this moment, see if we can find anything up here. See approaching green number 3. Capture that here. A little bonus footage.
I believe that's Carter Anderson's group from Northwood Kensett coming up there.
Fighting the wind.
I missed you there. You identified somebody in this group?
I believe that's Carter Anderson's group. Didn't they just pass us a little bit ago?
They did. You are correct, sir.
3-person group.
Let's get you the rest of that group then. We have Carter Anderson, Bo Town, and William Lindeland. Nashville Plainfield BCLUW.
I'm pretty sure that was the group that all birdied on hole 1.
Oh, yeah, birds all around.
This is the birdie group. That's their new nickname.
That makes sense.
The birdie group.
Get a sneak peek over here at hole number 6. Now, this is an elusive hole where I'm told you don't dare end up on the backside of it or you're in trouble. And I spy a golfer on the backside.
It looks like if he had to miss long, that was the one spot he missed. He's short of the bunker still.
Didn't get too far back there. But I could see how that would be very dangerous there. No grass really on the ground, all hard dirt, and a lot of trees.
Yeah.
Be a Northwood Kensett golfer there too, right? Is that Hunter? No, he's wearing shorts. Jansen's wearing shorts.
I believe that might be Braden.
Hepner?
Hepner.
You bet. That sure is. That's that group with Tyler Zimmer of Nashville Plainfield and Adam Frank, BCLUW.
From here, guys, I'm going to swing around here, take a look at hole number 3.
Back to 3. Carter Anderson's group with Lindeland. And Town.
You guys want to know a little secret I learned today?
You bet.
By my powers of deduction, I have learned that these teams, they get together and say, hey, when we get down by the Saints TV group, one of you is going to stand in front of the camera so that they can't see the shot. as I'm moving left and right all the time. I'm
You're
pretty sure
dodging.
these kids have something against us out here.
Well, for a lot of them, this is probably the first time they've swung a golf club on TV.
Well, on TV, yes. That's a great chip shot. We're back to 1 here. There's not a lot of blue teams here. Usually it means Northwood. I don't think every time.
And the 2 blue teams here, I believe, are only Northwood Kensick and Gladbrook Rhinebeck.
Okay. So it'd be one of the 2 then, right there, right?
And
if you
that
don't
would be a
recognize
Gladbrook kid if he's wearing his school colors. But we've seen today with the weather, people are throwing on anything they have in their bags.
This should be a requirement, shouldn't it?
Right.
Wear school collars.
Bone Beanies group here, Barry? Devin Blanchard, Nate Bishop.
But it could be. Eyesight's getting
Oh, it's Bowen, yeah. Is it?
Is that Bowen
Look at my
himself?
screen.
It sure looks like Blanchard from Nashville Plainfield.
Is that not Baney? Ah.
We get a bad angle from
We're a
where
ways
we're
away.
at.
You know, we can get up close to the green now with these guys up there.
I'm going to make my way over so I can.
Let's do that.
That is Bowen, yep.
I
You can see
feel
the
like it's
Viking
Bowen.
logo on his chest now. Very distinct logo.
Yep.
Nobody else has that Viking logo. That's one of a kind. And that was actually created by Dane Hansen, a Northwood Kensett alumni.
Nice.
Did that for a project in high school, and then he had help from a professional to kind of make it into what it is today, and he actually helped paint it on the gym wall.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dane's probably 40 now. I
Yeah.
know he was a little older than me in school. But yeah, that's the history behind the Viking logo. And he actually, in his original drawing, took the face and facial hair from a teacher at the time, and the arm from Tom Carmody is the story behind it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Bowen's putt. Just short.
Just short. Good lag putt up there. Leaves him about 1.5 foot tap in. Gimme if you're just playing with us.
Right. If you got to play by our rules, you could just pick that up. He doesn't.
Which
so,
makes it easier.
Right. For sure. BCLUW's Nate Bishop, the lefty putter.
Oh, all the way
Drains
around.
it.
That did a 360 around the
That's
cup and then
awesome.
dropped in.
That is awesome. You know, there's some sports being left-handed is a benefit. Golf is not one of them. So if you can be a good golfer from the left side, my hat's off to you.
The benefit is the clubs are a little cheaper left-handed.
Because they're on clearance because they can never sell them.
That's right. It's about the only benefit.
Nice job by Blanchard there from Nashville Plainfield to finish up. And here comes Bowen Baney with his last putt. We've seen some good scores here. Of course, we don't know, but as they're coming off, we can hear them talking to each other. They sign their scorecards right over here next to us, and we've heard of a lot of birdies here in the last hour coming off of this hole. So we think this has been scoring well here.
Bowen finds the bottom of the cup. That group all putted really well here.
Mhm.
And that has been the trend the last 40 minutes, I would say.
Yep, for sure.
How's it going, Shay?
So
Thank you.
That group will head to the number 2 tee box. Still, correction. We have a group on.
We're still trying to
8.
figure it out.
Here comes the flurry.
Here we go. We have a group on 8. There's a group up on 7 green, and there's a group on the 7
He
tee
was,
box. So it is
of course he was
definitely
yelling at me.
they finally coming our way here. We've been told 7's playing very, very difficult today. We think that's part of the holdup. It's just how hard that has been down there.
A lot of guys don't seem to like that very much.
This group with its own entourage. 3 carts following. 3 golfers.
Yes, sir.
Bombini looks like he'll be first off the tee box as we move over to hole number 2, 336 yards, dogleg left, par 4. The Jackson Vroom group on 8. So we'll, depending on how the tee box goes here, maybe we'll get you a little bonus coverage of 8 after these 3 tee off here on number 2.
And it looks like they're waiting on a group that hasn't quite made the turn yet, which is another group on the green up there. So 3 groups on this hole right now. It is good to see the spectators here, though. It seems like every group has at least a couple with them.
Yep.
A little bit of a hook right down the middle of the fairway.
Right up against that yardage marker again.
Kept it low.
That was BCL UW. Nate Bishop. This is Devin Blanchard, Nashville Plainfield.
Blanchard, a wrestler from Nashville Plainfield as well. Oh, and he actually draws it back into the wind.
Really nice.
I have not seen anybody draw it back into the wind on this
At
hole. And
best,
that was
we've seen
beautiful.
a straight shot. Yeah,
That
that was well done. Well struck.
He'll get a nice roll on the end of that one, too. He'll like the outcome.
Bainey here. Northwood Kensett.
Bainey's probably doing double duty as a golfer and then going over to baseball after this, I would
Right.
assume.
Yep.
He's one of the good baseball players from Northwood Kensett.
Another well-struck ball.
Straight. Let's see. I think it got past the tree.
I think it
He
did,
hit
too.
that 80%.
Yep. I
The
think he
80%
did.
that Sparrow can never hit. He
Yeah,
hit.
because he went right through that big tree you see right in the middle of your shot there.
That was a
And
really
I
good
think
job.
he
That
got
group
through
did
it.
a nice job.
Yeah, I would guess, just based on what we saw on the green there, their approach on green 1, and those tee shots, this group's playing well. And there are 3 of them playing with a pretty good pace, it looked like. So,
Yeah, body language-wise, none of them seemed down. They were up. Their spirits were high.
Yep. It'll be interesting to look at scorecards when we're done, see if we read the room right on that one, because they sure look like they're confident and playing well. There's the Vroom group down on the tee box on 8. That's one of those groups of 5.
I was going to say, it looked really crowded down there on
Yeah.
the tee box.
So there's a few coaches and a couple spectators and 5 players. Jackson Vroom, Connor Deppy, Matson Winnings, Aiden Rembe, and Jagger Timmerman are down there on 8, headed our way.
Looks like Vroom's approaching the ball.
We got a good shot of room right now, teeing off.
Perfect.
I don't think he's happy with that.
I didn't like the body language after the shot. That was...
Yeah, it went straight off his club.
He'll make his way to that one. He looked like he was the last golfer in that group to tee off there. So they'll head our way. No one on 1. Yeah, there's, a golfer on 1, but I don't think he's playing 1. Looks like he's hitting back the other direction. There you go. Yep. Where are they?
That's That's not very good at golf etiquette if they left him
right?
behind.
You're not supposed to leave him behind. Let's give you a weather check while we got a little break here. At the moment, just 23-mile-an-hour wind, and I say just, yes, that is an improvement over what we've had. 60 degrees, but I tell you, it doesn't feel anywhere close to 60 degrees. Tough environment today. It'll be interesting to see scoring-wise. We talked about it a couple of times here. 79 won this event last year. I don't know if this weather's good for 5 strokes or 10, but I don't think it takes a 79 today. And maybe I'll be surprised. I'm wrong on that, but I think something over that mark is going to be a good score. And of course, the mental part of this game of I feel like I'm doing poorly. I shot a 44 on the front, and I don't feel I don't feel good about it. Well, the reality is you may still be in contention here if you can get your act together for the back nine. And
depending on how your round's going, you're right. You might have somebody that shot that 44 and go, I really got to take some chances here on the back nine.
Yep.
In reality, they might not have to, but
right.
took some risky shots that could pay off or not pay off.
Right. Yep.
And that's, if we have live scoring, you can kind of keep track of that, and coaches can kind of help you out. But as of now, it's not required at state qualifying meets.
Yep.
I'm going to wander here, guys, and
Okay.
see if I can capture anything going on here at 6.
Sounds good. We're going to step behind the carts here so we aren't in anybody's... Number 1, for our own safety, and number 2, for their comfort, so they don't think like, if I blade this thing, I'm going to hit Joe in the forehead. Joe doesn't want that, nor do we want them to worry about it. So we'll slip out of the way here. What are you seeing over there, Eric?
Well, it looks like they're done at 6, but we have a group approaching 6.
I think this is south wind. I think.
Really nice chip there. Put the camera here on Vroom's group as they approach. We know Vroom teed off far to his left, and somehow he is back on the very opposite side right now.
Second shot back over here, yeah. This is hole 8.
That's a nice shot. Rolls it up on the green. Should be a fairly easy 2-putt for that gentleman.
I think that's the Starmont golfer in this group, which would be Timmerman. This is Jackson Vroom here in the red.
Surely taking out his 1-iron, because what else would you really want to use here?
A shot.
Really good approach.
Finds his way on the green. I was pretty sure there'd just be a real steady flow today. Did you kind of
Look, I thought there might be. Yeah.
Originally it was 4 per team and 20 groups, which left 2 breaks, right, throughout the day for the kids.
Yeah. I think definitely having to rearrange and getting the 3 groups of 5 has been has not helped the pace in a couple of cases. And then, like I said, some of the challenging holes and challenging weather conditions also not helping. So that's created some of the lulls here for us, but it hasn't. We're working through it. Another really good approach shot there.
And there's more and more debris on the green. Every time a group comes through, it feels
no doubt. So we said the 49er was the south wind golfer. So the red 49ers cap and the white sweatshirt is winnings of south wind. Madsen winnings. West Fork Aiden Rembe, the black baseball cap and the black windbreaker. Blue, South Hamilton's Connor Deppy. Testing my memory here, but that's what I recall. I said I was going to write it down. I've written exactly nothing down.
In these
when I couldn't feel my fingers for the first hour, I decided
on.
to abandon that plan. Ooh. Oh, that hits the pin. It bounces over. Or hit the front edge of the cup and bounced over. It could have hit the pin and went in for him, but it did not. Deppy with a really good chip.
COVID rules, we would have counted it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Hit the pool noodle and it's in.
Winnings here for South Winneshiek.
Really good putt. He left it an inch from the hole.
That is a great putt from way downtown. He started that putt in Manly and gets it to within a couple of inches, or an inch, like you said.
Easy tap in.
Timmerman of Starmont lining up his putt. Jackson Broom for the Saints. Nice putt. Perfect tempo. Had to roll that one somewhat quickly, or he was gonna lose it left, and finds the right side of the cup. I believe he may have saved par there after a less than ideal start off the tee box there. I believe that might have been a par. Aiden from West Fork there. Leaves that one short. He'll have just was long there. I can't see the cup as well from here as you guys can on the screen. Deppy, South Hamilton, up next. Leaves himself a little tap in here. par, I believe, for Deppy as well. We're on hole 8 right now. Timmerman, Starmont, makes the 3-footer. That group finishes up on hole 8. Back here on 1, we do have balls coming in. In fact, we have one right next to the Saints TV golf cart here. And we have one right up against the tree again. So we have
right
2
up
golf
against the
balls right directly at us. Neither one of them hit us. We have another really challenging shot coming up. Up against the tree. This is the Chase Haugen group, if I'm seeing this correctly. Chase, the medalist at Acorn Park last week for the Saints. Won on a playoff versus Zach Buckham on hole 5 there in St. Ansgar.
Is Chase coming up?
Chase Haugen, Luke Martinson of South Hamilton, Carson Streeter, South Winneshiek, and Jordan Demeray of West Fork. In this group, we have another ball up against the tree there, Candle Genius.
My goodness. This tree's been brutal, huh?
So,
got a couple of them
again,
right here,
limited backswing. You have to make a decision. Is he going to try to punch it out of there, or do you just play it straight and you leave yourself a really long putt? How many chances do you want to take here is the question.
Oh, man, I want to make sure that camera doesn't
And
fall over there.
another gust of wind capable of blowing a human being over hits right at that time. Looks like Chase is just a little off to the right side here.
I really think this is just a Saints TV effect. Wherever we're at, the balls just tend to come that way.
Yep.
So when you're coming in on just past Chase on that one.
I suppose this is a group with 5 in it, is it not?
It looks like a big group coming down the fairway here.
Sawyer Schlee from Starmont also in this group.
And this group started at hole what, Joe?
This group started at hole 5.
Hole 5.
And we're back to 1 now. So they have just 4.
3 left, right? So after
2,
this one,
3,
2, 3,
4. Well, they'll have to play 5 one more time, right?
They started at 5?
Oh, no, they started at 5. Yeah,
No.
I see what you're saying.
And it
yeah,
looked like
so all of a sudden, they're 3/4 of the way done. Go ahead, sir.
Looks like Haugen just accidentally hit his ball on a practice swing. So he's going to, I would assume, now hitting his 4th.
His 4th.
Let's see if he can nuzzle it in here.
So up against the tree here appears to be the Starmont golfer, I think.
Haugen puts it up against the tree on the backside of the green.
So Haugen wanted to play cart golf over here too, huh?
Is he going to play this off the tree?
I think he's considering options here. Yep. And he is going to end up coming back and just trying to get that short backswing. We saw this work last time. It works.
That's going to roll down
again.
there. That's a really nice chip from there.
It's hard.
Good shot.
I know he doesn't like it, but it's hard to do a lot better than that. The options are you spray it right or left, or you throw it 30 feet over.
Right.
Carson Streeter here with a really nice chip, but just it didn't check up at all.
Took a big hop and
Yeah.
it really took off.
Yeah, it almost sped up on that second hop. He'll have a challenging putt back downhill.
Haugen finds his ball over here right up next to the tree, and considering what he can do now.
I think this is Martinson of South
Hit
Hamilton.
a stick and slowed it down.
Yeah.
That was going to look really good, and then it hit that stick and just almost came to a stop.
Just bad luck.
Haugen. Actually, from his practice swing, it didn't look. Looks like it's off the tree a little bit. I thought it was up tighter when it
Good
first
deal.
rolled in there. But still, super long grass right next to that tree.
Chase Haugen gonna get that to roll down the hill. Good up from there
Really
as well.
good up. Really good up.
West Fork's Jordan Demery in this group as well. Believe that would be who's on the bottom side here of the green. The only guy that didn't overshoot. Another group of 5. Good putt. See, come up short and right. Again, those of you who've been following our stream know that putt. You guys are all ready to run out here and come take that shot.
Now here's a putt we haven't seen a lot of today.
Have not.
Uphill from where he's at.
I suppose that's a factor of the wind pushing a lot of shots long instead of short here.
He rolls it past the hole. He probably has 5-footer coming back.
Tricky.
That's going to move down to his right. That's going to be a delicate putt coming back from the top side.
Streeter, south wind. Carson, the south wind quarterback, the catcher for the baseball team, super talented athlete, south wind. If it feels like they've had a Streeter as their catcher for 9 years, it's because they have. This is just the latest one, right?
Hey, they're just one of those programs, right?
Right.
They just rebuild all the times, and it helps having the same names come through.
Exactly. Kind of like St. Ansgar had a Saul's catcher for like 11 years too, so we've been through that whole thing.
Yeah, Southwind's baseball program has been really good for a really long time. Haugen hits it off the backboard, and it pops up and bounces out. I mean, it's just that kind of hole for him right now.
It was that kind of hole.
Unfortunately.
He's going to go to his bag and go regroup here for hole number 2.
Great shot.
I also just received a message that Streeter's also an excellent choir student as well.
Is that right?
Yeah, just a well-rounded individual.
There you go.
And I know
bet he's pretty good in the classroom too, if I had to guess.
You're right. Just the way he's conducted himself in all the athletics, yeah.
Yeah. Not funny. Just the quality of kids we get to cover here at small school athletics here in North Iowa. I think we're pretty blessed, pretty fortunate to get to be around these groups of kids. Of course, we know our Saints well, so we get to brag about them a lot. So, but it's cool to get those little tidbits from the other kids that we get to cover too here. So. And that's kind of what's fun about events like this, where you do get to see West South Hamilton and a BCLUW, who we don't often see. Obviously, Southwind and Nashua and Newman and Northwood, Kensett, and all those that we regularly know. We get to know a lot of those kids really well, but it's cool to get to learn a little something about some kids from other places too that we don't know very well.
got to the cup and lipped around and took a 90-degree right turn for
We've
Streeter
seen
there.
a couple of those go in the last half hour or so, and this group does it twice, and both of them lip out.
The golf gods have not been as friendly with this group. And Southwind's chorus department is ran by Mr. Ethan. He does chorus, coaches wrestling, cross country, track, and golf. I mean,
one of those community-minded guys just involved in everything. I love it.
Yep.
Yep.
Great guy. I know him pretty well. So I'd expect nothing less than one of his student athletes.
Yep. That's fantastic.
That group finishes up and walks over. They'll check each other's scorecards and move on. Really, the wind died down for a second there. I was going to tell them to hurry up and get over the tee box and hit before it started again.
Right. Yeah, it dipped under 20 for the first time in an hour here, but it didn't last long. It's right back.
We got Griffin Haugen and Chase Haugen. Oh my goodness! What are we going to shoot? We got some coming up on one, but we're going to Saints TV this thing and
let's do it.
Capture these guys.
So we're going to stay with the Streeter Haugen group. Martinson of South Hamilton, Jordan Demeray of Westfork. And Starmont's Sawyer Schlee in this group. This is a West Fork here. Jordan Demeray on the tee box on 2. Camera pointed down 8 down to the Griffin Haugen group down there. Back here to 2. Jordan, let's get this guy a baseball bat. I like that swing a lot.
Right.
Rotational right there. Good hat from Demeray. I think he'll be safe up there. Near the middle. South Hamilton's Martinson here. At least that's my best guess. Martinson and Schlee, we don't know, so we're trying to use the color of their shirts here to keep them straight. Another draw, second one of the day. Beautiful shot. So if that was South Hamilton, then this has got to be Schlee.
Yep.
Lefty is gonna
got under the tree and is gonna keep rolling.
That's really well done. Nicely done.
Haugen on the box.
Haugen.
Started it left, fading right. Big hop in the middle of the fairway.
Hit a sprinkler head, or?
Well, I don't see. When the PGA, when the guy hit the sprinkler head, the water went spraying. I don't see water, so.
Took a big hop.
That was a huge hop. They had to have hit something up there. So then kicked right. I think he'll be all right. Streeter.
Southwind here.
Nice shot.
It's a beautiful golf shot. Headed right for the big tree down the middle here.
Had enough on it to get over it.
It did.
Big, powerful swing.
Yeah.
Haugen's going to hit a provisional just in case, which is probably smart, so he doesn't have to make the long walk back if he gets up there and they can't find it.
He's going to need to find that first one. That one, I think, it died in that long stuff.
One, guys.
Back to one. Alec Eggers' group here from Newman Catholic, which means he's got Tripola's Logan Bolt. Wapsie Valley, Briggs, Bohm. And Gladbrook, Rhinebeck, Knack.
I assume Knack's in the white hat. Since I see Tripola, Newman Catholic.
I believe you are correct.
Good roll.
We're nearing the end of the round. We just got word that the Hudson Sparrow group, which we know started here on 2, is about 5 minutes from teeing off on 1. So they have just 1 hole remaining. So we know we have some groups that are a hole or 2 behind that, but we are 2 holes, 3 holes from finishing this thing up. We're going to bring you the awards and the tabulations, as much as information as we can bring you here to end this thing. How's Edgar? Newman Catholic. Tripola in the all black with the black hat. And we believe Knack with the white hat, which would then leave Wapsie Valley's Briggs in the white sweatshirt. Briggs, Bohm? Bomy? Boom? You can make whatever you want out of it. That's the right kind of last name. It can be lots of things. I'm not going to say it's warm, but it feels like it's finally broken a little bit in terms of the just severe cold. It feels a little better than it did an hour ago. But challenging conditions here. Hats off to these boys who have had to battle through this thing.
I think part of it is we're just kind of numb to the conditions now. We've been out in it for so long.
Yep, you are correct.
I know I still don't feel like I need to take any layers off.
Nope. A couple of birdies on that hole, perhaps, based on some reactions coming off the green.
Search party.
3 pars and a birdie on that one.
And it looks like there's a search party out there for Haugen's ball, so that only means that first one was not in.
Did in fact go. So they are. The guy in the maroon hoodie is in the right spot. That's where it ended.
Yep.
Looks like Haugen teeing off.
It is. That is Griffin.
I'm not sure I'm safe to get the shot from here, but I'm going to try.
This is Griffin Haugen on the tee box on 8. So let's go look. While they look for the ball, we're going to go look at this shot on 8.
Oh, the wind is blowing so much.
It's really hard to keep everything steady here today, and the wind's trying to blow our camera over off the tripod.
Yeah, looks like I missed his tee off on that too. So. Go back, take a look here at 2 as the search party continues.
Did they find it?
Oh, well, Haugen hitting out of there. Chase Haugen, that is.
See you take a lost ball penalty there, and away we go. Or how, do you know how that works there?
I would assume he would have had to come back and hit.
Yeah.
But I guess it didn't go out of bounds. So if it's not out of play and you just can't find it, do you have to take a drop? And
I don't know either. It's a good question. That is a very good question. With the search party group, I know there's at least 3 coaches in that group, so I assume they helped him with whatever that ruling needed to be there of here's what we're going to do and here's what you're hitting for right here, or whatever that number is.
The approach to 1 here, we have appears to be a Northwood.
It does. So this would be.
Recognize
that looks like Caden Helgeson. That'd be Northwood's #1 golfer. TIC East Conference champ.
So Dawson Glazer of Nashua Plainfield. Sadden Eggers also in this group, just a 3-person group.
Northwood has been in nothing but 3-person groups today, have they?
You are correct. They were the benefactor of the Starmont moving. They moved out of their group. Ball coming right at us. Just long.
Ball just off the backside.
We have seen everything long here. And I shouldn't say everything, but a lot of balls long into 1 here. That wind is pushing the ball more than these guys expect it to. And there have been a ton of shots and tough shots from back here, back onto the green. That was Helgeson. Glazer's in the all white over here to your right. White hat, white sweatshirt. Speaking of baseball, 83-mile-an-hour fireballer for the Huskies. Good pitcher, works fast. Man, if you want to watch, if you got a young pitcher at home and you want to teach him pace and how to keep hitters off balance by working with pace, watch Dawson pitch a baseball game. He'll throw 100 pitches in an hour and 17 minutes and win 2-1 every day if you let him. Fun kid to watch. Not as fun to coach against, but fun to watch. And turns out he's a darn good golfer, too.
And sometimes you just got to sit back and appreciate what
you're watching.
Your team or the other.
Yep. Sometimes you just tip the hat.
Another
one.
Saints
long.
TV curse right at us.
Yep.
So on the other side of us, they're
we should just
hitting toward us as well.
Set up camp right next to the hole. People would hit it right to us.
We found a 4th golfer.
Emerged from behind the trees?
Yep. So we do have a 4-person group.
Bump and run. Leaves himself with about 5 foot.
Helgeson with the white ball with the orange stripe here.
And that's a thick orange
That
stripe,
is a
too.
big orange stripe.
I don't know if he drew that on there or if that's how the ball came. I don't know if I've seen a ball like that.
Don't know if I have either. Plays a really good up from there. So the ball behind us, Doug, does belong to Thomason from Starmont.
No problem. We're watching.
BCLUW's Eggers and Shorts up there.
We'll get out of the way here for the shot.
We're gonna reposition here. Starmont's Jax Thomason. Flew long here on 1, so he's got to go back at it here from the north. Did he get it to check up? I lost it as we were coming back.
Check up the way he wanted, but Still on the green with an uphill putt coming back.
Yep. Not all bad there.
No, below the hole. It's kind of where you want to be.
Joe, see Griffin putt back here quick on 8.
Griffin Haugen to putt on 8. Runs it up just short.
Just missed it.
Just
back
missed
to
it.
one.
Glazer's pot here on 1.
Right line. Just a little short. Didn't quite give it enough, but I think that was the line.
I'll tell you what, if we could have gotten paid to tell guys to hit it just a little harder from this spot. And everybody's been above the hole today. And I think every putt has been short about that much.
Really good roll from down there.
That's Thomason, Starmont with a nice roll from under the hole, back up to it. He's going to tap in, finish out here.
Helgeson, Northwood, Kensett.
He did a nice job getting that ball up with the amount of green he had to work with as well. Helgeson finishes up. Eggers, BCLUW. He's going to need the coach to turn up the heater in that van on the way home. Shorts and short sleeves today. He's toughing it out. Dawson here from Nashua Plainfield. Finishes out that hole ahead to number 2, where the other group that we were watching, the Egger group, just now teeing off here on 2 after the extensive search for that ball out of the last group. Well, I tell you, just in terms of how he's played on the 2 holes that we've seen, which extraordinarily small sample size, but Anthony Knack from Gladbrook Rhinebeck might be the best ball striker we've seen. He just teed off, and I know we didn't get it on camera, but he just teed off here on 2, and just a gorgeous shot. His swing looks really good, so interesting to see where he finishes up. His form and his confidence are top-notch. So we'll see if that translates to a score today. It's been fun to watch him play. Just, again, small sample size, but the couple shots we've seen him take, it looks really good. Coming up on 8 then, as we get our camera repositioned here. This is the Griffin-Haugen group. Am I correct on that?
Nope, they just left 8.
They left.
Yep, so we got to see, that was his putt that we saw here
that's
that
right.
just
I'm
narrowly
sorry.
missed.
I'm
So he
sorry.
cleared 8. There's really nothing else coming at us right now. So it's funny because we just had a really kind of a busy few moments there. We're a little backed up here now on 2. And the only thing that's kind of coming our way is 8 right now. It's a little ways out there.
Yep.
I do see some red.
Yes.
Down 8 fairway, so that's usually a good sign.
My phone indicated the Hudson Sparrow group just teed off on hole number 1. So
maybe that's
Hudson
one that
is
we see
coming
coming
at us
down.
here.
Really?
Yep.
This is the last hole then.
St. Janet texted that to us.
St. Janet. All right. Well,
to let us know. That would be the red we see coming
If
at
that's the case, then let's get over there. We know we got someone we're watching. Did you say you had someone on 8 behind us in red as well?
No.
Nope, I don't think so.
Coming down 1.
There's Hudson there.
There's maroon on 8, so that would be a South Hamilton.
So this is their last hole then, Joe? Because they
Yes.
started on 2?
Yeah, and they are a full 3 holes ahead of this group then, right? Or nearly 3,
They
2.5.
gotta be.
Yeah.
Moving quick.
Yep. So they're ahead of the congestion,
I was
it
gonna say-
appears. Yeah.
Yeah. So these guys have 3 and 4.
I can tell you. So this group that is on the number 2 tee box right now
Like they just have 3
is Glazer's group. So they started on 3. So this is their last
This
hole.
is their last hole.
Okay. So
I think it was a group ahead of them ends on 4.
Yep.
Well,
So we're down to the last 1,
Yes.
2
Yeah.
holes.
Yeah.
1 or 2 holes for every group.
And I
Basically, this group up here, the Egger group that just teed off, has 2 holes to play.
Yes.
That would be the most anybody had. Well, 1 3/4 holes to play anyway. Yeah.
So we are winding down.
We are going to live through it. I think with all of our extremities.
And I
might
believe
even have-
the plan is to go back up to the clubhouse and watch the scores come in, correct?
yeah, I'd like to capture everything we can out here before we do that.
Yep. But once we once the golfers have gone,
Yeah,
we
once
will.
the golfers are gone, we'll head up there. We'll see if we can keep everything intact. We got a tent to take down and things like that. But
Yeah.
Which I'm
We
glad
will.
we strapped it to the cart.
I
Otherwise, that
am
tent would have
too,
been
I am
gone
too.
a long time ago.
Really nice shot out of the Hudson Sparrow group. That is not Hudson because I see him walking, but nice shot that rolls
Oh,
again
wow.
just long. They're just onto the fringe though. Out of, let's see if we can. We know it's not the Southwind golfer because he's here. We know it's not Hudson because he's there. Also in this group is Sogard of South Hamilton and Schreckengast of West Fork. And is this one of those pesky 5?
it is a pesky 5. I see a yellow ball. Let's see. That's the is that Schreckengast and the
He has the black golf bag with the WF on it, is how I identify the West Fork golfers. So I don't know how good your camera
well, I was going to
is.
say a pink shirt, but it
That
might
is
be a heathered
Southwind.
red. That's Southwind.
That the heathered red is Southwind. Yep. So this is Braden Todd, another talented Southwind athlete.
This is
White
one of those
bag with
moments
red
where we
trim.
might be in a terrible spot if the wind catches that. I'm going to move over just a little.
It's a good idea. As long as everybody's been, let's give these guys a little breathing room here. Braden Todd.
That's definitely coming at our
Going
face.
up over the trees.
He
I
ends up
heard it in
just
the trees,
on
so-
the other side of the cart path.
Okay.
Right over here. He is clear of the path. I thought it was going to stop on the path for a second, but it did not. How does that work? You get relief from the cart path, I assume?
Yes.
And again, a club length drop kind of situation?
I don't know why the camera's
I believe
not
in high
picking
school
up
golf,
my
yes.
balls
The
up.
pros, I've
Play it
seen
as a
them.
lass.
I've seen them pick it clean right off the cart path.
They can afford a new 9-iron if they need it. These guys can't afford to destroy the 9-iron on the pavement.
If that was me, you'd see sparks flying on the
Right,
pavement.
no doubt.
Again, trying to come up and over this tree.
I think this may be Schreckengast here.
There we go.
And he did, and now he lands it right
It's
on the
on the-
backside of the green. That's a
Good shot. Good shot.
Just kind of rolls down the fringe a little bit. Next up.
Hudson Sparrow with the rangefinder out.
You know what we discovered the other day? His rangefinder has a magnet on it.
So you
It
can just
sticks
hang
to
it on
side of your car. We didn't know that. And the reason we found out is because we came to golf here. And whoever golfed before us left their really expensive rangefinder on it.
on
Don't worry,
the
we took
golf
it back
cart.
to the clubhouse.
Hudson Sparrow. We're going to break the Saints TV curse for this young man right
Yes.
here on this shot. Hole high, 3 feet short. How about that? Or 3 feet,
Sparrow
3 feet left.
St. Ansgar Classic red top, yellow ball.
Yep.
That seems to be the favorite
dress
with
code
those
today.
boys. Looks like a little off to the right.
Gonna
off
need
the
a
club.
draw.
Yeah.
Or a wind.
He's going to move in line. He may have hit a moving cart.
That
the
may
cart
have been
as
the
a backdrop.
best luck Hudson Sparrow has
if
had.
he did, he kept himself out of those bushes right there.
No doubt. We just saw a live look at a ball that was about to be in jail that is now just in the waiting room, just visiting.
With a pretty good look at the green, honestly.
Yes, that won't be bad.
There's a lot
Did
of
you see
trees
the
that
ball?
surround
Did
the
it
green.
actually?
I heard it.
It hit the tire of the car
Okay.
and came back.
Okay, well, this is part of the game.
It's part
right?
of the game.
It's kind of
part
like
the game.
mini golf, right? You use everything that they give you.
That's right.
We could talk about.
Because sometimes that plays against you, so you got to take it when it helps you. All right. So, gray sweatshirt, kind of a reddish hat, or a grayish hat, I should say, is in fact the South Hamilton golfer. So that's how we'll identify that.
Okay.
This is Todd with the heathered red shirt. The bright red shirt is Hudson Sparrow.
And he's Hudson's being advised, don't stand anywhere.
Well, it looks like it's nestled in right up against the cart path.
Yeah, anything can happen here for Todd. Several unpleasant options with that lie. Again, coach is right there to help him through what the rules decision is here. Looks like he's going to have to play it.
He's got trees.
What a fun day. Thanks for having us out there, Candle Genius.
I appreciate you guys being here.
Been
It's
a
lot
been
of
a
fun
really
to
fun
do
day.
this, but way more fun when I can have some talent along with me.
Scores here as we head into the clubhouse. A hole or two remaining for almost everyone left on the course here. This is the last hole for the Hudson Sparrow group.
Must be pretty confident with this shot. He goes up, stands on top of the green just to get a good look at how it's going to roll out.
There we
Nestled
go.
up right
Braden
against the
Todd.
cart path.
You can hear the wedge hit the asphalt there. He immediately glances down to see how much damage he did. That'll buff out. Go again.
Maybe getting another ruling on if it impedes his swing.
Yep. There's
which
a
in his
phone
practice
out.
swing he did.
So it looks like we're going to get some clarification. It's, again, last hole, don't rush it. Get the right ruling here and get it right. Schreckengast, meanwhile, appears like he's going to chip here off of the fringe. Great effort. Sit now.
Really
Great
good
job.
approach.
That's a great job by Nolan Schreckengast. West Forks shortstop, ace pitcher, pretty good golfer, turns out. Hudson Sparrow gonna come? Yep. All right. Hudson
They're
Sparrow
waiting on a ruling over there.
finds his ball.
Some thick grass, not mowed very often right where he's at. Catches that front edge, slows it down just enough.
Pretty good shot from right there. In the dandelions, kind of in that almost a ditch down there. Nice up. Gives himself an opportunity.
That's really all you can ask for on a shot that was where he was.
Yep.
Just give me a chance.
All right, Todd. Looks like we have the official ruling. He's going to hit that ball right up against cart path. Braden Todd, I think it caught that uphill slope and died on the other side, right? We never saw it come up on the green from our angle. You may have seen a different angle from the screen, but
Putting from the fringe.
South Hamilton golfer here. Sogard. Could it be? I was going to say that would be
Great
the
putt.
longest putt by about 4x we've seen today if that one went in. But
And I thought off the club he had enough speed on that one, but
Yep.
even fooled us after watching this hole all day. Really good putt from where he was.
Todd has the putter out, so he must be just off on the fringe there on that other side after having to hit it basically off the cart path, or right up next to the cart path anyway. Southwind's Braden Todd. Rolls past the hole, 6 feet. He'll get a look at Hudson's shot coming back to give him a clue.
He should get a pretty good look at it.
Doing a little housekeeping. Hudson Sparrow with what he hopes is his last shot of the day. Nice long putt to top off his round.
Downhill, gonna move to his right.
Did that stay out left? I couldn't, or did he not get enough?
From our angle, I can't tell.
I
but
can't either.
From looking at where the camera is located, they probably saw it on
something.
TV a little better than we did.
We should just be watching this thing on the screen here. Let's just go over to the cart. That's a great idea. Look at that. Braden Todd, Southwind. In fact, I'm just going to keep moving.
Todd's had to work for it on this hole. He's scrambled pretty well to get to where he's at.
For sure, yeah. Todd's putt finds the back of the cup. Good job. Southwind advanced out of here last year. I'm sure they have repeat on the brain here today. Hudson Sparrow. Tricky 3.5 feet remain.
Kept it to the right of the hole.
Just pushed it looked like. Hudson finished his day with a 3-putt. He won't be happy with himself for that. South Hamilton here. Landon Sogard finishes his round. And now Nolan Schreckengast to cap off his 18 here at Highland Park in Mason City. He got it. And that'll do it. Hats off, handshakes all around. Congratulations on surviving, boys. We will we'll catch up with scorecards here. We're going to stay here and catch as much action as we can of actual golf. Although I believe groups are going to start. Yeah, we see groups headed at us from the other way that are headed back to the clubhouse. We do have a group coming up on 8 here behind us.
And we've got bags up next to the green and no players up by the green, which means they're probably down looking for a ball of somebody's on the hole that has lost it.
And do you suppose now they went back, couldn't find the ball, and now we've got we're in redo mode.
Yep. Or hit 2 provisionals and can't find either one of them.
Yep. I see a Northwood Kensett jacket in that group. If it's shorts, it's Jansen.
It would.
Yeah. So it would be the group that started on 7. Could be Beanie's group.
It's a 3-person group, it looks like.
That would be, yeah. It'd be Nate Bishop, Blanchard of Nashua, and Bowen from Northwood.
And it looks like they're waiting to tee off, and there's a group in front of them.
There's a group in front of them.
That hasn't quite got, everybody hasn't got to the green yet.
Yep.
Somebody had lost a ball and was looking for it.
Got it. So this would be the group that was the McGuire group that is now the Gavin Nelson group. I have a feeling. This is Nelson, Utter, Urbanik, and Banky. Let's see if that's true. all speculation at this point until we see their faces, because I know one of the guys in this group. So if it's him, we'll know. It is not. So we'll redress here and figure out. There's a little congestion here on 7 and 8. We'll figure out the who's who here in just a minute. So process of deduction here. We have a we have a Gladbrook Rhinebeck golfer. We have a Newman golfer. And the third golfer is missing at this point. That's what we know.
Third golfer's missing, and these two are finishing off the hole.
Right.
You don't see that very
No,
often.
no, I don't know.
He must be making his way all the way back.
All the way back to the tee box. I think that's about your only option, or the only possibility of what we have going on here.
That is a long, lonely walk back.
Sure is. So I'm going to go ask this group.
What hole did you guys start on?
So that's Gutnecht, Gladbrook Rhinebeck, and Jace Anderson, Newman Catholic. So also in that group, Tripola's Lofsgard and Wapsie Valley's Hesse originally, but again, I think this is one of the groups with some changes in it. So we'll see.
Here comes one golfer up over the hill with a ball on the front edge of the green.
Cut.
A little short of the green.
And they started on 10, have 7. They're completing 8, so they'll be on their last hole as well. They have one hole remaining after they finish this one out. So I guess we're safe to come stand up here, because there should be no more golfers on 1, right?
Correct.
I think our action on 1 is complete, so we'll stay on hole 8 here as we finish up this round. This is Jace Anderson and Newman Catholic, Chad Gutnick, Gladbrook Rhinebeck, and Wapsie Valley's Blake Hesse.
Now, we see a couple of golfers finished up here before this final golfer even got to the green.
So we suspected that perhaps he had to go back, couldn't find a ball, and went back and teed off again.
We did see that earlier,
and so they went ahead and finished up.
Got it.
That's our speculation. We don't know.
And there is a gaggle of people on hole number 3. It's an insane. Look at all those. Hold on, let's go look at all those people.
Let's do it. We're going to get you a live look at hole 3 where there are 18 golfers, 17 spectators, and 16 coaches.
That's Chase Haugen's group on the green.
Oh, my.
And
there's so many of them.
I think some of them have completed their rounds on the other 9 and are. This is the route back to the clubhouse.
If they finished at 2.
Hesse finishes out. Who we suspect is Hesse.
We're actually going to go back. I thought we'd give
them
a
the
chance to see
thumbs
one
up.
more
They're
putt,
ready
but
to
he
tee
was in
off.
and out of there. Yep. And then this last. So is this? Can we confirm, Joe? Is this their last hole here, teeing off at 8?
Yeah. So I asked these guys. They are going to finish 9. The group that just finished here is finishing on 9 now, and so the group teeing off on 8. This should be their last. Group or their last hole will be Bowtown of BCLUW, William Lindeman, Nashua Plainfield, and Carter Anderson, Northwood Kensett.
So as we look here off to our right, your left, depending on which way you're standing, it looks like we have a group finishing on 6 and spectators behind them. What do you say, Jordan?
Yep. A group of spectators.
I don't see anybody else midway. That's another par 5, so you'd think they'd be at least started on 6 if they were going to be finishing there.
Yeah, I see some people standing way down by the tee box, but I think that's just spectators kind of waiting for everybody to come back up to the clubhouse.
So pace update, those first 4 holes took 2 hours and 15 minutes, and the last, 14 took 2 hours and 20 minutes? I mean, just that rain and the cold and the wind, I think it slowed everybody down to start, and they played relatively quickly here to finish.
Sure feels like
I
it.
honestly thought we'd be pushing 5 o'clock the way we started.
3:07, that's a pretty good time.
Pretty good time. We're going to be in under 6 hours.
Yeah, I think we were on pace to, it was 6 holes, over 2 hours. And I was like, well, we're going to be...
We were on pace for over 7 hours at one point here today.
I think our batteries will hold up for us. That last drive off of 8 looked pretty decent. This one...
We do have a ball in the middle of the fairway. I see right at the top of the ridge there.
Yep.
I'd assume that was a good drive.
It was a nice straight hit, yep. Kind of bounced on the other side of that hill, came up over the top.
Power technology. See what's happening in the back deck today. Good progress. We're getting a little support spilled. Good. All right. Slowly but sure. This is Anderson, we think, right? On the tee for Northwood Kensett. Debbie Carter's group.
White hat, black sweatshirt.
Okay. Let's go with... There's a
blue.
BCLUW and Nashua Plainfield's Lindemann. Or Linda Lind. Excuse me. If your golfer in this group's wearing a white hat, this is his ball.
Don't see that one coming at us. I thought it looked decent coming off the club.
I believe that was Town. With that one. It's warmed up to almost reasonable, and now we have to go inside.
You know, if the wind stopped, it'd be amazing right now.
Your Iowa cliche day, right? If it wasn't for the wind,
yeah,
it'd be perfect.
The wind's been brutal today. It really has. Like, my goodness. You saw golfers wait to drive, wait to putt. Some who should have waited to putt.
Right. We saw some strokes lost on the card today.
Absolutely.
And not anything they did wrong, just bad timing of
Yep.
hit that putt right as the 50-mile-an-hour gust came swooping over the green. And
so here's what I say we do, guys. I say we keep this camera right here. Let's watch these guys approach. I'll say organically while we kind of take down the tent a little bit so that folks don't have to wait for that.
Be ready for reboards. And
yep.
I
As
like
long
it.
as the wind doesn't blow this thing down, I think we'll be okay. We are looking at hole number 8. Got 3 golfers approaching.
You're right. We probably better.
And we are going to head back
or we're going to lose our target.
to our tent area. Kind of start to tear this thing down a little bit. So if you hear some awkward noises, that's just us doing our due diligence to get this thing torn down so that we can get back up to the clubhouse to catch the award ceremony here. Am I the only one mic now, guys? Is that? Joe's giving some lovely narration about his age and his back pain, which I totally understand. You think my hot beverage is still hot, fellas?
In your Starbucks cup?
Yes.
No, I do not.
Starbucks doesn't insulate quite that well, huh? This segment of the broadcast sponsored by our friends at Starbucks. If you're just joining us and wondering what the heck is going on, we have golfers approaching hole number 8. We're kind of coming to the conclusion of the golfing part of this. We'll be to awards here momentarily, but we're tearing down the setup. Tempted to leave this table on here. It probably transports better like this than any other way, doesn't it? We've got 2 balls on the green. So we expect that the cell service will keep us intact here as we make our voyage up to the clubhouse and check out Joe's tire.
Who needs some air?
You might need to not drive on the path.
Like that. It's really flat.
She's 100% flat. If you're in the clubhouse watching this, cart number 7 could use some air. That baby, we said it was low when we got it. It turns out golf carts just aren't very heavy. It's flat. It's definitely low.
Yeah, when you can put a little pressure on it and sink all the way to the rim, she's low. All right here on hole number 8. Probably your last golf shots of the day that we'll broadcast here, and then we're going to go to the awards ceremony. Carter Anderson, Northwood Kensett. That's BCLUW's Bow Town with the chip there. Nashua Plainfield's William Lindeland.
There's no promise that the ceremony will be held outside, but I'm sure hoping it is.
Yeah. Agree.
Better for our reception.
It's golf. It's an outside sport, right? We do the ceremonies outside too. Although if there was a day to do it inside, today might be one. It's not that it's all that cold for high school golf because they're used to these kinds of conditions. It's that it's the last one of, before the state golf tournament. Yeah, it's the end of May. It's supposed to be better. But we also got spoiled with that 80s last week. That's part of it, too. We should have known better than to expect it to stay. This group looks like they've been social, having a good time with it as they finish up here.
No rush to finish up.
No. Anderson contemplates putting behind his back. Instead decides he better not. And Carter finishes out with a short putt. I think he could have made that one behind the back.
The Savannah Banana will go.
Yes. Like to see it. Some of these groups, like you said, only nodded at each other. There was no verbal communication. This group definitely having fun. Talking a bit. Linda Lynn, Nashville playing field.
Weather not looking great for your baseball scrimmage.
No, it's I was gonna say a busy week coming up here on Saints TV, but depending on whether or not that junior high track meet can get pulled off tomorrow, that may or may not change that. We're gonna try to bring you some state track coverage later in the week. We can't broadcast it. The good news is the state does broadcast that, and it is free. You can find that on either the Boys or the Girls Association websites. So you can watch the 13 or 14 events that the girls are participating in and 4 or 5 that the boys are in down there. It's going to be a fun week for Saints Athletics down there. Linda Lynn says, I don't want to play another round with that ball.
That just shows you what happened to that group today.
Yep. They might be telling us they didn't like their round today. And we think that is it. I do not see another golfer. Candle Genius is going to bring the camera. You're going to get a live look at what it's like to transport all of this stuff back to the clubhouse. I don't see another golfer, so let's head back in and let's go see who won this thing, should we?
Yep, we got a live look earlier. You know what? I'm not sure we did get it. Well, we did. Certainly we did throughout the day. What this setup looked like with the tent over it, we kind of had a lot of things going on here. We still have some things to dissect here before we're totally done. But we got a broadcast to finish, and that ends with the awards. Interesting thing, we got 3 carts. Usually we got one person hanging onto a camera on the passenger side. All right, we'll figure this out.
We may have to shrink it down and set it up on the seat or something.
I think so. I think that's going to be the plan here. So pardon the jostle, folks. We're going to watch these guys
go for a ride
off while we
on Mason City's finest golf carts.
You got it. And you'll get the last one. Lock and load.
We'll see you at the clubhouse.
We'll see you guys. Maybe, if I make it. If you make it, you're the one with the flat tire.
Oh, I'm making it. One way or another. I'm making it.
Let's see, Jordan, let's see. We might let you take this guy. Yeah. All right. Okay. Fine Saints, here we go. Don't drive on the cart, Joe. Don't drive on the... He should not be driving on the path with that tire. Here, you can be my passenger in this ride here. Got my microphone cooking, and here we go. Here we go. Saints TV kart ride. That was a good day of golf. Just like those guys said, it was started off a little slow, a little wet. Heading to the clubhouse right now to see which of these teams and individuals will advance to state. To be held in, I think Joe said Waterloo next weekend. See if the grass is any smoother than that. Cart path. So far we're so good, we haven't lost anything. Sorry for the shaky camera. Try this cart path one more time. Looks a little smoother here. Appreciate the folks here at Highland Park Golf Course. Not only let us come stream, but give us access to these carts as well as many other observers. Apologies if the cell service isn't good enough to hold a smooth stream here, but I'm feeling like we got a strong source here. Compliments of our friends at T-Mobile. You might be inside for these awards. I don't see nearly enough bodies outside. You inside?
I don't see any activity out here. Leads me to believe we may be inside, sir.
Well, so here's the behind the Saints discussion on that. I don't know how our microphones will work with that. I think our cameras will.
Should we try it early, and then we can just have the feed up on our phone and see if we lost our sound?
That's a good
or
point.
I can sit out here while you talk in there and
Good
see.
point. How close can we get a golf cart to that door?
I mean, I could get one really close. They might not like it, but we can get one.
Well, technically it had to be this golf cart.
Okay.
But
I think if you go right here on this side, behind this van, you wouldn't interrupt any golf bags or humans up by this. Follow me.
Let's try that. Let's try that. So the goal here is we're trying to get, looks like awards will happen inside. We haven't had that happen on any of our broadcasts yet. We want to get close enough that we can get access to our Wi-Fi signal. That's the easy one. Our cameras. Sorry about that. I think.
What do you think?
Well, they're not in there. That's the clubhouse. So we got to get.
Oh, that's the pro shop.
I'm sorry, the pro shop. So we're going to try this a little differently. If you're at home watching and you hear a thud or see a sudden crash, please call 911.
If the stream ends after a thud and bang, maybe.
All right, so we're gonna. This might be as close as they give us. Let's see. We can get. Let's try this. Let's try. I think we'll go around the outside here. We'll try a little something different. Coach Brett Williams.
Trying to find a place
Try
to park
parking
because we
illegally.
work in there. So we're a little afraid
See if we can
we're
get by with that.
supposed to be as fast as possible.
We got windows there. Here, Joe. Take that out this side. So the question is,
clear?
Yep. Do the microphones? Hey, how come the seat's wet? Wasn't anything I did, I promise you. It was the rain. Problem is I have my electrical stuff connected to that. Okay. Well, that back thing you've been talking about all day?
Yours is back.
Oh my goodness. Oof. All right, so here's, I was just talking to our audience about what are we looking for here.
I suppose just we'll keep going. How long is we're here?
Yeah, true, the wind's not gonna. Well, good news. We hear somebody else got a 61 on the front. 79 won her last year. It's gonna take a 120 to get it this year.
No comment. No comment.
Tough conditions today, boys. I'm hearing that a lot.
All right, doing a little battery check here. Camera's a little cockeyed. I think we can fix that. You know, man, I don't know how things come so loose just by using them in the course of business every day. But everything is loose.
That happens.
Sounds like Saints in general aren't happy with their. So.
No.
Well, should we go inside and see if we're getting any sound?
Let's do it.
Let's see. You know
We're
what?
hearing
Let's do
some
this.
numbers getting thrown around
Let's,
out here.
Let's do this. I wonder if I can monitor the sound. Maybe that's what I need to do. Do I have? Let me see if this will monitor. If it does, I'm just gonna have you go inside and just use that thing and see if it captures. Check. Hey, we're good. So I got a monitor. Literally, if you just go inside, I will know if that thing's working. Take your mic with you.
Sounds good. I'll go in here, and all of the parents in here are going to look at me like, "Who are you talking to?" And I'll be like, just talking to myself. A lot of math being done in here.
So for those of you at home, we're
testing. So I'm glad you're here, so I can pretend I'm talking to you, because we're just simply testing right now. I'm in the clubhouse where the awards are going to happen. Word on the street, someone's under par today. If that ends up being true, then hats off to that young man, because tough conditions. And again, we'll see. We'll have coaches are tabulating now. We'll get some awards here in just a minute. Hopefully the mics worked. I'm headed right back outside.
Well, for those of you listening at home, we're doing a little monitor here. We want to see if the mics, we believe that everything is going to transfer inside just fine. I'm not worried about that. I think the cameras, we take the camera inside. I think that'll speak to our system. Our internet will stay outside where it can capture internet from the air above. The good news is I think the weakest link in all of that doesn't appear to be too weak. So how far in did you go, Joe?
All the way to the other side of the room.
You did?
Yep.
Oh, that was fantastic. That was
Yep.
good.
So
I wonder if,
think we can get too far.
Get choppy if we get too far. Do we need to stay inside the door? But even if we had to do that, it wouldn't be a big deal. So with that, we got a mic, and we got my mic. And is Jordan gone? Where's the other mic?
That's who I was just talking to in there. Jordan's mic's right there.
Oh, you're just talking to Jordan inside. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So should we take this extra?
Let's do it.
Does
Doesn't
it
hurt.
bother if I hold both like this? Otherwise, it's
Nope. Shouldn't be bother. Shouldn't be bother.
Doesn't that look like I'm holding two mics?
It looks a little bit like you're holding two mics. Makes you scary because people are like, well, he's going to hand one of those to me and he's going to talk. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And people will just stay away from you at that point.
It is funny, the power of holding a microphone. People will give you a wide berth.
All right, so let's do this. We're going to go inside. We'll take a look at what's going on. What happens inside while they're waiting for the scores to be tallied, and what does that look like? Maybe you've seen it. Look at this. Look at this. Like that's, I need a special tool to tighten that. That's just how the things get during the day.
A day of golf in the wind
I feel like
loosens every fastener.
This gentleman here could get the door for us, but instead, he stands aside and eats his Doritos.
I don't blame him.
He sees your mics, is the deal.
He does.
It's no one's fault.
Well,
He
good.
sees your mics.
This the mic holders here.
All right, where are they doing this? Where's the scores going up? Where are they doing it? Well, we're all part of it. I mean, you are too now. Congratulations. Welcome.
Who are we talking to?
I'm Cal Levi.
Cal Levi from the Western Fort? No, the Nashua Plainfield.
Nashua Plainfield. We love you guys over there.
How'd you shoot today?
I shot all right, 95.
95. All right. Tough day. Tough day.
Not the greatest condition.
There we go.
I'm going out buying a new camera tomorrow.
I'd interview you like this, but the light behind us is not great. So like we should get you over here.
You want me in here?
Yeah, well,
You get on
totally.
there. There's
should.
your microphone.
There's a lot of
you
things
got to have
we'd
one
like
of
to
those.
ask here.
Hold it up.
Oh, okay,
Hold
okay.
it up.
Yeah, so now we got your face. Identify yourself.
All right, I'm Callahan Levi from Nashua Plainfield.
Callahan. It's not just Cal, it's Callahan. I like
They
that.
shortened
You
it
should
on the
just go
score
with
sheet,
Callahan.
yeah. I like Callahan. Most people don't call me that.
I think it's amazing.
So, challenging conditions today?
Yeah, absolutely. Between the rain starting out, and then I was getting pretty warm towards the end. I was almost taking off another layer, but it was changing all throughout the day. So it was an interesting golfing event, but man, you got to make the best of it.
Yep, everybody had to play in the same conditions,
Absolutely.
right? So, yeah, that rain to start, I thought it slowed things down. Number one, it felt like a little
For
bit,
sure.
and it definitely made conditions tough. But the play around the greens looked like it was all right in terms of things were soft and greens were slow today.
The greens were pretty slow. I found a couple inconsistent, but for the most part, I was liking how the greens were playing. I was reading them pretty well, so I can't complain.
Nice. Very nice. So what's...
Oh, I'm curious, Cal, what's going on here? So we're used to seeing the scores getting put up on the wall, but it looks like there's tables doing their own. What is happening? How do we score at this event? Do you know, Cal?
So the scorecards go to the coaches, and then they put them into the computer. And I know at Nashua, Mr. Trost, he always puts them. We have a big sheet that we write them up on a big piece of paper, but I don't think we're doing that here. I think they just announce them after everything's in, so it's kind of hard. It's hard to know how you're going to play.
Yes,
I know
it
at Nashua you have everyone huddled around these papers, and it's an exciting time being with your team and getting to watch scores go up and figure out if you went on to the next round.
Yeah. So, Cal, how old are you?
I'm 18. I'm a senior.
You're a senior this year. You got plans for next year?
I'm attending Iowa State to study architecture, landscape architecture. My dream is to design golf courses, actually.
Design golf? Well, good thing you're on Saints TV's live broadcast of the state qualifying golf tournament. You never know what eyeballs are going to see this. We got to hire that Cal guy the day he graduates.
Another thing, I do photography. I've done it. Kind of started last football season, kind of kept doing it. So you guys, I've watched you guys for a long time. It's been a big inspiration for me. I really like Saints TV.
Awesome. Well, thanks for being a fan. Now,
biggest fan from out of Saints. Who knows? Maybe.
I love it.
I love it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Well, good luck to you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, of course. Good luck at Iowa State, man.
Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Well, that's fun. It's good of Cal to kind of chime in and chat with us on that.
For sure. So he pointed out we got the coaches' tables right here behind us. Looks like there's two of them off to your right here on the camera screen, and I see the computer up. So we won't intrude. We're going to let them do their math, but that's where the calculations are happening. He mentioned it. Usually kind of done out in public. Looks like they're being done, which probably makes sense, right? Let's get on the computer, make sure we got everything dotted and crossed and correct, and then make some announcements about who's moving on. 3 teams will advance, plus the 2 top individuals not on those 3 teams. Like I said, lots of rumors, noises, words, people talking about scores. The St. Ansgar kids all ran from us when we attempted to hand them a microphone. They all unhappy with their result today. Sounds like we didn't have a great day as a team, but you never know what that means.
That's exactly right. You think about, there's rumors that maybe there was under par today. We don't know that. We haven't confirmed that, right? But when you think about who qualifies for state, let's say an individual did shoot under par.
Right.
Okay, so he's going to contribute to a team that maybe they qualify, maybe they don't. Maybe he's just one good guy and everyone else tanked today. You don't know.
You never
don't know.
Yep.
I'm surprised that anybody in these conditions can get even par on this course today. But that's all right. We're going to wait and listen and hear, because at the end of the day, you just don't know how people did overall. And then even if you have an inkling of how people did they land on a team that qualified? Because there's 2 guys that are not on teams that will qualify that will move to state.
That's right.
Even if they didn't have a great day today.
So it looks like Newman's athletic director, Alex Bowl, here is manning the computer. He's got a group of coaches all around him helping him with scorecards. So I don't know how much time we have here, but it looks like we may have a bit as we wait for the results to be tabulated. A lot of golfers here today.
Yeah, and I think the thing that we learned Well, we're still learning, right? What is this? Is this our 4th event? I think we did 1, 2 without you, and then the last 3.
Yeah, this is 5.
You were
number
3rd.
5.
That's number 5 for us this year. That's awesome. I've already lost count.
As far as we know, the first 5 Iowa high school golf meets ever broadcast, right?
As far as we know.
So we are definitely learning as we go, but having a good time doing it, and hopefully bringing you a little glimpse of everybody's golfer here. So you get to see a little something. See what I'll be honest with you. Didn't play golf in high school. Never been to a golf meet. I don't have any kids that play golf, so this is my first experience this last few weeks with Iowa high school golf, and it's been fun to watch. And the quality of play, honestly, is much better than I thought it might be.
Yeah,
I'm super impressed.
I literally think I was last year on the golf course with Hudson, and we were pretty even at one point last year, he and I. And it just like his just playing golf and really paying attention to the game and working on the game and getting better. I mean, I can't. So when we golf now, I gotta be honest with you, he gives me 2 strokes per hole.
Per hole.
That kind of evens it. Yeah, that's kind of even.
love it.
So he's about gosh, what is he? He shoots I guess statistically his average is a 41 on a 36.
Kirk, I was just going to say, if I have the sheet in front of me.
Over 9.
Yep.
And I'm plus 18 over 9. So he's probably doing me a favor by giving me plus 2, but it's still generally pretty close.
We saw some great shots today in challenging conditions. Fun day.
You know what we didn't see today, though, was I wanted to capture that one epic shot, where, oh my gosh, that
Somebody
kid
holds
just sunk
out
this
from
100 yards out, or, that's kind of always the hope is you want to capture that one big play for any one of these kids. And because you see a lot of golf throughout the day, but I guess, again, we said it before, we're just a snippet of what happened in every one of these kids' days.
Yep.
The most memorable thing for me today maybe was that ball against the tree. I couldn't figure out how he got it there until I saw another one do almost the same thing. He just rolled off the end of the green.
Yep.
And then just kind of plunks itself right next to that root on that tree.
And both kids who were up against the tree and had to play it, both saved it off of that somehow.
Somehow, you're right.
Both of them ended up on the green and in relatively good position. Go show you some idea of the quality of golf there.
Hudson Sparrow has shown his coach something. I'm not sure his coach is entertained, whatever it is. Hopefully the sound is coming in okay. I'm impressed with these mics that we got here recently.
I'm going to do while we're here, let's go check that.
Good idea. So you see Hudson Sparrow kind of in the middle of your screen. He kind of positioned himself there, and yet he doesn't want to be anywhere near us with the camera. What's to do with this kid? I'm really not even sure. A lot warmer inside than it was outside. Griffin Haugen walking past the screen there.
Audio is working well, so we're good there.
Griffin made a whale of a chip to get to hole 1. And we saw a really good putt just kind of lip out on him earlier today. This is the look behind the scenes as we're waiting for the final scores. Who will make it to state? Do people stick around for that? You got the broadcast up. Do people stick around to see which teams are going to make it, or do they just leave?
We're here for the golf and left 77 viewers
77
right
That's
now.
More than normal for golf.
Yep, and the number's gone up steadily throughout the day.
It's it's not a big number for a state qualifying event for Saints TV, but for golf, as we've understood it, or as we've watched it throughout the season, the 5 that we broadcast, that's definitely the highest number that we've seen And then usually, of course, when the meet is over, then the kids go home and they want to kind of capture what we had captured earlier on in the day. So those numbers go up a little bit.
I think it's part of the beauty of capturing this stuff now is in the moment kids are going back and watching their highlights, right, or watching what happened throughout the day immediately. We see it on football especially, where we'll have 400 or 500 viewers live. We'll have 1,000 views total by an hour after the game, and I wake up Saturday morning with 2,000 views. They literally double between 10 o'clock at night and 6 a.m.
Exactly.
So we know that's a lot of not only St. Ansgar kids, but whoever we've played that night going back and checking out, watching some highlights, finding some plays, what happened there. And of course they get film and they get that from their coaches, and that's very valuable and very constructive. But this is a fun way to go watch it too. What'd that look like from the crowd, right? From a crowd perspective. Not a football perspective, maybe, or a basketball perspective, but what did it look like as a fan watching it when I was on the field? So that's fun.
That is a lot of fun. And like Cal said, Cal made that statement that, he's a St. CV fan, and he's from Nashua, and he loves watching what we do for that very, very reason, and that's why we're here. That's why we do this thing. Of course, we love it, but you and I loving it isn't reason enough to do it, right? It's the folks out there that enjoy it and appreciate it and really rely on it, especially those who aren't able to make it to the games, the grandmas, the grandpas, the family members, but whether it's nursing homes or being miles away or even parents on vacation. It happens sometimes. Do you know this? Sometimes parents take vacations from their children.
Is that right?
Yes, they do.
Sounds like a fantastic idea. No, I have taken one or two of those in my life, so I do know that does happen.
Even on game nights, Joe. Even on game nights.
You think about that. This idea was sort of born out of how do we get the Beelans and the Sparrows to be able to watch baseball games, right? I mean, that wasn't the sole purpose, but it was sort of born out of your parents can't often get there. My parents can't often get there. We all have families spread out. It's like, hey, we're all there anyway. Maybe we should throw a camera on it.
Why wouldn't we? And I think, and going back to, we started this with, is there an internet connection up in that crow's nest of the baseball field? Because I have some cameras, and what else would that take? We did a whole lot of learning along the way, and we'll continue to learn. For those of you watching who might be from St. Ansgar, there's a need right now. There's a need to hit those. We need some parents to cover the 7th and 8th grade games, and we have a lot of parents stepping up and doing that. And I would say what started as you and I saying, how do we do this thing? It has now become, well, how do we take this thing and make it so easy to do that a mom and dad going to a 7th and 8th grade middle school basketball game can just take the camera and run that stream easily. We've had some great parents. Wrestling this year, got a bunch of wrestling in this year that we didn't have otherwise. We're doing a lot of 7th and 8th grade stuff, but there's still a lot of events that we're missing. So if you're a parent out there, let us know. Drop us a line.
We promise we can make it super easy, and if you don't want to do what Eric and I do and make a fool out of ourselves on the microphone, you don't have to do that either. Point the camera at it and press go and shut it off when it's done. We'd love nothing more for this to become every sporting event, every drama event, every graduation event is brought to you live on Saints TV. Anything that happens in our school district that we can somehow produce it and make it available to people who can't be there.
There's a lot of schools out there. Let me finish my last comment. Reach out, Eric, ERIC, at saintstv.com. Let us know if you're interested in participating. But there's a lot of schools out there that are saying, look, we'd love to do that. How do we do that? And I think that there's this idea that, you need equipment to do that. And the answer is, a little bit. But in today's day and age, you don't need a lot of equipment. What you need is willing individuals who are willing to go participate and commit to doing that. And at the end of the day, I will say it's special because it's there. When you're on the receiving end of it, and I've been on the receiving end, I've been places and watched you and Travis take care of those streams for us, or watch those parents that we're talking about take care of that stream for us. And it is amazing. It's so great to be able to watch that. But at the end of the day, it's not actually that hard to make it happen. You just have to be willing to find an internet connection, find a camera, And like you said, you don't even need to talk. Just turn the camera on.
Right.
Being there in the gymnasium and hearing the sound of the gymnasium is kind of like sitting in the seat, right?
Yeah, you got it. And it takes a lot of people to do it too. So it's like Eric said, it's not a thing that we couldn't do without all the people pulling on the rope. So if you're willing to help us, please do that. Same thing, sponsorship. That's open right now. We're looking for recruiting sponsors for the 20. I can't believe it's even true, but 25-26 school season or sports season. It's really not sports, right? We do lots of other activities too, but the businesses that provide the sponsorships to make all of this equipment and everything happen, nobody here at Saints TV takes a dime out of the budget. The sponsorships, the businesses help us buy the equipment and pay the streaming costs that are associated with some events. The donations that are given through the QR code on the screen go 100% to the school and go end up back in the school district's budget to help defray uniform costs and equipment costs and referees and umpires and all of those good things that the expenses that it takes to make these programs possible so we can put the product out in the first place.
That's exactly right. That QR code that's in the bottom right hand of your screen, it's Give Butter. We had a lot of fun with that, but that's the platform that we use. Give Butter is really, it's kind of a fundraising platform, but we use it here with Saints TV as a way to just very easily collect for the parents who are like, hey, I'm enjoying watching the game, and I know that it costs $6. Is it $6 or $8? I don't even remember anymore. Is it $8?
I believe it's $8
now. $8 a game to be at a basketball game and a football game. And I'd love to be there, but I can't. And so I'm willing to just pay for my seat or pay for my family's seat. And we have some families, they're literally every week we're getting 4 seats worth of Give Butter, $32. But 100% of that goes right back to the athletic department, as it should. We're getting ready to write a check here to the athletic department for the year end, kind of shoring up things on the Give Butter account. Over $10,000 have been generously donated by folks out there at home who've said, I love Saints TV, I love what it does, I love the convenience of being able to watch my kid, my grandkid play when I can't be there. And so thank you for all of you who have given generously. And for those of you who are wondering how you give, scan that QR code, or we won't be running that commercial again today. So I can just tell you right now, you can just send a check. If you'd rather send a check, it's Saints TV, P.O. Box 371, St. Ansgar, Iowa 50472. The businesses, you mentioned it, we're getting ready for a new year right now, and I know the school year, basically we say when the school year ends, that's when a new Saints TV season starts. So our new season starts with baseball, with softball. So if you want to participate, again, email Eric, ERIC, at saintstv.com. So many businesses have signed up. It's been such a blessing. Those businesses help support things like the equipment that we need to do multiple broadcasts, to get multiple setups so that multiple parents can be out doing this thing, helping us out and expanding on it.
Yeah. There was a night last year we did junior high basketball, varsity basketball games, and a wrestling meet all at the same time. And 3 streams, right?
Exactly.
Going at once.
Exactly. And we couldn't do that, just you and me.
Yeah. It takes people, it takes equipment.
It really does. The great thing is there that we're now, and we always have equipment needs, but we've established a baseline for the equipment that we really, really needed. That now there's some extra funds that have come from the businesses that have allowed us to do some pretty cool things. This weekend we hung a tradition sign out in the middle of out in left field at our baseball field. I think it looks fantastic. That was 100% paid for by sponsorships of Saints TV, where Saints TV had the extra cash and said we want to make sure we're supporting that. Yep. There's a new digital sign hanging on the side of the building at St. Ansgar High School. Saints TV paid for a portion of that with the sponsor contributions.
Yep. We're up to, what now, 14 scholarships we've issued over the last 2 years?
True. We had 8 the first year, 5 this
13,
year.
That's bad math.
So far.
Good thing I don't need a scholarship.
13,000. Don't give it to Joe. $13,000. That's a great point of student scholarships for students who are going into athletics in college, because we know that being a college athlete, Joe, that's a full-time job.
It is.
And we know that $1,000 scholarship is a drop in the bucket for what these kids need, but college is expensive. And so anything we can do, actually we got a huge thank you from one of the parents of a scholarship recipient yesterday on graduation day saying, you know what, like this scholarship was great because we just got the money to do with what we wanted. You guys trusted us to do what we wanted to do with it, and that we need something to buy books. Because there was other scholarships that this individual received that was really particular about how they used it. And we said, look, we know college is expensive. Use it how you want.
Yep.
Obviously, we hope that they pay for the college. In this case, it was books. And you know,
that's fantastic.
Quickly, you can spend $1,000 on books, Joe.
I do. I have a college freshman, so I do know. I think it's 3 books, I believe, to get you to $1,000.
Yeah, it's insane what it costs.
Yeah.
So,
the crazy part is they don't even get the book. They don't even want that. They want you're paying for the digital version of it that you can load on your iPad.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, there's no
actual
actual
then it's searchable
physical.
And, yeah. Yep.
So the production costs of that quote-unquote book is
it's so fun to be able to do that. And again, thanks to the businesses that make that possible, support our kids as they move on to the next level. Lots of tabulating still going on. Here's your update.
I have Christy Nixon standing next to me. I have a question for you. How do you do it all? So if you read the EJ in St. Ansgar, Christy Nixon is everywhere all the stinking time. And she writes these great sports articles. She does amazing work keeping all of Mitchell County up to date on what's going on. Christy, so she's embarrassed because she doesn't want to tell the secret, but literally, I swear you're like 3 places at once, Christy. How do you do it? I even have a mic here for you. How do you do it, Christy?
I don't even know myself, sorry.
See, Christy doesn't even know herself, and that's either, Joe, what do you think? Either she's not willing to tell the secret, or she's teleporting herself. I don't even know.
It's got to be magic, because she is everywhere. Every time I look up, there's Christy.
Were you really? Oh, hold on. Tell them. Where were you earlier, Christy?
I was in Lake Mills.
She was in Lake Mills earlier. What was going on in Lake Mills?
Osage was playing for the 2A final.
Osage playing for the 2A final, and how did they do?
They weren't done yet either. So.
Oh, they weren't done yet either. I suppose
get
that makes
pictures
sense. Yeah, you gotta get. In order to get it all right, you have to get some pictures, and then get the news, and then you can use those pictures that you have and update into the news. So that's kind of the secret, right? Is that you can't be both places at once. You kind of have to split your time.
Yes.
Got it. Well, Christy, we appreciate the work you do for the EJ, for Mitchell County, for telling those stories. What we do is easy. We just go put a camera on and it happens. What you do is much more difficult in my mind. So thank you for what you do. Lake Mills is a beautiful golf course. Have you golfed that before,
I have.
Jim?
I really like that course, too. Very nice.
I do, too.
Is it Rice Lake? Is that what it's called? Rice Lake Country Club?
Lake, yes.
Very nice course up there. We're lucky right here. We've got a bunch of pretty courses.
Yeah, we do.
Especially when you look at, we're kind of flat cornfield country, but somehow we've found really good places to put some nice golf courses. Bats?
Yes. There were a lot of mosquitoes. There were a lot of mosquitoes, so there were a lot of bats.
You know, Lake Mills has been known to have a lot of mosquitoes.
They
We've
have.
seen that during the summer months playing baseball, haven't we?
We have.
So you saw bats during the day while you're doing?
Driving into Rice Lake, I thought they were birds at first, and then I realized they were tons of bats getting all of the mosquitoes.
My goodness, well. Did you get bit by mosquitoes while you're out there?
One, yeah.
There's that many bats that must be doing their job if you only get bit by one. Things are kind of, like, there's a little bit of a lull right there. Like, I almost expected there to be some sort of, I don't know, bell ringing an announcement or something like that.
Did it get quiet in here, you mean?
I thought
it
got quiet
It
here
did,
briefly.
I agree. I think there's been a few questions, so a couple of, maybe it's a handwriting issue or what, I don't know, but there's been a couple of the representatives from the rules committee here get up and going and finding some coaches and some discussions being had, and so I think we got whatever the issue was now appears to be resolved.
Got it. And we forgot to ask Cal what his favorite movie was. like to do that here on Saints TV. If you see Cal again, we should be asking him. What's your favorite movie?
Ever?
Yeah. If you were stuck watching one movie for the rest of your life, Christy Nixon, what would it be?
It's kind of weird to say, but it would be Say Anything.
Say Anything. That's a John Cusack classic. That is good. I haven't seen that movie for a long time, but I've kind of had an inkling to watch it. Do you own that movie?
I do.
Can I borrow it? I'm kidding. I don't even know if I have a way to play a movie anymore. I mean, it's all digital now, you know?
I'm trying to think if I actually have it on VHS or DVD. I'm that old.
Yeah, see, we kept a few VHS movies and gave the rest away, and at the end of the day, I'm not even sure I have a way to play a VHS movie anymore. Maybe, who knows? Who knows?
I do, but I don't think it's hooked up.
Yeah, why would it be? Because, right, it's so easy just to like digitally get whatever you want nowadays. Say Anything, Kristen Nixon's favorite movie of all time. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that movie. You must be a romantic.
So we believe all the golfers are off the course.
All right.
At this point, I had a question in the chat. So all the golfers are here. Just the process now is the tabulation of results. It looks like there's a verification process. I've been kind of watching as they're handing cards around the table here.
Yeah.
It appears that probably makes sense. There's two people doing the math to double check, and then they're being inputted into the computer and then sorted into piles here for verification one more time. So it looks like you can kind of see there's a card getting handed over. And now it'll be entered.
Think about it. Think about all the numbers that we're talking about, right? So every kid, every stroke, every hole, you got, well, I mean, quick math would suggest that you had 20 groups of 4 kids, right? So you got 80, quick math.
Yep.
And every one of those kids
played 18 holes.
That's
1,440 holes.
1,440 holes.
And if they took an average of,
oh my goodness,
4.8 strokes on those holes, I don't know.
Call them. Sure, that's better than me probably.
4 3/4, we're going to say. That'd be better than me too. That's 6,840 strokes to count.
And not just count them, but verify them.
Yeah, can't count them twice. Enter them into a computer. Check the computer entry.
Exactly. And that doesn't account for, well, handwriting. Do we read that one properly? Because they're handwriting their scores down as they play throughout the day.
It's probably what drives the scoring that we talked about earlier, that at the state golf tournament there is some automatic scoring or some app-based scoring, so there's a live leaderboard for one. But also think of the improvements in terms of ease of running that meet if you have all those scores in the app, right? And
sure.
Hey, we're going to upload those things to the cloud and hit the button, and it's going to tell us who the winner is.
Think about track. Like, where is track today versus where was track 10 years ago?
Right.
Where,
well, you had 19 stopwatches.
You got stopwatches. You know, we forgot to ask Jordan that. I meant to ask him that today, because I know that one of the locations of the 10 track districts on the state qualifying night that we
last Thursday,
one of the districts, right, did not, like, their electronic system wasn't working, so they had to do it the old-fashioned way. Which is literally individuals in each lane with a stopwatch.
And usually it's 2 for each lane, so you have a
writing
source and a backup.
And I don't know if they're still tracking down the kid to say, oh, excuse me, what is your name?
Right.
I see you run for Northwood.
Right.
Yep.
Are you in fact? Yeah.
And I suppose they have the numbers on them, so that should make it easier. They might just say, St. Ansgar number 4, Northwood number 6, whatever. But now you have to take that, put it on a piece of paper, and someone's going to have to enter it into a computer.
Yep.
And what they say, it took them an extra 3 hours or something like that.
To run the meet. Just
to run the meet,
part.
yes.
Yeah.
Because you can't just go bang, bang. You've got to now do all that before you can start the next race.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it will change the world of golf when they can do that electronic scoring. I know earlier today you were cold. Are you still chilly?
I am not chilly, but I feel good. I'm not warm yet either, I don't think. You know what I mean? I haven't shed my winter jacket or either layer underneath my winter jacket yet.
I'm with you. If I was moving around here at all, though, I might need to shed some layers. So you've checked the chats recently, making sure we're answering anybody's questions that might have.
We have gained more viewers. We're up to 108.
All right. People are anxious to see who's moving on.
We anticipate awards soon, but we honestly don't know how soon, to be frank with you.
Based on what we saw at the last meets, which obviously was a lot less kids golfing, but it seemed like they were just kind of putting those numbers in as kids came in. I'm sure they did that here as well, but it's also your 18 holes instead of 9.
Yep.
And so potentially they could all be coming in at roughly the same time versus when there's 9. There's kind of 2 staggered groups per hole.
Yep.
And so it does allow it to kind of spread out just a little bit, I would guess.
So we had a group just come in, the Muth group. Looks like they're turning in their cards. So they must have been, I suppose they completed their day far on the opposite end of this golf course.
Well, that's a great point, because we're only talking about the front
9 is really all we could see today.
And there's a whole other set of 9 holes to...
So the math machine just started back up. It did look like they were caught up at that point. In fact, I was about to say it looks like maybe we're nearing the end, but here's another set of 5 cards. But it does look like they're working, and I suppose there's some, as players get in with those cards, they're going to do some math and verify everything's right on their own before they turn that card in.
Yeah.
We talked about it a little bit on the broadcast, but if you're just joining us, a cool system here where you keep your own score, and then you are a check, essentially, for the others in your group. So you keep their scores, too, and then everybody signs everybody else's card to verify that, the 4 golfers in the group, they sign their own card, and then the 3 guys that they golfed with signed their card as well. And they signed that kid's card. And so there's kind of this verification / hey, we're keeping our own scores here, but we're going to check each other, make sure that there wasn't any incidental or accidental mistakes. So each card gets signed 4 times or 5 times today with a few groups of 5. And they're signing off that, that's the right score.
Love to see the sportsmanship after they're done with the 18 holes. You see the kids get together, shake hands on the green as they're putting the flag back in and walking off. And great sportsmanship, a lot of great kids. And I think golfers just in general, it's just a sport where there's just something about it. There's a certain class about golf and golfers and the kids that do it. Of course, it's an individual sport, yet it's a team sport. A little bit like cross country, a little bit like track, where, of course, I want to get my individual victories. I'm kind of trying to beat my own scores, right? Ideally, that's what I'm after, but in order to help my team. Another look around the room here.
A lot of fans, a lot of parents in the room as we scan around, supporting their golfers.
It's a great course. If you've never golfed, Highland Park here in Mason City, the front 9, we talked about a little bit earlier, so it's a little tighter, a little more like the St. Ansgar course, narrower fairways. The back 9 is a little more link style, a little more open. I'd love to know how the wind was. We should be asking these guys.
On the backside.
How was the wind on the backside today?
It was brutal where there were trees. So when you get a couple of those open holes in the back 9. Gus Walk, if we don't ask you about your score, will you talk to us about the conditions? We got a question for you.
We have a question. We promise not to ask you about your score, all right?
Yeah, we don't.
So that's a disclaimer. I know that's kind of a hot topic today.
We were just discussing the front 9 of this course is a little like Acorn. Big mature trees, kind of close. You got to be straight or you're in trouble. The back 9 is totally different, right? Kind of almost link style, wide open.
Yep.
Obviously, we were set up on hole 1, 2, and 8 there, and it was windy as all get out there. What was it like in that open on the back 9? Was it really blowing the golf ball around for you?
Oh yeah, it was tough. You had to try and keep your shots low, otherwise if they were up there. If you had to drive into the wind, it was just gonna drop straight down. Maybe go 200 yards. It was not great. Really tough conditions.
All in all, Gus, what was a tougher half, front or the back 9?
The back for me, definitely.
Back for you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you find that was true of your team? Your teammates won't talk to us today. Apparently, they didn't have the game of their lives that they were hoping to have. So, what do you know about their game today? Did they experience the same situation?
Yeah, it sounds like it. A lot of balls going too far right, the way it sounds.
Right,
so.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that where we were sitting. If you started the ball anything other than on, really up the left side of 2, you were in danger going out of bounds on the right side.
Yep.
Yeah, and then same with hole 8 coming at us. Seemed like everybody was playing right up against the trees on 8 coming at us. Well,
yeah, we saw some short putts get altered by that wind today, too. Big gusts to come in at just the wrong time. Yeah. Gus Walk, you graduated yesterday, didn't you?
I did. Yes,
Is that true?
Yep.
Well, what the heck? How are you feeling about that?
Good.
Are you done? You just free for the summer then, or what's going on?
Baseball season.
Baseball season. Oh, it's baseball season.
I've heard mention of this baseball.
When does baseball start?
Started practicing already. First game's next Monday, so
I love it. I love it. Be there. Where should we be?
Northwood.
Northwood. Doubleheader varsity, right? No JV. Doubleheader varsity. Kicking off with a conference. 2 conference varsity games in Northwood. That's awesome.
Yep.
Favorite movie of all time?
Still Step Brothers.
Still Step Brothers. See, sometimes it's different on a different day, right? So we want to clarify. You were a Step Brothers guy. You weren't the only one. I think there was others that like that.
It's a great movie.
It's a great movie indeed.
Well, they're tabulating scores. Since you have the mic, you have the ability to hand that mic to anybody of your choosing. Perhaps it's the South Hamilton guy over here who looks like he really wants to introduce himself here on Saints TV. Or it could be one of your teammates. Perhaps that Hudville standing next to you.
We can let Huddy talk.
All right.
Huddy doesn't mind. So we'll start it off, Hudson. We like to start with a disclaimer. We won't ask you about your score, okay? We won't even ask you about it.
Probably a good thing.
Okay. So we were asking Gus, we'll ask you the same question. Which is harder today, front 9 or back 9?
Probably front 9, because I did not do good.
Front 9 was more challenging for you than the back. Interesting. Because Gus had the opposite answer. He really didn't enjoy the back 9.
I could play with the wind. I couldn't play with everything else.
The trees and the...
Did that rain at the beginning impact you a little bit?
Yeah, so I did not know we could take a drop from that fescue.
You could?
Apparently Coach Bells said that at the beginning. I just wasn't listening, so.
Oh.
Might have saved a few strokes.
3.
Yeah, and by the way, Joe, that was not a practice swing left-handed. That was a whiff.
So 4, then never mind. Gotcha.
I heard your count on that, and I think he's one off, I thought. But you took a left-handed swing.
A left-handed whiff, it turns out.
There was like a twig that was like.
Is that what
I couldn't get my club down there.
Because all I could see was the grass, right? But I saw you take a left-handed something.
So the left-handed, it cleared the twig at least?
Yeah.
Did it give you a little more room?
It did.
Well, you weren't the only one who took too many shots out of that fescue and not a drop. So that's interesting because we watched a kid later drop out of there, and we were like,
we did.
Okay, so what is the?
Yeah, I probably could have.
I think we saw your teammate drop out of there. Didn't we see?
They're probably listening to our coaches.
It was Chase who listened.
Probably listening to our coach's speech at the
Listening is
beginning.
important.
Yeah. I did not.
Yep, because we saw Chase looking for a ball, and then we saw a drop, not where it went in exactly.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, I mean, obviously it's not exactly where it went in because you had to drop it, but.
Yep.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure what the situation was with that. But I was hoping that maybe you'd recover from that. It sounds like it just.
Did you?
Maybe it wasn't your day today, huh?
Go ahead.
I was saying.
Did you see on your last hole,
Yep.
hole number 1?
Yeah.
Did you see your third shot? Like how it ended up where it ended up? Do you know how it ended up where it ended up? Your
I think
shot
I hit a
past the
cart.
green.
That was my second shot.
You
but
hit
yeah.
a moving cart
That was your second
exactly
shot.
in the center of the hubcap, and it bounced back. Otherwise, I
would've-
don't know if you'd have found that ball.
You might add 7 strokes, except that card.
You hit a spectator's cart that was on the
Yeah.
move. You couldn't hit it any more perfectly. So that saved you a stroke.
I clubbed down, so. Wait. Yeah, I
That was
clubbed
your
down.
second shot?
Yeah.
That was
I
a dandy.
hit it like 340. No biggie. But I clubbed down, so I was thinking I'd rather be short than long. Bladed it, and I was long.
You were long. But not as long as it could have been without that cart. That was a
Without that
very
cart.
fortunate cart.
Well, I was looking, and I saw it rolling over there, and I just saw a cart just like look down.
He kind of
like,
looked back.
kinda
Yep.
Stop. And, like,
Yep. Well, them's the breaks, right?
No,
Sometimes
I did
it goes.
three-putt. I was going for my first birdie today, and it did not happen.
Well, good season of golf, no matter what, right? We'll see what happens here with awards, and it's baseball season, man.
Yeah. We'll get them next year.
And just a sophomore, so you get 2 more experiences here, right? To figure this all out. And
I mean, we don't really know how the other teams did today. So are we sure they didn't experience the same?
Well, some kid shot 2 under par, so.
That's a
just
rumor.
Just one kid, though, right? Rumor first. Second, just one kid.
Yeah. I'll personally buy you like pretzels or something if we make it, because.
You buy me a pretzel?
Honestly, I'd buy you a
Can I get in on that?
house. Yeah, I'll buy both of you guys a new house.
All right.
Oh, I'm a big fan of pretzels. I love it.
Well, thanks for joining us, Hudson. Appreciate you being a good sport, helping
Thanks,
us
Hudson.
fill some time as they tabulate the scores here.
Yep. Thank you, Hud.
Jackson Broom.
Where is he?
Right here behind us.
Oh, we got Jackson
I mean,
Broom.
you don't
Thank
hang
you.
around that close unless you want to be.
We like interviewing this guy.
We
You know
do.
what? Because he always tells it how it is. All right. Go ahead.
Can we
Joe,
ask
start
you
with
about
it.
your score, Jackson, or
Yeah.
would you prefer we don't?
Yeah, you can ask
What'd
me.
you shoot today, Jackson?
I shot at 90.
And, well, in these conditions, 79 won here last year.
Yeah.
And there's, in these conditions, I don't think 90's a bad score at all.
I don't either.
Yeah, anything under 125 impresses me. So I'm impressed. Tell us about your day. So obviously you shot a 90. So the first question we've been asking, front 9, back 9, very different here. Did
Yeah.
you have a preference or one that was harder for you today?
Today was the front 9, but usually I'd say it's the back 9. But for some reason, I had like 3 blow-up holes on the front 9. Other than that, I had parred every other hole, and then
Yep.
I kept having troubles. I'd hit my first ball out of bounds, and then I would par. So then add 2, and it's a 6, and that hurts me quite a bit.
That hurts. So the wind factor and those out of bounds shots, or just weren't hitting it off the tee box well today?
No tee box shots were good for me. I think that's where a lot of my bogeys came from. Is I duffed a tee shot, and then
I'm familiar. I feel your pain on that because that's the story of my golf game usually too. Like, hey, if you take away the out of bounds or the terrible tee shot, I parred that hole.
Yeah.
That's par golf for me.
Usually for me, it's if I can use Huddy's drive, I might be able to bogey this hole. Hey, by the way, you actually won the Best Dressed Player Award for the very reason. Take a look at the front of the sweatshirt. Turn around, will you, Jackson? Turn around.
We got school on
He's
the
got
front.
school.
We
He's
got
a
name on the back,
got
a
a
number.
If everybody did that, our job would be so much easier. Wouldn't it?
About 3/4 of these guys today, because of the weather, I'm sure, didn't have a school logo anywhere on them, so it was impossible to identify who was who.
Yeah, there's a couple guys wearing like blue sweatshirts from teams that were red. So
They gave us a challenge today, but we think we got almost everybody right for the most part. At least eventually, even if we got them wrong first, we figured out we were wrong.
What was a tougher 9? Front 9 or back 9?
Tougher?
Yep.
Front 9. Yeah.
Front 9?
Trees factored me big time.
Yeah, we weren't sure if the trees would block the wind a little bit, but boy, oh boy, it was still windy, and probably what was should have been the least windy place.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
We
Thanks,
have
Jackson.
silence in the room. The announcements coming up. Give him that.
Just go hold this close to him.
Congratulations to everybody once again. We will start with our individual honors. In fourth place with a tie of 81 and the tiebreaker using the card back is Nolan Schreckengast of West Fork.
Nolan Schreckengast gets fourth with an 81.
In third place, Brody Harris from South Hamilton with an 80. Thank you. Your runner-up with a 77, Levi Stout from West Fork. And your medalist today with a 70 from South Wind, Hale Kleppe.
200 par is in fact confirmed. A 70 from Hale Kleppe. South Wind.
Okay.
Hale Kleppe shoots a 42 average.
Tournaments with an 82 from Starmont, Sawyer Slee.
Sawyer Schlee Starmont moving on with an 82 as an individual.
And with an 81 from Turkey Valley, Nick Bernhard.
Turkey Valley's Bernhard.
Your three teams moving on with a 340, West Fork.
West Fork shot a 340.
With a 335, South Hamilton.
South Hamilton 335.
And your team champion here today with a 319, South Winneshiek.
South Winneshiek 319 is your team champion. So South Wind, South Hamilton, and West Fork all advanced as a team.
All right, so there you have it. Today's winners.
There we go. There are the facts. Let's recap here. Fourth, Nolan Schreckengast Harris of South Hamilton. In third, Levi Stout, West Fork with a 77. It's your runner-up and your medalist, Hale Kleppe. Hale Kleppe with a 70, a 2 under 70 in these conditions. That's great golf. Congratulations to Kleppe of South Wind. South Wind also advances as a team. They win it as a team.
That's fantastic.
South Hamilton second, and West Fork finishes third. So South Hamilton, South Winneshiek, and West Fork all advance, as well as Sawyer Slee and Nick Bernhardt are your two individuals that advance to the state golf meet next week in Waterloo.
That is quite a day of golf, Joe. Saints didn't have the day that they had hoped to have. I'll be anxious to see how our boys scored individually before just to see that. But you'd reference today's winner with a 70 was, I'm sorry, what's his name again?
Hale Kleppe from South Wind. Hale Kleppe.
You would reference what his average, so over 9, he would be 84 on average. He just had a whale of a day. Let's hope for his sake today. State next week is cold, rainy, and windy, and he's going to just win that baby.
For
he's
sure.
Shooting 14 under average over 18 holes.
For sure.
That's incredible. What a great day for him.
Yep, had a great day, and Kleppe
Thanks,
wins
coaches.
Thank
it here.
you guys.
So Hudson and I were talking just maybe yesterday, within the last couple of days anyway, that you look at all these scores of these kids who are at this event, and it's like, you know what? It's whoever has the best day is the one who's going to walk away with a trophy. And today that medal goes to a gentleman who has the very best day. So let's head outside here. We're going to shut this thing down here, but we got to be close to the computer to do that, Joe. So let's make our way out there.
So a couple questions in the chat. Baseball season question of when are we going to start those broadcasts? We will be at
Northwood
next Monday, week from today, with a doubleheader. So you'll get your first Saints TV taste of baseball, softball season starting next week here on Saints TV as the Saints travel to Northwood, Kansas for a doubleheader. So that starts Monday, next Monday already, and then we will have a softball broadcast and baseball broadcast as we go So let's recap now that we're outside, a little quieter.
Yes,
let's go
sir.
through one more
Yes, sir.
time. The team scores look like this. In third, West Fork shoots a 340. In second as a team, South Hamilton shoots a 335. And South Winneshiek wins the team event with a 319. Sawyer Slee and Nick Bernhardt are your two advancers in terms of individuals that weren't on those top three teams. So those are the folks going to the state tournament next week. Bernhardt, Slee, West Fork, South Hamilton, and South Wynn as teams. If we go through individual scores, Nolan Schreckengoss shoots an 81 and finishes fourth. Tied for fourth. They didn't mention who that tie was with, but tied for fourth with an 81, and he won it on the card back. Harris shoots an 80 from South Hamilton and finishes in third. Levi Stout of West Fork shoots a 77 and ends up runner-up. And your medalist here with a 7-stroke victory, 2 under par 70 for Cale Kleppe from South Winneshiek.
Congratulations, Cale. That is an amazing score. We didn't expect. I didn't expect to see one certainly within 10 strokes of that. Maybe 15 today. The way the weather conditions we saw impacting everybody from where we were today.
Yeah. Yep.
So with that, Joe, we're going to sign off. And for those of you listening from home, I guess we should cover the fact that we cannot stream the track meet, the state track meet. Joe and I will both be unavailable to go to that one, but we have some special things in store for you. We're hoping to kind of get some behind the scenes footage from the girls at the event. So we're working on that. So hopefully check your YouTube channel. You're not probably going to see a YouTube live, but hopefully we get to check in a bunch of times with some really, really great YouTube shorts. With some content generated by our Saints athletes.
You bet. And you can watch that. Go to either the girls or the boys state association websites, and that stream is free, so you can watch. It won't be on Saints TV, but you can watch the stream. And then, like I said, click the little bell for notifications on Saints TV's YouTube channel, and you'll get all of our, what we're going to call bonus content that we hope to bring you here throughout the week. It won't be the race themselves, but hopefully it's some cool individual stuff and group interviews, things like that we'll try to bring you off the track.
That will be fun. And now, as we talk about, now it's baseball season. Technically, I guess we got to get through track first, but being baseball, softball season. Joe, this is a sign-off with you on these broadcasts until we reach football season. So that's the one bad thing. There's only one bad thing about baseball season, and that's that we don't get to hear from Joe. But that's all right. We'll get to see you on the field with my understanding is we're going to be dazzled by the shoes at first base during the JV games.
I want you to see those JV. It's a reason to tune into JV baseball games is to see my shoes in the first base box. The kids have started a trend a couple years ago with the pastels and the whites and the bright shoes.
Yeah.
Maybe some gold mixed in, and I thought it was time for the coaches to get in the mix. I have the most ridiculous, 47-year-old man baseball shoes you've ever seen.
Love it.
I'm looking forward to wearing them. But no, I'll see you guys all in football season. I miss it as well. Obviously, I love coaching baseball, and something that we're going to try to bring you the best product we can out on the field. You guys bring it to us here on Saints TV, and we'll see you at football season.
That's amazing. That'll be fun. And there's a lot more to watch for as well. We got a couple of new broadcasters will be helping us out during the JV baseball game. So double reason to tune into that, or better yet, just be there. Thanks for watching us here at this one. State Qualifier from Mason City, Iowa at Highland Park Golf Course. Kale Genius, Not Your Average Joe, signing off.
Good night.